sweet, soft, sensitive. I just don't see us ending up together. I met someone. I'm sorry. It's not you. Swallow it down. We're not on the same page. We're not in the same place. It's not you. We can't help who we fall in love with and who we don't. You're such a good friend. You're going to make the right girl happy. You deserve better. Let's stay friends. I don't want to. Do you? It's not you. I'm sorry. Zweti, and he knows he's had too much to drink. He was trying to reach the place where he wouldn't feel, but he thinks he might have passed it, wandered somewhere worse. His head spins, the sensation long past pleasant. He finds a couple pills in his back pocket, slipped there by his sister Muriel on her last visit. Little pink umbrellas, she told him. He swallows them dry as the drizzle turns to a downpour. Water drips into his hair, streaking his glasses and soaking through his shirt. He does not care. Maybe the rain will rinse him clean. Maybe it will wash him. Hey. Henry reaches his building, but can't bring himself to climb the 6 steps to the door, the 24 more to his apartment. That belongs to a past where he had a future, so he sinks onto the stoop, leans back, and looks up at the place where the rooftop meets the sky, and wonders how many steps it takes to reach the edge, forces himself to stop, press his palms against his eyes, and tell himself it is just a storm. Batten down the hatches and wait it out. It is just a storm. It is just a storm. It's just he is not sure when the man sits down beside him on the step. 1 second, Henry is alone, and the next, he is not. He hears the snap of a lighter, a small flame dancing at the edge of his sight. Then a voice, for just a second. It seems to come from everywhere, and then from right beside him. Bad night? A question without the question mark. Henry looks over and sees a man, dressed in a slick charcoal suit beneath an open black trench. And for a horrible second, he thinks it's his brother, David, here to remind Henry of all the ways he's a disappointment. They have the same black hair, the same sharp jaw. But David doesn't smoke, wouldn't be caught dead in this part of Brooklyn, isn't half as handsome. The longer Henry stares at the stranger, the more resemblance fades, replaced by the awareness that the man isn't getting wet, even though the rain is still falling hard, still soaking through Henry. Wool jacket, his cotton shirt, pressing cold hands against his skin. The stranger in the elegant suit makes no effort to shield the small flame of his lighter, or the cigarette itself. He takes a long drag and leans his elbows back against the soaking steps and tips his chin up as if welcoming the rain. It never touches him. It falls all around him, but he stays dry. Henry thinks then that the man is a ghost, or a wizard, or, most likely, a hallucination. "What do you want?" asks the stranger, still studying the sky, and Henry cringes on instinct, but there's no anger in the man's voice. If anything, it's curious, questing. His head drifts back down, and he looks at Henry with the greenest eyes he's ever seen. So bright, they glitter in the dark. "Right now, in this moment," says the stranger. "What do you want?" "To be happy," answers Henry. "Ah," says the stranger, smoke sliding between his lips. "No one can give you that. Not you." Henry has no idea who this man is, or if he's even real. And he knows, even through the fog of drink and drug, that he should get up and go inside. But he can't will his legs to move. The world is too heavy, and the words keep coming now, spilling out of him. "I don't know what they want from me," he says. "I don't know who they want me to be. They tell you to be yourself, but they don't mean it. And I'm just tired." His voice breaks. "I'm tired of falling short. Tired of being... It's not that I'm alone. I don't mind alone. But this..." His fingers knot in his shirt front. "It hurts." A hand rises beneath his chin. "Look at me, Henry," says the stranger, who never asked his name. Henry looks up, meets those luminous eyes, sees something curl in them, like smoke. The stranger is beautiful in a wolfish way, hungry and sharp. That emerald gaze slides over him. "You're perfect," the man murmurs, stroking a thumb along Henry's cheek. His voice is silk, and Henry leans into it, into the touch, nearly loses his balance when the man's hand falls away. "Pain can be beautiful," he says, exhaling a cloud of smoke. "It can transform. It can create. But I don't want to be in pain," says Henry hoarsely. "You want to be loved." A small, empty sound. Half cough, half sob. "Yes, then be loved." You make it sound a sample. "It is," says the stranger. "If you're willing to may..." Henry chokes out a laugh. "I'm not looking for that kind of love." The dark flicker of a smile plays across the stranger's face. "And I'm not talking about money. What else is there?" The stranger reaches out and rests his hand against Henry's sternum. The one thing every human has to give. For an instant, Henry thinks the stranger wants his heart, as broken as it is, and then he understands. He works at a bookstore, has read enough epics, devoured the allegories and myths. Hell, Henry spent the first 2/3 of his life studying scripture, and he grew up on a steady diet of Blake, Milton, and Faust. But it has been a long time since any of them felt like more than stories. "Who are you?" he asks. "I am the one who sees kindling and coaxes it to flame. The nurturer of all human potential." He stares at the stranger, still dry despite the storm. A devil's beauty in a familiar face, and those eyes suddenly more serpentine. And Henry knows this for what it is, a waking dream. He's had them once or twice before, a consequence of aggressive self-medication. I don't believe in devils, he says, rising to his feet. I don't believe in souls. The stranger cranes his head. Then you have nothing to lose. The bone-deep sadness, kept at bay the last few minutes by the stranger's easy company, now rushes back. Pressure against cracking glass. He sways a little, but the stranger steadies him. Henry doesn't remember seeing the other man stand, but now they're eye to eye. And when the devil speaks again, there's a new depth to his voice, a steady warmth, like a blanket drawn around his shoulders. Henry feels himself lean into it. You want to be loved, says the stranger, by all of them. You want to be enough for all of them. And I can give that to you, for the price of something you won't even miss. The stranger holds out his hand. Well, Henry, what do say? And he doesn't think any of this is real. So it doesn't matter. Or perhaps the man in the rain is right. He just has nothing left to lose. In the end, it's easy. As easy as stepping off the edge and falling. Henry takes his hand, and the stranger squeezes hard enough to reopen the cuts along his palm. But at last, he doesn't feel it. He doesn't feel anything as the darkness smiles and says a single word. Deal, New York City, March 17th, 2014. Third, there are 100 kinds of silence. There's the thick silence of places long sealed shut, and the muffled silence of ears stoppered up, the empty silence of the dead, and the heavy silence of the dying. There is the hollow silence of a man who has stopped praying, and the airy silence of an empty synagogue, and the held breath silence of someone hiding from themselves. There is the awkward silence that fills the space between people who don't know what to say, and the taut silence that falls over those who do, but don't know where or how to start. Henry doesn't know what kind of silence this is, but it is killing him. He began to talk outside the corner shop and kept talking as they walked, because it was easier for him to speak when he had somewhere to look besides her face. The words spilled out of him as they reached the blue door of his building, as they climbed the stairs, as they moved through the apartment, and now the truth fills the air between them. Heavy as smoke, and Addie isn't saying anything. She sits on the sofa, her chin in her hand. Outside the window, the day just carries on as if nothing's changed. But it feels like everything has, because Addie LaRue is immortal, and Henry Strauss is damned. Addie, he says, when he cannot stand it anymore. Please, say something. And she looks up at him, eyes shining, not with some spell, but tears. And he does not know at first if she is heartbroken or happy. I couldn't understand, she says. No one has ever remembered. I thought it was an accident. I thought it was a trap. But you're not an accident, Henry. You're not a trap. You remember me because you made a deal. She shakes her head. 300 years spent trying to break this curse, and Luke did the one thing I never expected. She wipes the tears away and breaks into a smile. He made a mistake. There is such triumph in her eyes. But Henry doesn't understand. So our deals cancel out? Is that why we're immune to them? Addie shakes her head. I'm not immune. Henry, he cringes back as if struck. But my deal doesn't work on you. Addie softens, takes his hand. Of course it does. Your deal and mine. They nest like Russian dolls together in a shell. I look at you, and I see exactly what I want. It's just that what I want has nothing to do with looks, or charm, or success. It would sound awful in another life, but what I want most, what I need, has nothing to do with you at all. What I want, what I've always truly wanted, is for someone to remember me. That's why you can say my name. That's why you can go away and come back and still know who I am. And that's why I can look at you and see you as you are. And it is enough. It will always be enough. Enough. The word unravels between them, opening at his throat. It lets so much air. Enough. He sinks onto the couch beside her. Her hand slides through his, their fingers knotting. You said you were born in 1691, he muses. That makes you 323, she says. Henry whistles. I've never been with an older woman. Addie laughs. You do look very, very good for your age. Why, thank you. Tell me about it, he says. About what? I don't know. Everything. 300 years is such a long time. You were there for wars and revolutions. You saw trains and cars and planes and televisions. You witnessed history as it was happening. Addie frowns. I guess so, she says, but I don't know. History is something you look back on, not something you really feel at the time. In the moment, you're just living. I didn't want to live forever. I just wanted to live. She curls into him, and they lie, heads together on the couch, intertwined like lovers in a fable. And a new silence settles over them, light as a summer sheet. And then she says, how long? His head rolls toward her. What? When you made your deal, she says, voice careful and light, a foot testing icy ground. How long did you make it for? Henry hesitates and looks up at the ceiling instead of her. A lifetime, he says, and it is not a lie, but a shadow crosses Addie's face. And he agreed? Henry nods and pulls her back against him, exhausted by everything he said and everything he hasn't. A lifetime, she whispers. The words hang between them in the dark. New York City, March 18th, 2014. Viert, Addie is so many things, thinks Henry. But she is not forgettable. How could anyone forget this girl when she takes up so much space? She fills the room with stories, with laughter, with warmth and light. He has put her to work, or rather, she has put herself to work, restocking and reshelving while he helps customers. She has called herself a ghost, and she may be one to other people, But Henry cannot look anywhere but at her. She moves among the books as if they're friends, and perhaps, in a way, they are. They are, he supposes, a part of her story, another thing she's touched. Here, she says, is a writer she once met, and here is an idea she had. Here a book that she read when it first came out. Now and then, Henry glimpses sadness, glimpses longing, but they are only flashes, and then she redoubles, brightens, launching into another story. Did you know Hemingway? He asks. We met once or twice, she says, with a smile, but Colette was cleverer. Book trails Addie like a shadow. He has never seen the cat so invested in another human, and when he asks, she draws a handful of treats from her pocket with a sheepish grin. Their eyes meet now across the store, and he knows she said she's not immune, that their deals simply work together. But the fact remains that there is no shimmer in those brown eyes. Her gaze is clear. A lighthouse through the fog. She smiles, and Henry's world goes brighter. She turns away, and it is dark again. A woman approaches the checkout desk, and Henry drags himself back. Find everything you need? Her eyes are already milky with shine. Oh, yes, the woman says with a warm smile. And he wonders what she sees instead of Henry. Is he a son, or a lover, a brother, a friend? Addie leans her elbows on the counter. She taps the book he's been turning through between customers. A collection of modern candids in New York. I noticed the cameras at your place, she says. And the photographs. They're yours, aren't they? Henry nods, resists the urge to say it's just a hobby, or rather, it was a hobby once. You're very good, she says, which is nice, especially coming from her. And he's fine, he knows. Maybe even a little better than fine, sometimes. He took headshots for Robbie back in college, but that was because Robbie couldn't afford a real photographer. Muriel called his photos cute, subversive in their conventional way. But Henry wasn't trying to subvert anything. He just wanted to capture something. He looks down at the book. There's this family photo, he says. Not the one in the hall, this other one, from back when I was 6 or 7. That day was awful. Muriel put gum in David's book, and I had a cold, and my parents were fighting right up until the flash went off. And in the photo, we all look so happy. I remember seeing that picture and realizing that photographs weren't real. There's no context, just the illusion that you're showing a snapshot of a life. But life isn't snapshots, it's fluid. So photos are like fictions. I loved that about them. Everyone thinks photography is truth, but it's just a very convincing lie. Why did you stop? Because time doesn't work like photos. Click, and it stays still. Blink, and it leaps forward. He always thought of taking photos as a hobby, an art class credit, and bye-bye. The time he figured out that it was something you could do, it was too late. Or, at least, It felt that way. He was too many miles behind. So he gave up, put the cameras on the shelf with the rest of the abandoned hobbies. But thing about Addie makes him want to pick one up again. He doesn't have a camera with him, of course. Only his cell phone. But these days, that is good enough. He lifts it up, framing Addie at rest, the bookshelves rising at her back. "It won't work," she says. Right, as Henry takes the picture, or tries. He taps the screen, but there's no click, no capture. He tries again, and this time the phone takes the photo, but it is a blur. "I told you," she says, softly. "I don't get it," he says. It was so long ago. How could he have predicted film or phones? Addie manages a sad smile. It's not the technology he tampered with. "It's me." Henry pictures the stranger, smiling in the dark. He's the phone down. New York City, September 5th, 2013. 5th. Henry wakes to the blare of morning traffic. He winces at the sound of car horns, the sunlight streaming through the window. He reaches for the memories of last night, and for a second comes up with nothing. A flat, black slate, a cottony silence. But when he squeezes his eyes shut, the darkness cracks, gives way to a wave of pain and sadness, a medley of broken bottles and heavy rain, and a stranger in a black suit, a conversation that must have been a dream. Henry knows that Tabitha said no. That part was real, the memory too stinging to be anything but true. That is, after all, why he started drinking. The drinking is what led him home through the rain, to rest on the stoop before going inside. And that is where the stranger. But no, that part didn't happen. The stranger and their conversation. That was the stuff of stories. A clear, subconscious commentary. His demons played out in mental desperation. A headache thuds dully in Henry's skull, and he scrubs at his eyes with the back of one hand. A metal weight knocks against his cheek. He squints up and sees a dark leather band around his wrist. An elegant analog watch with gold numerals set against an onyx ground. On its face, a single golden hand rests the barest fraction off of midnight. Henry has never worn a watch. The sight of it, heavy and unfamiliar on his wrist, reminds Henry of a shackle. He sits up, clawing at the clasp, consumed by the sudden fear that it is bound to him, that it won't come off. But at the slightest pressure, the clasp comes free, and the watch tumbles onto the twisted duvet. It lands face down, and there, on the reverse, Henry sees two words etched in hairline script. Live well. He scrambles out of the bed, away from the watch, stares at the timepiece as if expecting it to attack. But it just lies there, silent. His heart knocks inside his chest, so loud he can hear it, and he is back in the dark. Rain dripping through his hair as the stranger smiles and holds out his hand. Deal. But that didn't happen. Henry looks at his palm and sees the shallow cuts, crusted over with blood. Notices the drops of brownish red dotting the sheets. The broken bottle, that was real then, too. But the devil's hand in his, that was a fever dream. Pain can do that. Creep from waking hours into sleep. Once, when he was 9 or 10, Henry had strep throat, the pain so bad that every time he drifted off to sleep, he dreamed of swallowing hot coals, of being trapped in burning buildings, the smoke clawing down his throat, the mind trying to make sense of suffering. But the watch, Henry can hear a low, rhythmic knocking as he holds it to his ear. It doesn't make any other sound. One night, soon, he will take the thing apart and find the body empty of cogs, empty of anything to explain the creeping forward motion. And yet, it is solid, heavy even, in his hand. It feels real. The knocking gets louder, and then he realizes it's not coming from the watch at all. It's just the solid thud of knuckles on wood. Someone at his door. Henry holds his breath, waits to see if it will stop. But it doesn't. He backs away from the watch, the bed, grabs a clean shirt from the back of a chair. "I'm coming," he mutters, dragging it over his head. The collar snags on his glasses, and he catches his shoulder on the doorframe, swearing softly, hoping all the way from the bedroom to the front door that the person beyond will give up, go away. They don't, so Henry opens the door, expecting to see Bea or Robbie or maybe Helen down the hall, looking again for her cat. But it's his sister, Muriel. Muriel, who has been to Henry's place exactly twice in the last 5 years. And once it was because she had too much herbal tea at a lunch meeting and couldn't make it back to Chelsea. "What are you doing here?" he asks. But she is already brushing past him, unwinding a scarf that's more decorative than functional. Does family need a reason? The question is clearly rhetorical. She turns, her eyes sweeping over him, the way he imagines they sweep over exhibits, and he waits for her usual assessment. Some variation of, "You look like shit." Instead, his sister says, "You're looking good," which is strange, because Muriel has never been one to lie. She doesn't like to encourage fallacy in a world rife with empty speech, and a passing glance in the hall mirror is enough to confirm that Henry does, in fact, look almost as rough as he feels. "Beatrice texted me last night when you didn't answer your phone," she continues. "She told me about Tabitha. The whole no-go. I'm sorry, Hen." Muriel hugs him, and Henry doesn't know where to put his hands. They end up hovering in the air around her shoulders until she lets go. What happened? Was she cheating? And Henry wishes the answer were yes, because the truth is worse. The truth is that he simply wasn't interesting enough. "It doesn't matter," continues Muriel. "Fuck her. You deserve better." He almost laughs, because he can't count how many times Muriel pointed out that Tabitha was out of his league. She glances around at the apartment. "Did you redecorate? It's really cozy in here." Henry surveys the living room, dotted with candles and art and other remnants of Tabitha. The clutter is his. The style, yours. No, his sister is still standing. Muriel never sits, never settles, never even perches. "Well, I can see you're fine," she says, "but next time, answer your phone." "Oh," she adds, taking her scarf back, already halfway to the door. "Happy New Year." It takes him a moment to remember. Rosh Hashanah. Muriel sees the confusion on his face and grins. "You would have made such a bad rabbi." He doesn't disagree. Henry would normally go home. They both would. But David couldn't get away from his hospital shift this year, so their parents had made other plans. "Are you going to temple?" he asks now. "No," says Muriel, "but there's a show uptown tonight, a kinky burlesque hybrid, and I'm pretty sure there's going to be some fire play. I'll light a candle on someone." "Mom and Dad would be so proud," he says dryly, but in truth, he suspects they would. Muriel Strauss can do no wrong. She shrugs. "We all celebrate in our own way." She twists the scarf back into place with a flourish. "I'll see you for Yom Kippur." Muriel reaches for the door, then turns back toward him and stretches up to ruffle Henry's hair. "My little storm cloud," she says. "Don't let it get too dark in there." And then she's gone. And Henry sags back against the door, dazed, tired, and thoroughly confused. Henry has heard that grief has stages. He wonders if the same is true for love. If it's normal to feel lost and angry and sad, hollow and somehow horribly relieved. Maybe it's the thud of the hangover, muddling all the things he should be feeling, churning them into what he does. He stops at Roast, the bustling coffee shop, a block shy of the store. It has good muffins, halfway decent drinks, and terrible service, which is pretty much par for the course in this part of Brooklyn, and sees Vanessa working at the till. New York is full of beautiful people, actors and models moonlighting as bartenders and baristas, making drinks to cover rent until their first big break. He's always assumed Vanessa is one of those, a waifish blonde with a small infinity symbol tattooed inside one wrist. He also assumes her name is Vanessa. That's the name on the tag pinned to her apron, but she's never actually told him. Has never said anything to him, for that matter. Besides, "What can I get you?" Henry will stand at the counter, and she will ask his order and his name, even though he has been coming here 6 days a week for the last 3 years, and she's been there for 2 of them. And from the time she punches in his flat white to the time she writes his name on the cup and calls out for the next order, she will never look at him. Her gaze will flit from his shirt to the computer to his chin, and Henry will feel like he isn't even there. That's how it always goes. Only today it doesn't. Today, when she takes his order, she looks up. It's such a small change, the difference of 2 inches, maybe 3, but now he can see her eyes, which are a startling blue, and the barista looks at him, not his chin. Who holds his gaze and smiles. "Hi there," she says. "What can I get you?" He orders a flat white and says his name, and that is where it ends. Then it doesn't fun day planned? She asks, making small talk as she writes his name on the cup. Vanessa has never made small talk with him before. Just work, he says, and her attention flicks back to his face. This time he catches a faint shimmer, a wrongness in her eyes. It's a trick of the light. It must be. But for a second, it looks like frost or fog. What do, she asks, sounding genuinely interested. And he tells her about the last word, and her eyes light up a little. She has always been a reader, and she cannot think of anywhere better than a bookstore. When he pays for the order, their fingers brush, and she cuts him another glance. See you tomorrow, Henry. The barista says his name like she stole it. Mischief tugging at her smile. And he can't tell if she's flirting until he gets his drink and sees the little black arrow she's drawn, pointing to the bottom. And when he tips it up to see, his heart gives a little thud like an engine turning over. She's written her name and number on the bottom of the cup. At the last word, Henry unlocks the grate and the door while finishing his coffee. He turns the sign and goes through the motions of feeding book and opening the store and shelving new stock until the bell chimes, announcing his first customer. Henry winds through the stacks to find an older woman toddling between the aisles, from historical to mystery to romance and back again. He gives her a few minutes, but when she makes the loop a third time, he steps in. Can I help you? I don't know, she murmurs, half to herself, but then she turns to look at him, and something changes in her face. I mean, yes, please. I hope so. There's the faintest shine to her eyes, a roomy glow, as she explains that she's looking for a book she's already read. These days, I can't remember what I've read and what I haven't, she explains, shaking her head. Everything sounds familiar. All the covers look the same. Why do they do that? Why do they make everything like everything else? Henry assumes it has to do with marketing and trends, but he knows that's probably not helpful to say. Instead, he asks if she remembers anything about it. Oh, let's see. It was a big book. It was about life and death and history. That doesn't exactly narrow it down. But Henry is used to the lack of details. The number of people who've come in, looking for something they've seen, able to supply. Nothing beyond the cover was read. Or, I think it had the word girl in the title. It was sad and lovely, explains the old woman. I'm sure it was set in England. Oh dear, my mind. I think it had a rose on the cover. She looks around at the shelves, wrings her papery hands together, and she's clearly not going to decide. So he does, desperately uncomfortable. He tugs a thick historical from the nearest fiction shelf. Was this? He asks, offering Wolf Hall. But he knows the moment it's in his hand that it's not the one. There's a poppy on the cover, not a rose, and there's nothing particularly sad or lovely about the life of Thomas Cromwell, even if the writing is beautiful, poignant. Never mind, he says, already reaching to put it back when the old woman's face lights up with pleasure. That's it. She grabs his arm with bony fingers. That's exactly what I was looking for. Henry has a hard time believing it. But the woman's joy is so clear that he begins to doubt himself. He is about to ring her up when he remembers. Life after life. A book about life and death and history, sad and lovely, set in England with a twinned rose on the cover. Wait, he says, ducking around the corner and down the recent fiction aisle to retrieve the book. The woman's face brightens, exactly as it did before. Yes, you clever thing. That's just the one, she says, with the same conviction. Happy I could help, he says, unsure if he did. She decides to take both books, says she's sure that she will love them. The rest of the morning is just as strange. A middle-aged man comes in searching for a thriller and leaves with all 5 titles that Henry recommends. A college student comes looking for a book on Japanese mythology, and when Henry apologizes for not having it, she practically trips over herself to say it's not his fault and insists on letting him order it in for her, even though she isn't sure about the class. A guy with a model's build and a jaw sharper than a penknife comes to peruse their fantasy section, and he writes his email on the receipt beneath his signature when he pays. Henry feels off balance, the way he did when Muriel told him he looked good. It's like déjà vu, and not like déjà vu at all, because the feeling is entirely new. It's like April Fools when the rules change, and everything's a game, and everyone else is in on it, and he's still marveling over the last encounter, face a little flushed, when Robbie bursts in through the door, chime ringing in his wake. "Oh my God," he says, throwing his arms around Henry, and for a moment he thinks something awful must have happened, before realizing that it already happened to him. "It's okay," says Henry, and of course it's not. But today has been so weird that everything before it feels a little like a dream. Or maybe this is the dream. If it is, he's not all that eager to wake up. "It's okay," he says again. "It doesn't have to be okay," says Robbie. "I just want you to know I'm here. I would have been there last night too. I wanted to come over when you did. T answer your phone, but B said we should give you space, and I don't know why I listened. I'm sorry." It comes out in a single stream of words. Robbie's grip tightens as he talks, and Henry savors the embrace. They fit together with the familiar comfort of a well-worn coat. The hug lingers, a little too long. Henry clears his throat and pulls back, and Robbie gives an awkward laugh and turns away, his face catching the light, and Henry notices a fine streak of purple along Robbie's temple, right where it meets his sandy hairline. "You're glittering." Robbie scrubs half-heartedly at the makeup. "Oh, rehearsal." There's an odd shine in Robbie's eyes, a glassiness Henry knows too well, and he wonders if Robbie's on something, or if it's simply been a while since he slept. Back in college, Robbie would get so high on drugs or dreams or big ideas that he'd have to burn all the energy out of his system, and then he'd crash. The door chimes. "Son of a bitch," announces B, slamming her satchel down on the counter. Ostrich-minded motherfucker. Customers, warns Henry, even though the only one currently nearby is a deaf older man, a regular, named Michael, who frequents the horror section. To what do we owe this tantrum? Asks Robbie cheerfully. Drama always puts him in a good mood. My asshole advisor, she says, storming past them toward the art and art history section. They share a look and trail after her. He didn't like the proposal? Asks Henry. B has been trying to get a dissertation topic approved for the better part of a year. He turned it down. She whips down an aisle, nearly toppling a pile of magazines. Henry follows behind her, doing his best to right the destruction in her wake. He said it was too esoteric, as if he'd know the meaning of the word if it blew him. Use it in a sentence? Asks Robbie, but she ignores him, reaching up to pull down a book. That closed-minded and another, stale-brained and another. Oops. This isn't a library, says Henry as she carries the pile to the low leather chair in the corner and slumps into it, startling the orange lump of fur from between a pair of worn pillows. Sorry, book, she mutters, lifting the cat gingerly onto the back of the old chair where he does his best impression of an inconvenienced bread loaf. B continues to emit a low stream of curses as she turns the pages. I know just what we need, says Robbie, turning toward the storeroom. Doesn't Meredith keep a stash of whiskey in the back? And even though it's only 3 p.m., Henry doesn't protest. He sinks onto the floor, sits with his back to the nearest shelf, legs stretched long, feeling suddenly unbearably tired. B looks up at him, sighs. I'm sorry, she starts. But Henry waves her away. Please. Continue trashing your advisor and my art history section. Someone has to behave normally. But she closes the book, adds it back to the pile, and joins Henry on the floor. Can I tell you something? Her voice goes up at the end, but he knows it's not a question. I'm glad you broke it off with Tabitha. A lance of pain, like the cut across his palm. She broke it off with me. B waves her hand, as if that small detail doesn't matter. You deserve someone who loves you as you are. The good and the bad and the maddening. You want to be loved. You want to be enough. Henry swallows. Yeah, well, being me hasn't worked out so well. B leans toward him. But that's the thing, Henry. You haven't been you. You waste so much time on people who don't deserve you. People who don't know you. Because you don't let them know you. B cups his face. That strange shimmer in her eyes. Henry, you're smart and kind and infuriating. You hate olives and people who talk during movies. You love milkshakes and people who can laugh until they cry. You think it's a crime to turn ahead to the end of a book. When you're angry, you get quiet. And when you're sad, you get loud. and you hum when you're happy. And I haven't heard you hum in years." Her hands fall away. "But I've seen you eat ton of olives." Robbie comes back, holding the bottle and 3 mugs. The last words only customer toddles out, and then Robbie shuts the door behind him, turning the sign to closed. He comes and sits between Henry and Bea on the floor, and uncorks the bottle with his teeth. "What are we drinking to?" asks Henry. "To new beginnings," says Robbie, eyes still shining as he fills the cups. New York City, March 18th, 2014. "Stay," the bell chimes, and Bea strides in. "Robbie wants to know if you're avoiding him," she says, in lieu of hello. Henry's heart sinks. The answer is yes, of course, and no. He cannot shake the look of hurt in Robbie's eyes. But it doesn't excuse the way he acted. Or maybe it does. "I'll take that as a yes," says Bea. "And where have you been hiding?" Henry wants to say, "I saw you at the dinner party," but wonders if she has forgotten the entire night, or just the parts that Addie touched. Speaking of Bea, this is Addie. Beatrice turns toward her, and for a second, and only a second, Henry thinks that she remembers. It's the way she's looking at Addie, as if she is a piece of art, but one that Bea has encountered before. Despite everything, Henry expects her to nod, to say, "Oh, good to see you again." Instead, Bea smiles. She says, "You know, there's something timeless about your face." He's rocked by the strangeness of the echo, the force of the déjà vu. But Addie only smiles and says, "I've heard that before." As Bea continues to study Addie, Henry studies her. She has always been ruthlessly polished, but today there's neon paint on her fingers, a kiss of gold at her temple, what looks like powdered sugar on her sleeve. "What have you been doing?" he asks. She looks down. "Oh, that act," she says, as if that's supposed to mean something. Seeing his confusion, she explains. The artifact is, according to Beatrice, part carnival and part art. Exhibit an interactive medley of installations on the High Line. As Bea talks about mirrored chambers and glass domes full of stars, sugar clouds, the plume from pillow fights, and murals made of 1,000 strangers. Notes. Addie brightens, and Henry thinks it must be hard to surprise a girl who's lived 300 years. So when she turns to him, eyes bright, and says, "We have to go. There's nothing he'd rather do." There is, of course, the matter of the store. The fact he is the sole employee, and there are still 4 hours until closing. But he has an idea. Henry grabs a bookmark, the store's only piece of merchandise, and begins writing on the back side. "Hey, Bea," he says, pushing the makeshift card across the counter. "Can you close up?" "I have a life," she says. But then she looks down at Henry's tight and slanting script. "The Library of the Last Word." Bea smiles and pockets the card. "Have fun," she says, waving them out. New York City, September 5th, 2013. 7th. Sometimes Henry wishes he had a cat. He supposes he could just adopt Book, but the tabby feels indivisible from the last word, and he can't shake the superstitious belief that if he tried to extricate the ancient cat from the second-hand shop, it would turn to dust before he got it home, which is, he knows, a morbid way of thinking about people and places, or in this case, pets and places. But it's dusk, and he drank a little too much whiskey, and B had to go teach a class, and Robbie had a friend show. So he's alone again, heading back to an empty apartment, wishing he had a cat or something waiting for him to come home. He tests out the phrase as he walks in. "Hi, kitty, I'm home," he says, before realizing that it makes him a 28-year-old bachelor talking to an imaginary pet, and that feels infinitely worse. He grabs a beer from the fridge, stares down at the bottle opener, and realizes it belongs to Tabitha, a pink and green thing, in the shape of a lucha libre, from a trip she took to Mexico City last month. He tosses it aside, opens a kitchen drawer looking for another, and finds a wooden spoon, a dance company magnet, a handful of ridiculous bendy straws, looks around, then sees a dozen more things strewn around the apartment, all of them hers. He digs up a box of books and turns them out, begins filling it again with photographs, note cards, paperbacks, a pair of ballet flats, a mug, a bracelet, a hairbrush, a photograph. He finishes the first beer, opens a second on the edge of the counter, and keeps going, moving from room to room, less a methodic procession than a lost wander. An hour later, the box is only half full, but Henry's losing steam. He doesn't want to do this anymore, doesn't even want to be there, in an apartment that somehow feels both empty and cluttered. There's too much space to think. There's not enough to breathe. Henry sits between the empty beer bottles and the half-filled box for several minutes, knee bouncing, and then surges to his feet and goes out. The merchant is busy. It always is. One of those neighborhood bars whose success owes more to its sheer proximity than to the quality of its drinks. A local institution. Most of the people who frequent the merchant refer to it simply as the bar. Henry weaves through the crowd, grabs a stool at the edge of the counter, hoping the ambient noise of the place will make him feel a little less alone. Mark's on shift tonight, a 50-something with gray sideburns and a catalog smile. It normally takes a good 10 minutes to flag him down, but tonight the bartender comes straight to him, ignoring the cue. Henry orders tequila, and Mark comes back with a bottle and a pair of shots. "On the house," he says, pouring himself a matching glass. Henry manages a wan smile. "Do I look that rough?" But there's no pity in Mark's gaze, only a strange and subtle light. "You look great," he says, just like Muriel. And it's the first time he's said more than a single line, his answers usually limited to drink orders and nods. Their glasses knock together, and Henry orders a second and a third. He knows he is drinking too much too fast, piling liquor on top of the beers from home, the whiskey he'd poured at work. A girl comes up to the bar and glances at Henry. She looks away and then back again, as if seeing him for the first time. And there it is again, that shine, a film of light over her eyes as she leans in, and he can't seem to catch her name. But it doesn't matter. They do their best to talk over the noise, her hand resting at first on his forearm, then his shoulder, before sliding through his hair. "Come home with me," she says. And he's so caught by the longing in her voice, the open want. But then her friends come along and peel her away, their own eyes shining, as they say, "Sorry. Say you're such a good guy. Say, have a great night." Henry slides off the stool and heads for the bathroom, and this time he can feel the ripple, the heads turning toward him. A guy catches his arm and says something about a photography project, how he'd be a perfect fit, before sliding him his card. Two women try to draw him into the circle of their conversation. "I wish I had a son like you," says one. "Son?" says the other, with a raucous laugh as he twists free, escapes down the hall and into the toilets, braces himself against the counter. He has no idea what's happening. He thinks back to the coffee shop that morning, Vanessa's number on the bottom of the cup, to the customers in the store, all so eager for his help, to Muriel, who told him he looked well, to the pale fog, like candle smoke, in all of their eyes. He looks down at the watch on his wrist, glinting in the bathroom light, and for the first time, he's certain that it's real, that the man in the rain was real. The deal was real. "Hey," he looks up and sees a guy, glassy-eyed and smiling at Henry like they are the best of friends. "You look like you could, a bump." He holds out a little glass jar, and Henry stares at the tiny column of powder inside. He was 12 the first time he got high. Someone handed him a joint behind the bleachers, and the smoke burned his lungs, and he almost threw up. But then everything went a little soft. Weed made space in his skull, eased the nervous terror in his heart, but he couldn't control the places it took his head. Valium and Xanax were better, dulling everything at once. But he's always stayed away from the harder stuff out of fear, not the fear that something would go wrong, just the opposite, the fear it would feel right, the fear of the slip, the slide, of knowing he wouldn't be strong enough to stop. It's never been the high he craved, anyway. Not exactly. It's just the quiet, that happy side effect. He tried to be better for Tabitha, but Tabitha's gone, and it doesn't matter anyway. Not anymore. Now Henry just wants to feel good. He taps the powder onto his thumb, has no idea if he's doing it right. But he inhales, and it hits like a sudden jolting cold, and then the world opens. The details clear, the colors brighten, and somehow everything gets sharp and fuzzy at the same time. Henry must have said something, because the guy laughs. And then he reaches out and wipes a fleck from Henry's cheek. And contact is like static shock, a spark of energy where skin meets skin. "You're perfect," says the stranger, fingers drifting down his jaw. And Henry flushes with a dizzy heat that makes him need to move. "Sorry," he says, backing out into the hall. He slumps against the darkened wall, waits for the world to steady. "Hey," he looks up and sees a guy with his arm slung around a girl's shoulders, both of them long and lean and feline. "What's your name?" asks the guy. "Henry." "Henry?" echoes the girl with a cat-like smile. She looks at him with such obvious desire, he actually rocks back on his heels. No one has ever looked at him that way. Not Tabitha, not Robbie, no one. Not on the first date, or in the middle of sex, or when he got down on one knee. "I'm Lucia," she says. "This is Benji, and we've been looking for you." "What did I do?" he asks. Her smile tilts. "Nothing yet." She bites her lip, and the guy looks at Henry, his face slack with longing, and at first he doesn't realize what they're talking about. And then he does. Laughter rolls through him, a strange, unbridled thing. He's never been in a threesome, unless you count that one time in school when he and Robbie and one of their friends got incredibly drunk, and he's still not entirely sure how far things went. "Come with us," she says, holding out her hand. And a dozen excuses spill through his mind, and then out again as Henry follows them home. New York City, September 7th, 2013. 8th. God, it feels good to be wanted. Everywhere he goes, he can feel the ripple, the attention shifting toward him. Henry leans into the attention, the smiles, the warmth, the light. For the first time, he truly understands the concept of being drunk with power. It's like setting down a heavy weight long after your arms have gotten tired. There's this sudden, sweeping lightness, like air in your chest, like sunlight after rain. It feels good to be the user instead of the used, to be the one who gets instead of the one who loses. They'll's good. It shouldn't. He knows, but it does. He stands in line at the roast, desperately needing coffee. The last few days have been a blur, late nights giving way to strange mornings, every moment fueled by the heady pleasure of being wanted, of knowing that whatever they see, it's good, it's great, it's perfect. He's perfect, and it's not just the straightforward gravity of lust. Not always. People drift toward him now, every one of them pulled into his orbit. But the why is always different. Sometimes it's just simple desire, but other times it's more nuanced. Sometimes it's an obvious need, and other times he can't guess what they see when they look at him. That's the only unsettling part, really. Their eyes, the fog that winds through them, thickening to frost, to ice. A constant reminder that this new life isn't exactly normal, isn't entirely real. But it's enough. Next, he steps forward and looks up and sees Vanessa. "Oh, hi," he says. "You didn't call." But she doesn't sound angry or annoyed. If anything, she sounds too bright, teasing. But it's the kind of teasing used to cover up embarrassment. He should know. He's used that tone a dozen times to hide his own hurt. "I'm sorry," he says, blushing. "I wasn't sure if I should." Vanessa smiles slyly. Was the whole name and number thing too subtle? Henry laughs and hands his cell across the counter. "Call me," he says, and she taps her number in and hits call. "There," says Henry, taking back the phone. "Now I have no excuse." He feels like an idiot, even as he says it, like a kid reciting movie lines. But Vanessa only blushes and bites her bottom lip. And he wonders what would happen if he told her to go out with him right then, if she would take off her apron and duck beneath the counter. But he doesn't try it, just says, "I'll call." And she says, "You better." Henry smiles, turns to go. He's almost to the door when he hears his name. "Mr. Strauss." Henry's stomach drops. He knows the voice, can picture the older man's tweed jacket, his salt and pepper hair, the look of disappointment on his face as he advised Henry to step away from the department, the school, and try to figure out where his passion was, because it clearly wasn't there. Henry tries to muster a smile, feels himself falling short. "Dean Melrose," he says, turning to face the man who pushed him off the road. And there he is, flesh and bone and tweed. But instead of the contempt Henry got so used to seeing, the dean looks pleased. A smile splits his trim gray beard. "What a lucky turn," he says. "You're just the man I wanted to see." Henry has a hard time believing that, until he notices the pale smoke twisting through the man's eyes, and he knows he should be polite. But what he wants to do is tell the dean to go fuck himself. So he splits the difference and simply asks, "Why?" "There's a position opening in the theology school, and I think you'd be perfect for it." Henry almost laughs. "You've got to be kidding." "Not at all. I never finished my PhD. You failed me." The dean holds up a finger. "I didn't fail you." Henry bristles. "You threatened to, if I didn't leave." "I know," he says, looking genuinely sorry. "I was wrong." 3 words, he's sure, this man has never said. Henry wants to favor them, but he can't. "No," he says, "you were right. It wasn't a good fit. I wasn't happy there. And I have no desire to go back. It's a lie." He misses the structure, misses the path, misses the purpose. And maybe it wasn't a perfect fit, but nothing is. "Come in for an interview," says Dean Melrose, holding out his card. "Let me change your mind. You're late. Bee's waiting on the bookstore steps." "Sorry," he says, unlocking the door. "Still not a library," he adds, as she slaps a $5 bill on the counter and disappears into the art section. She makes a non-committal, "uh-huh," and he can hear her pulling books from the shelves. B is the only one who hasn't changed. The only one who doesn't seem to treat him differently. "Hey," he says, following her down the aisle. "Do I look strange to you?" "No," she says, scanning the shelves. "B, look at me." She turns, gives him a long up and down appraisal. "You mean besides the lipstick on your neck?" Henry blushes, wiping at his skin. "Yeah," he says, "besides that." She shrugs. Not really, but it's there in her eyes. That unmistakable shimmer, a faint and iridescent film that seems to spread as she studies him. "Really? Nothing?" She pulls a book from the shelf. "Henry, what do you want me to say?" she asks, searching for a second. "You look like you. So you don't..." He doesn't know how to ask. "You don't want me, then?" B turns and looks at him for a long moment, and then bursts out laughing. "Sorry, Honorable," she says, when she catches her breath. "Don't get me wrong. You're cute. But I'm still a lesbian." And the moment she says it, he feels absurd and absurdly relieved. "What's this about?" she asks. "I made a deal with the devil. And now whenever anyone looks at me, they see only what they want." He shakes his head. "Nothing." "Never mind." "Well," she says, adding another book to her stack, "I think I found a new thesis." She carries the books back up to the counter and spreads them out on top of the ledgers and receipts. Henry watches her turn through the pages until she finds what she's looking for in each, then steps back so he can see what she's found. 3 portraits, all of them renditions of a young woman, though they clearly come from different times and different schools. "What am I looking at?" he asks. "I call her the ghost in the frame. One is a pencil sketch, the edges rough, unfinished. In it, the woman lies on her stomach, tangled in sheets. Hair pools around her, and her face is little more than panes of shadow, a faint scattering of freckles across her cheeks. The title of the piece is written in Italian. Ho portato le stelle a letto. The English translation sits beneath. I took the stars to bed. The second piece is French, a more abstract portrait, done in the vivid blues and greens of Impressionism. The woman sits on a beach, a book face down on the sand beside her. She looks over her shoulder at the artist, only the edge of her face visible, her freckles little more than smudges of light, absences of color. La Sirene, this one is called. The Siren. The last piece is a shallow carving, a silhouette sculpture shot through with light, pinpoint tunnels burrowed through a pane of cherry wood. Constellation. Do you see it? Asks B. They're portraits. No, she says. They're portraits of the same woman. Henry lifts a brow. That's a stretch. Look at the angle of her jaw, the line of her nose, and the freckles. Count them. Henry does. In every image, there are exactly 7. B touches the first and second. The Italian ones, from the turn of the 19th century. The French one is 50 years later. And this one, she says, tapping the photo of the sculpture, this one's from the 60s. So maybe one was inspired by the other, says Henry. Wasn't there a tradition of, I forget what it was called, but basically visual telephone? One artist favored something, and then another artist favored that artist, and so on, like a template. B is already waving him away. Sure, in lexicons and bestiaries, but not in formal schools of art. This is like putting a girl with a pearl earring in a Warhol and a Degas without ever seeing the Rembrandt. And even if she became a template, the fact is, this template influenced centuries of art. She's a piece of connective tissue between eras. So, echoes Henry. So, who was she? B's eyes are bright, the way Robbie's sometimes are when he's just nailed a performance or done a bump of coke. And Henry doesn't want to bring her down, but she's clearly waiting for him to say something. Okay, he starts, gently. But B, what if she was no one? Even if these are based on the same woman, what if the first artist simply made her up? B frowns, already shaking her head. Look, he says, no one wants you to find your thesis topic more than I do. For the sake of this store, as much as your sanity. And this all sounds cool. But didn't your last proposal get nixed for being too whimsical? Esoteric. Right, says Henry. And if a topic like postmodernism and its effects on New York architecture was too esoteric, how do you think Dean Parrish will feel about this? He gestures to the open texts, the freckled faces staring up from every page. B looks at him in silence for a long moment, and then at the books. Fuck, she shouts, taking up one of the giant books and storming out of the shop. Henry watches her go and sighs. Not a library, he calls after her, returning the rest to their shelves. New York City, March 18th, 2014. 9th, Henry trails off as the realization dawns. He'd forgotten about B's attempt at finding a new thesis, one quiet detail mixed into a very loud season. But now, it's obvious. The girl in the sketch, the painting, the sculpture, is leaning on the rail beside him, her face open in delight. They are walking through Chelsea, on the way to the High Line, and he stops, halfway through a crosswalk, realizing the obvious truth. The gleam of light, like a tear, in his story. It was you, he says. Addie flashes a dazzling smile. It was. A car honks, the flashing sign gone solid in warning, and they run to the other side. It's funny, though, she says, as they climb the iron steps. I didn't know about the second one. I remember sitting on that beach. Remember the man with his easel, up on the pier. But I never found the finished piece. Henry shakes his head. I thought you couldn't leave a mark. I can't, she says, looking up. I can't hold a pen. I can't tell a story. I can't wield a weapon or make someone remember. But art, she says with a quieter smile, art is about ideas, and ideas are wilder than memories. They're like weeds, always finding their way up. But no photographs, no film. Her expression falters just a fraction. "No," she says, the word a shape on her lips, and he feels bad for asking, for drawing her back to the bars of her curse, instead of the gaps she's found between them. But then Addie straightens, lifts her chin, smiles with an almost defiant kind of joy. "But isn't it wonderful," she says, "to be an idea?" They reach the high line just as a gust of wind blows through, the air still edged with winter. Instead of folding in against him, sheltering from the breeze, Addie leans into the wild gust, cheeks blushing with the cold, hair whipping around her face. And in that moment, he can see what every artist saw, what drew them to their pencils and their paint. This impossible, uncatchable girl. And even though he's safe, both feet firmly on the ground, Henry feels himself begin to fall. New York City, September 13th, 2013. 10th. People talk a lot about home. Home is where the heart is, they say. There's no place like home. Too long away, and you get homesick. Homesick. Henry knows that one is supposed to mean sick for home, not from it, but it still feels right. He loves his family. He does. He just doesn't always like them. Doesn't like who he is around them. And yet, here he is, driving 90 minutes north, the city sinking behind him as a rented car hums under his hands. Henry knows he could take the train. It's certainly cheaper. But the truth is, he likes driving. Or rather, he likes the white noise that comes with driving, the steady concreteness of going from here to there, the directions, the control. Most of all, he likes the inability to do anything else but drive. Hands on the wheel, eyes on the road, music blaring through the speakers. He offered to give Muriel a ride, was secretly relieved when she said she was taking the train already, that David had gotten in that morning and would pick her up from the station, which means Henry will be the last one there. Henry is always, somehow, the last one there. The closer he gets to Newburgh, the more the weather changes in his head. A warning rumble on the horizon. A storm rolling in. He takes a deep breath, bracing himself for a Strauss family dinner. He can picture it. The five of them sitting around the linen-covered table like an awkward Ashkenazi imitation of a Rockwell painting. A stiff tableau, his mother on one end, his father on the other, his siblings seated side by side across the table. David, the pillar, with his stern eyes and stiff posture. Muriel, the tornado, with her wild, dark curls and constant energy. And Henry, the ghost, even his name doesn't fit. Not Jewish at all, but a nod to one of his father's oldest friends. At least they look the part of a family. A quick survey of the table, and one can easily pick out the echo of a cheek, a jaw, a brow. David wears his glasses just like Dad, perched at the end of his nose, so the top line of the frames cuts across his gaze. Muriel smiles like Mom, open and easy, laughs like her, too, head thrown back, the sound bright and full. Henry has his father's loose black curls, his mother's gray-green eyes, but something has been lost in the arrangement. He lacks one's steadiness and the other's joy. The set of his shoulders, the line of his mouth, these subtle things that always make him seem more like a guest in someone else's house. This is how the dinner will pass. His father and brother talking medicine, his mother and sister talking art, and Henry dreading the moment when the questions turn toward him, when his mother worries aloud about everything, and his father finds an excuse to use the word unmoored. And David reminds him, he almost 30, and Muriel advises him to commit, really commit, as if their parents aren't still paying her cell phone bills. Henry turns off the freeway and feels the wind pick up in his ears, passes through the center of town, and hears thunder in his skull, the static energy of tension. He knows he's late. He is always late. It has been the start of many quarrels, and there was a time when he thought it was carelessness on his part, before he realized it was some strange attempt at self-preservation, an intentional, albeit subconscious, dawdling, a delay of the inevitable, uncomfortable necessity of showing up, being seated at that table, boxed in by his siblings, positioned across from his parents like a criminal before a firing squad. So Henry is late, and when his father answers the door, he braces for the mention of timing, the chastising frown, the cutting remark on how his brother and sister always manage to arrive 5 minutes early. But his father only smiles. "There you are," he says, eyes bright and warm, and threaded with fog. "Maybe this won't be like any other Strauss family dinner. Look who's here," calls his father, leading Henry into the study. "Long time no see," says David, shaking his hand, because even though they live in the same city, hell, on the same subway line, the last time Henry saw his brother was here, on the first night of Hanukkah. Henry, a blur of dark curls, and then Muriel has thrown her arms around his neck. She kisses his cheek, leaving a smudge of coral lipstick he will later scrub off in the hall mirror. And nowhere between the study and the dining room does anyone comment on the length of his hair, which is always somehow too long, or the state of the sweater he's wearing, which is frayed, but also the most comfortable thing he owns. Not once does anyone tell him that he's too thin, or that he needs more sun, or that he looks tired, even though all of those usually precede the pointed remarks of how it can't be that hard to run a bookshop in Brooklyn. His mother comes out of the kitchen, tugging off a pair of oven mitts. She cups his face and smiles and tells him she's so happy he's there. Henry believes her. To the family, toasts his father when they sit down to eat. Together again, he feels like he's stepped into another version of his life. Not ahead or behind, but sideways. One where his sister looks up to him and his brother doesn't look down. Where his parents are proud, and all the judgment has been sucked out of the air like smoke vented from a fire. He didn't realize how much connective tissue was made up of guilt. Without the weight of it, he feels dizzy and light. Euphoric. There is no mention of Tabitha or the failed proposal, though of course the knowledge of their breakup has circulated, the outcome made obvious by the empty chair. No one even tries to play off as a household tradition. Last month, on the phone, when Henry told David about the ring, his brother wondered, almost absently, if he thought she would actually agree. Muriel never liked her. But Muriel never liked any of Henry's partners. Not because they were all too good for him, though she would have said that too, but simply because she found them boring, an extension of the way she felt about Henry himself. Cable TV? That's what she sometimes called them. Better than watching paint dry, sure, but little more than reruns. The only one she even vaguely approved of was Robbie, and even then, Henry was sure it was mostly for the scandal it would cause if he ever brought him home. Only Muriel knows about Robbie, that he was ever more than a friend. It's the one secret that she's managed to keep. The whole dinner is so unnerving. David is warm, curious. Muriel is attentive and kind. His father listens to everything he says and seems genuinely interested. His mother tells him she's proud. Of what? He asks, genuinely confused, and she laughs as if it's a ridiculous question. Of you, the absence of judgment is jarring, a kind of existential vertigo. He tells them about running into Dean Melrose, waits for David to point out the obvious, that he's not qualified, waits for his father to ask him about the catch. His mother will go silent while his sister will go loud, exclaiming that he changed directions for a reason and demanding to know the point of it all if he just crawls back. But none of that happens. Good, says his father. They'd be lucky to have you, says his mother. You'd make a good teacher, says David. Only Muriel offers a shadow of dissent. You were never happy there, but there's no judgment in the words, only a fierce protectiveness. After dinner, everyone retreats to their respective corners. His mother to the kitchen, his father and brother too. The study, his sister out into the night to look at stars and feel grounded, which is usually code for getting stoned. Henry goes into the kitchen to help his mother with the dishes. I'll wash you dry, she says, handing him a towel. They find a pleasant rhythm. And then his mother clears her throat. I'm sorry about Tabitha, she says, her voice low, as if she knows the subject is taboo. I'm sorry you wasted so much time on her. It wasn't a waste, he says, even though it does kind of feel that way. She rinses a plate. I just want you to be happy. You deserve to be happy. Her eyes shine. And he's not sure if it's the strange frost or simply maternal tears. You're strong and smart and successful. I don't know about that, Henry says, drying a plate. I still feel like a disappointment. Don't talk like that, says his mother, looking genuinely hurt. She cups his cheek. I love you, Henry, just as you are. Her hand drops to the plate. Let me finish up, she says. Go find your sister. Henry knows exactly where she is. He steps out onto the back porch, sees Muriel sitting on the porch swing, smoking a joint, and looking out at the trees, striking a pensive pose. She always sits like that, as if waiting for someone to snap a photo. He has once or twice, but it always looked too stiff, too framed. Trust Muriel to make a candid look staged. The boards creak a little under his feet now, and she smiles without looking up. "Hey, Hen, how did you know it was me?" he asks, sinking down beside her. "You have the lightest step," she says, passing him the joint. Henry takes a long drag, holds the smoke in his chest until he feels it in his head, a soft, buzzing blur. They pass the joint back and forth, studying their parents through the glass. Well, their parents and David, who trails behind their father, striking the exact same poses. "So creepy," mutters Muriel. "Uncanny, really." She chuckles. "Why don't we hang out more?" "You're busy," he says, because it's kinder than reminding her they aren't really friends. She leans her head against his shoulder. "I always have time for you." They smoke in silence until there's nothing left to smoke, and their mother calls out that it's time for dessert. Henry stands, his head swimming in a pleasant way. "Mint?" she asks, holding out a tin. But when he opens it, he sees the pile of little pink pills. Umbrellas? He thinks of the rain pelting down, the stranger beside him, perfectly dry, and snaps the tin shut. "No thanks." They go back inside for dessert. Spend the next hour talking about everything and nothing, and all of it is so nice, so aggressively pleasant, so mercifully free of snide remarks, petty squabbles, passive disapproval, that Henry feels like he's still holding, his breath still holding on to the high, his lungs aching, but his heart happy. He rises, setting his coffee aside. "I should going." "You could stay," offers his mom, and for the first time in 10 years, he's actually tempted, wonders what it would be like to wake up to this, the warmth, the ease, the feeling of family. But the truth is, the evening's been too perfect. He feels like he's walking that narrow line between a good buzz and a night on the bathroom floor, and he doesn't want anything to tip the balance. "I have to get back," he says. "The shop opens at 10. You work so hard," is a thing his mother has never said. A thing she apparently says now. David grips his shoulder and looks at him with those mercifully clouded eyes and says, "I love you, Henry. I'm glad you're doing so well." Muriel wraps her arms around his waist. "Don't be such a stranger." His father follows him out to the car, and when Henry holds out his hand, his father pulls him in for a hug and says, "I'm proud of you, son." And part of him wants to ask why, to bait, to test the limits of this spell, to press his father into faltering, but he can't bring himself to do it. He knows it's not real, not in the strictest sense, but he doesn't care. It still feels good. New York City, March. 18th, 2014. 11th, laughter spills down from the High Line. Built along a defunct rail, the raised park runs down the western edge of Manhattan from 30th to 12th. It's normally a pleasant place, with food carts and gardens, tunnels and benches, winding paths and city views. Today, it is something else entirely. The artifact has consumed a stretch of the elevated rail, transformed it into a dreamlike jungle gym of color and light, a three-dimensional landscape of whimsy and wonder. At the entrance, a volunteer gives them colored rubber bands to wear around their wrists, a rainbow against their skin, each one providing access to a different piece of the exhibit. "This will get you into the sky," she says, as if the works of art are rides at an amusement park. "This will get you into voice. This will get you in memory." She smiles at Henry as she talks, her eyes a milky blue. But as they move through the carnival of free exhibits, the artists all turn to look at Addie. He may be a sun, but she is a shining comet, dragging their focus like burning meteors in her wake. Nearby, a guy sculpts pieces of cotton candy as if they were balloons, then hands out the edible works of art. Some of them are recognizable shapes. Here is a dog. Here is a giraffe. Here is a dragon, while others are abstract. Here is a sunset. Here is a dream. Here is nostalgia. To Henry, they all taste like sugar. Addie kisses him, and she tastes like sugar too. The green band gets them into memory, which turns out to be a sort of three-dimensional kaleidoscope, made of colored glass, a sculpture that rises to every side and turns with every step. They hold on to each other as the world bends and rights and bends again around them, and neither says it, but both, he thinks, are happy to get out. The art spills into the space between the exhibits. A field of metal sunflowers, a pool of melted crayons, a curtain of water, as thin as paper, that leaves nothing but mist on his glasses, an iridescent shine on Addie's skin. The sky, it turns out, lives inside a tunnel, made by a light artist. It's a series of interlocking rooms. From the outside, they don't look like much. The wood frames, shells of bare construction, little more than nail and stud, but inside is everything. They move hand in hand, so they won't lose each other. One space is glaringly bright, the next so dark the world seems to plunge away, and Addie shivers beside him, fingers tightening on Henry's arm. The next is pale with fog, like the inside of a cloud, and in the next, filaments as thin as rain rise and fall to every side. Henry runs his fingers through the field of silver drops, and they ring like chimes. The last room is filled with stars. It is a black chamber, identical to the one before it, only this time 1,000 pinprick lights break through the obscurity, carving a Milky Way close enough to touch, a majesty of constellations. And even in the almost dark, Henry can see Addie's upturned face, the edges of her smile. 300 years, she whispers, and you can still find something new. When they step out the other side, blinking in the afternoon light. She is already pulling him on, out of the sky and onto the next archway, the next set of doors, eager to discover whatever waits beyond. New York City, September 19th, 2013. 12th. For once, Henry is early, which, he figures, is better than being late. But he doesn't want to be too early, because that's even worse, even weirder. And he needs to stop overthinking it. He smooths his shirt, checks his hair in the side of a parked car, and goes inside. The taqueria is bright and bustling, a concrete cavern of a place, with garage door windows and a food truck parked in the corner of the room. And it doesn't matter if he's early, because Vanessa is already inside. She's traded the barista apron for leggings and a print dress, and her blonde hair, which he's only seen pulled up, hangs in loose waves around her face, and when she sees him, she breaks into a smile. "I'm glad you called," she says, and Henry smiles back. "So am I." They order using slips of paper and those little pencils Henry hasn't seen since he played mini golf one time when he was 10. Fingers brushing as she points to tacos, and he fills them in. Their hands touch again over the chips, legs skimming beneath the metal table, and each time it's like a tiny burst of light inside his chest. And for once, he isn't talking himself in and out of every single line, isn't chiding himself for each and every move, isn't convincing himself that he has to say the right thing. There's no need to find the right words when there are no wrong ones. He doesn't have to lie, doesn't have to try, doesn't have to be anyone but himself, because he is enough. The food is great, but the place is noisy, voices echoing off high ceilings, and Henry cringes when someone scrapes their chair back over the concrete floor. "Sorry," he says. "I know it's not fancy." He picked the place, knows they probably should have just gone for drinks, but it's New York. Cocktails cost twice as much as food, and he can barely afford even this on a bookseller's wages. "Dude," she says, stirring an agua fresca, "I work in a coffee shop." "At least you get tips." Vanessa feigns shock. "What? They don't tip booksellers?" "Nope, not even when you recommend a good book." He shakes his head. "That's a crime," she says. "You should put a jar on the counter." "What would I say?" He wraps his fingers on the table. "Books feed hungry minds. Tips feed the cat." Vanessa laughs, sudden and bright. "You're so funny." "Am the first?" She sticks out her tongue. "Fishing for compliments, are we?" "No," he says, "just curious. What do you see in me?" Vanessa smiles, suddenly shy. Well, it sounds cheesy, but you're exactly what I've been looking for." "And what's that?" He asks. If she said real, sensitive, thoughtful, he might have bought it. But she doesn't. She uses words like outgoing, funny, ambitious, and the more she talks about him, the thicker the frost in her eyes, the more it spreads, until he can barely make out the color beneath. And Henry wonders how she can see, but of course she can't. That's the point. They're at the Merchant a week later. He and Bea and Robbie. 3 beers and a basket of fries between them. "How's Vanessa?" she asks, while Robbie looks pointedly into his drink. "She's fine," says Henry. And she is. He is. They are. Been seeing a lot of her. Henry frowns. "You're the one who told me to get Tabitha out of my system." Bea holds up her hands. I know. This new. You know how things are. She's a carbon copy, mumbles Robbie. Henry turns on him. "Was that?" he asks, annoyed. "Speak up." "I know. They taught you how to project." Robbie takes a long swig of beer, looking miserable. "I'm just saying she's a carbon copy of Tabby. Wayfish, blonde, female." It's a long, running sore point between them. The fact that Henry is too gay. That he's attracted to a person first and their gender second. Robbie cringes, but doesn't apologize. "Besides," says Henry, "I didn't go after Vanessa. She picked me. She likes me." "Do you like her?" asks Bea. "Of course," he says, a little too fast. He likes her. And sure, he also likes that she likes him. The him that she sees. And there's a Venn diagram between those two. A place where they overlap. He's pretty sure he's safely in the shaded zone. He's not really using her. Is he? At least he's not the only one being shallow. She's using him too, painting someone else onto the canvas of her life. And if it's mutual, well, then, it's not his fault. Is it? "We just want you to be happy," Bea's saying. "After all that's happened, just don't go too fast." But for once, he's not the one who needs to slow down. Henry woke up that morning to chocolate chip pancakes and a glass of OJ, a little handwritten note on the counter beside, the plate with a heart and a 5th she's slept over the last 3 nights, and each time she left something behind. Blouse, a pair of shoes, a toothbrush in the holder by the sink. His friends stare at him, pale fog still swirling through their eyes, and he knows that they care, knows they love him, knows they only want the best for him. They have to now, thanks to the deal. "Don't worry," he says, sipping his beer. "I'll take it slow." Henry. He's half asleep when he feels her run a painted nail down his back. Weak gray light spills through the windows. He says, rolling over. Vanessa's got her head on one hand, blonde hair spilling down over the pillow. And he wonders how long she was leaning like that, waiting for him to wake up, before she finally intervened. "I need to tell you something." She gazes at him, eyes frosted with that milky light. He is beginning to dread that shine, the pale smoke that follows him from face to face. "What is it?" he asks, rising onto one elbow. "What's wrong?" "Nothing," She breaks into a smile. I love you. And the scary thing is, she sounds like she means it. You don't have to say it back. I know it's soon. I just wanted you to know. She nuzzles against him. Are you sure? He asks. I mean, it's only been a week. So what? She says, when you know, you know. And I know. Henry swallows, kisses her temple. I'm going to take a shower. He stands under the hot water as long as he can, wondering what he's supposed to say to that, if and how he can convince Vanessa that it isn't love. It's just obsession. But of course, that isn't really true either. He made the deal. He made the term. This is what he wanted, isn't it? He cuts the water off, wraps the towel around his waist, and smells smoke. Not the scent of a match lighting a candle, or something boiling over on the stove. The char-black smell of things that aren't supposed to be on fire and are now burning. Henry surges out into the hall and sees Vanessa in the kitchen, standing at the counter, box of matches in one hand, and the cardboard box of Tabitha's things burning in the sink. What are you doing? He demands. You're holding on to the past, she says, striking another match and tossing it into the box, like literally holding on. You've had this box as long as we've been together. I've only known you a week. He shouts, but she presses on. And you deserve better. You deserve to be happy. You deserve to live in the present. This is a good thing. This is closure. He knocks the matches from her hand and pushes her aside, reaching for the tap. The water hits the box in a sizzle, sending up a plume of smoke as it douses the flames. Vanessa, he says, gritting his teeth, I need you to go. Like home? Like go. Henry, she says, touching his arm. What did I do wrong? And he could point to the smoldering remains in his kitchen sink, or the fact it's all going way too fast, or the fact that when she looks at him, she sees someone else entirely. But instead, he just says, It's not you. It's me. No, it's not, she says, tears sliding down her face. I need some space, okay? I'm sorry, she sobs, clinging to him. I'm sorry. I love you. Her limbs are wrapped around his waist, head buried in his side. For a second, he thinks he might have to physically pry her off. Vanessa, let go. He guides her away, and she looks devastated, ruined. She looks the way he felt the night he made the deal, and it breaks his heart at the thought that she will walk out feeling that lost, that alone. I care about you, he says, gripping her shoulders. I care about you. I do. She brightens, just a little, a wilting plant fed water. So you're not mad? Of course he's mad. No, I'm not mad. She buries her face in his front, and he strokes her hair. You care about me. I do. He untangles himself. I'll call you. I promise. You promise, she echoes, as he helps her gather her things. I promise, he says, as he leads her down the hall. And out. The door shuts between them, and Henry sags back against it as the smoke alarm finally begins to ring. New York City, October 2003, 2013. 13th movie night. Robbie flings himself across Henry's sofa like a starfish, long limbs hanging off the back and sides. B rolls her eyes and shoves him over. Make room. Henry plucks the bag from the microwave, bouncing it from hand to hand to avoid the steam. He dumps the popcorn into the bowl. What's the movie? He asks, rounding the counter. The Shining. Henry groans. He's never been a fan of scary movies, but Robbie loves a reason to scream. Treats the whole thing like another kind of performance, and it's his week to choose. It's Halloween. Defends Robbie. It's the 23rd, says Henry. But Robbie treats holidays the way he treats birthdays, stretching them from days into weeks, and sometimes into seasons. Costume roll call, says B. Dressing up, he thinks, is just like watching cartoons, something you enjoyed as a kid before it passes through the no-man's land of teen angst, the ironic age of early 20s. And then, somehow, miraculously, it crosses back into the realm of the genuine, the nostalgic, a place reserved for wonder. Robbie strikes a pose from the sofa. Ziggy Stardust, he says, which makes sense. He spent the last several years working through Bowie's various incarnations. Last year, it was the thin white Duke. B announces she's going as the dread Pirate Roberts, pun intended, and Robbie reaches out and picks up a camera from Henry's coffee table, a vintage Nikon currently playing the part of paperweight. He cranes his head back and peers at Henry through the viewfinder, upside down. What about you? Henry's always loved Halloween. Not the scary part, just the excuse to change, be someone else. Robbie says he should have just become an actor, that they get to play dress up all year round. But the thought of living life on stage makes him queasy. He's been Freddie Mercury, and the Mad Hatter, Tuxedo Mask, and the Joker. But right now, he already feels like somebody else. I'm already in costume, he says, gesturing at his usual black jeans, his narrow shirt. Can't you tell who I am? Peter Parker. Ventures B. A bookseller. Harry Potter having a quarter-life crisis. Henry laughs and shakes his head. B narrows her eyes. You haven't picked anything yet, have you? No, he admits, but I will. Robbie is still fiddling with the camera. He turns it around, purses his lips, and snaps a photo. The camera gives a hollow click. There's no film. B plucks it from his hands. Why don't you take more photos? She asks. You're really good. Henry shrugs, unsure if she means it. Maybe in another life, he says, handing each of them a beer. You still could, you know, she says. It's not too late, maybe, but if he started now, would the photos stand on their own, judged good or bad, on their own merits? Or would each and every picture carry his wish forward? Would every person see the picture they wanted to see instead of the one he made? Would he ever trust them if they did? The movie starts, and Robbie insists on turning out all the lights. The three of them crammed together on the couch. They force Robbie to leave the bowl of popcorn on the table, so he can't throw it at the first scary moment. So Henry doesn't have to pick up kernels after they're gone, and he spends the next hour averting his eyes every time the score whines in warning. When the boy rolls his tricycle down the hall, B mutters, "Nope, nope, nope," and Robbie sits forward, leaning into the scare, and Henry buries his face in his shoulder. The twin girls appear, hand in hand, and Robbie grabs Henry's leg. And when the moment passes, a lull in the fear, Robbie's hand is still resting on his thigh, and it's like a broken cup coming back together, the shattered edges lining up just right, which is, of course, wrong. Henry gets up, taking the empty popcorn bowl and heading for the kitchen. Robbie swings his leg up over the back of the sofa. "I'll help. It's popcorn," Henry says over his shoulder as he rounds the corner. He tears the plastic wrapper off, shakes the pouch. "I'm pretty sure I just put the bag in the microwave and press the button." "You always let it go too long," says Robbie, right behind him. Henry tosses the pouch into the microwave and swings the door shut. He presses start, turns back toward the door. "So now you're the popcorn, Polly." He doesn't get a chance to finish before Robbie's mouth is on his. Henry sucks in a breath, surprised by the sudden kiss, but Robbie doesn't break away. He presses him back into the counter, hips into hips, fingers sliding along his jaw as the kiss deepens. "And this is better than all the other nights. This is better than the attention of 100 strangers. This is the difference between a hotel bed and home." Robbie is hard against him, and Henry's chest aches with want, and it would be so easy to fall back into this, to return to the familiar warmth of his kiss, his body, the simple comfort of something real. That's the problem. It was real. They were real, but like everything in Henry's life, it ended. Failed? He breaks the kiss as the first kernels begin to pop. "I've been waiting weeks to do that," whispers Robbie, his cheeks flushed, his eyes fever bright. But they're not clear. Fog winds through them, clouding the vivid blue. Henry lets out a shuddering breath, rubs his own eyes beneath his glasses. The popcorn rattles and pops, and Henry pulls Robbie into the hall, away from B and the horror movie score. And Robbie starts toward him again, thinking it's an invitation. But Henry puts his hand out, holding him back. "This is a mistake." "No, it's not," says Robbie. "I love you. I always have." And it sounds so honest, so real. Henry has to squeeze his eyes shut to focus. "Now, why did you break up with me?" "What?" "I don't know. You were different. We weren't a fit." "How?" Presses Henry. "You didn't know what you wanted. I wanted you. I wanted you to be happy." "Robbie, shakes his head. It can't just be about the other person. You have to be someone too. You have to know who you are. Back then, you didn't. He smiles. But now you do. But that's just it. He doesn't. Henry has no idea who he is. And now, neither does anyone else. He just feels lost. But this is the one road he won't take. He and Robbie were friends before they were more. Friends again, for years after. Robbie called it off when Henry was still in love with him. And now it's reversed. And Robbie's going to have to find a way to move on. Or at least find a way to smooth in love into love, the way Henry had done when it was him. How long does it take to make popcorn? Shouts B. A singed smell wafts from microwave, and Henry pushes past Robbie into the kitchen, hits the stop button, pulls the bag out. He's too late. The popcorn is irretrievably burned. New York City, November 14th, 2013. Steve! Thank God Brooklyn has so many coffee shops. Henry hasn't been back into roast, not since the Great Fire of 2013, as Robbie calls the whole Vanessa incident, with a little too much glee. He gets to the front of the line and orders a latte from a very nice guy named Patrick, who is mercifully straight, who looks at him with cloudy eyes, but only seems to see a perfect customer, someone friendly and brief. And Henry, his stomach drops, because he knows that voice, high and sweet, knows the way it bends around his name. And it is that night again, and he is down on one knee like a fool, as she says no. You're great. You really are. But you're not. He turns around, and there she is. Tabitha. Her hair has gotten a little longer, the bangs grown out into a sweep of blonde across her forehead, a curl against her cheek, and she stands with the easy grace of a dancer between poses. Henry hasn't seen her since that night, has managed, until now, to avoid her, to avoid this. And he wants to back away, to put as much distance between them as possible. But his legs refuse to move. She smiles at him, bright and warm. He remembers being in love with that smile, back when it felt like a victory every time he earned a glimpse. Now she simply hands it to him, brown eyes shrouded in fog. "I've missed you," she says. "I've missed you so much." "I've missed you, too," he says. Because it is the truth. 2 years of a life together, replaced by a life apart, and there will always be an empty space in the shape of her. "I had a box of your things," he says, "but there was a fire." "Though God..." She touches his arm. "Are you okay? Was anyone hurt?" "No, no." He shakes his head, thinking of Vanessa, standing over the sink. "It was, contained." Tabitha sways into him. "Oh, good." Up close, she smells like lilacs. It took a week for that scent to fade from his sheets, another for it to vanish from the sofa cushions, the shower towels. She leans into him, and it would be so easy to lean back, to give in to the same dangerous gravity that drew him to Robbie, the familiar pull of something loved and lost and then returned. But it isn't real. It isn't real. Tabitha, he says, guiding her back. You ended things. No, shakes her head. I wasn't ready to take the next step. But I never wanted it to end. I love you, Henry. And despite it all, he falters because he believes her. Or at least he believes that she believes herself. And that is worse, because it still doesn't make it real. Can't we try again? She asks. Henry swallows and shakes his head. He wants to ask her what she sees, to understand the chasm between who he was and what she wanted. But he doesn't, because in the end, it doesn't matter. The fog twists across her vision, and he knows that whoever she sees, it isn't him. Never was. It never will be. So he lets her go. New York City, March 18th, 2014. Henry and Addie offer up their rubber bands to the artifact, sacrificing one color at a time. For the purple band, they walk through puddles, inch-thick pools that ripple around their feet. Beneath the water, the ground is made of mirrors, shimmering, reflecting everyone and everything. Addie stares down at the ribbons of motion, the ripples fading, and if hers end a moment sooner than his, it is hard to say. For the yellow, they are guided into soundproof cubes the size of closets, ones that amplify the noise, and others that seem to swallow every breath. It is a hall of mirrors. If the bending surfaces warped a voice instead of a reflection, the first message tells them to whisper, the word stenciled on the wall in small, black type. And when Addie whispers, "I have a secret," the words bend and loop and wrap around them. The next tells them to shout, this stenciled word as large as the wall it's written on. Henry can't bring himself to go above a small, self-conscious holler. But Addie draws a breath and roars, the way you would beneath a bridge if a train was going by, and something in the fearless freedom of it gives him air. And suddenly, he is emptying his lungs, the sound guttural and broken, as wild as a scream. And Addie doesn't shrink away. She simply raises her voice, and together they shout themselves breathless. They scream themselves hoarse. They leave the cubes feeling dizzy and light. His lungs will hurt tomorrow, and it will be worth it. By the time they stumble out, sound rushing back into their ears, the sun is going down, and the clouds are on fire, one of those strange spring nights that casts an orange light on everything. They walk over to the nearest rail and look out at the city, the light reflecting on the buildings, streaking sunset across steel, and Henry pulls her back against him, kisses the crook of her neck, smiling into her collar. He is sugar high and a little drunk, and happier than he has ever been. Addie is better than any little pink umbrella. She is better than strong whiskey on a cold night. Better than anything he's felt in ages. When Henry is with her, time speeds up, and it doesn't scare him. When he is with Addie, he feels alive, and it doesn't hurt. She leans back against him, as if he is the umbrella, and she the one in need of shelter. And Henry holds his breath, as if that will keep the sky aloft, as if that will keep the days from passing, as if that will keep it all from falling down. New York City, December 9th, 2013. Steenth. B always says returning to campus is like coming home, but it doesn't feel that way to Henry. Then again, he never felt at home, only a vague sense of dread, the eggshell-laden walk of someone constantly in danger of disappointing. And that's pretty much what he feels now. So maybe she's right, after all. "Mr. Strauss," says the dean, reaching across the desk, "I'm so glad you could make it." They shake hands, and Henry lowers himself into the office chair, the same chair he sat in 3 years ago when Dean Melrose threatened to fail him if he didn't have the sense to leave. "And now you want to be enough. Sorry it took me so long," he says. But the dean waves away the apology. "You're a busy man, I'm sure." "Right," says Henry, shifting in his seat. His suit chafes. Too many months spent among mothballs in the back of the closet. He doesn't know what to do with his hands. "So," he says awkwardly, "you said there was a position open in the theology school, but you didn't say if it was adjunct or an aide." "It's tenure." Henry stares at the salt and pepper man across the table and has to resist the urge to laugh in his face. A tenure track isn't just coveted, it's cutthroat. People spend years vying for those positions. And you thought of me the moment I saw you in that cafe, says the dean with a fundraising smile. You want to be whatever they want. The dean sits forward in his chair. The question, Mr. Strauss, is simple. What do you want for yourself? The words echo through his head, a terrible, reverberating symmetry. It's the same question Melrose asked that autumn day when he called Henry into his office 3 years into his Ph.D. and told him it was over. On some level, Henry knew it was coming. He'd already transferred from the theological seminary into the broader religious studies program, focus sliding over and between themes that 100 people had already explored, unable to find new ground, unable to believe. What do you want for yourself? He'd asked, and Henry considered saying my parents' pride, but that didn't seem like a good answer, so he'd said the next truest thing, that he honestly wasn't sure, that he'd blinked, and somehow years had gone by, and everyone else had carved their trenches, paved their paths, and he was still standing in a field, uncertain where to dig. The dean had listened, and leaned his elbows on the table, and told him that he was good. But good wasn't enough, which meant, of course, he wasn't enough. What do you want for Naif? The dean asks now, and Henry still doesn't have any other answer. I don't know. And this is the part where the dean shakes his head, where he realizes that Henry Strauss is still as lost as ever. He doesn't, of course. He smiles and says, "That's okay. It's good to be open. But you do want to come back, don't you?" Henry is silent. He sits with the question. He always liked learning, loved it really. If he could have spent his whole life sitting in a lecture hall, taking notes, could have drifted from department to department, haunting different studies, soaking up language and history and art, maybe he would have felt full, happy. That's how he spent the first 2 years. And those first 2 years, he was happy. He had Bee and Robbie, and all he had to do was learn. Build a foundation. It was the house, the one that he was supposed to build on top of that smooth surface. That was the problem. It was just so permanent. Choosing a class became choosing a discipline, and choosing a discipline became choosing a career. Choosing a career became choosing a life. And how was anyone supposed to do that when you only had one? But teaching might be a way to have what he wanted. Teaching is an extension of learning, a way to be a perpetual student. And yet, "I'm not qualified, sir." "You're an unconventional choice," the dean admits. "But that doesn't mean you're the wrong one. Except, in this case, that's exactly what it means." "I don't have my doctorate." The frost spreads into a sheen of ice across the dean's vision. "You have a fresh perspective. Aren't there requirements?" "There are, but there's a measure of latitude to account for different backgrounds." "I don't believe in God." The words tumble out like stones, landing heavy on the desk between them. And Henry realizes, now that they're out, that they aren't entirely true. He doesn't know what he believes, hasn't for a long time, but it's hard to entirely discount the presence of a higher power when he recently sold his soul to a lower one. Henry realizes the room is still quiet. The dean looks at him for a long moment, and he thinks he's done it. He's broken through. But then Melrose leans forward and says, in a measured tone, "I don't either." He sits back. "Mr. Strauss, we are an academic institution, not a church. Dissent is at the heart of dissemination. But that's the problem. No one will dissent." Henry looks at Dean Melrose and imagines seeing that same blind acceptance on the face of every faculty member, every teacher, every student, and feels ill. They'll look at him and see exactly what they want, who they want, and even if he comes across someone who wants to argue, who relishes conflict or debate, it won't be real. None of it will ever be real again. Across the table, the dean's eyes are a milky gray. "You can have anything you want, Mr. Strauss. Be anyone you want, and we'd like to have you here." He stands, holds out his hand. "Think about it." Henry says, "I will," and he does. He thinks about it on the way across campus and on the subway, every station carrying him farther away from that life, the one that was and the one that wasn't. Thinks about it as he unlocks the store, shrugs out of the ill-fitting coat, and flings it onto the nearest shelf. undoes the tie at his throat, thinks about it as he feeds the cat, and unpacks the latest box of books, gripping them until his fingers ache. But at least they're solid, they're real, and he can feel the storm clouds forming in his head. So he goes into the back room, finds the bottle of Meredith's whiskey, a few fingers, worth left over from the day after his deal, and carries it back to the front of the store. It's not even noon, but Henry doesn't care. He pulls out the cork and fills a coffee cup as the customers filter in, waiting for someone to shoot him a dirty look, to shake their head in disapproval, or mutter something, or even leave. But they all just keep shopping, keep smiling, keep looking at Henry as if he can't do anything wrong. Finally, an off-duty cop comes in, and Henry doesn't even try to hide the bottle by the till. Instead, he looks straight at the man and takes a long drink from his cup, certain that he's breaking some law, either because of the open container or the public intoxication. But the cop only smiles and raises an imaginary glass. "Cheers," he says, eyes frosting over as he speaks. "Take a drink every time you hear a lie." "You're a great cook," they say, as you burn toast. "You're so funny. You've never told a joke. You're so handsome, ambitious, successful, strong. Are you drinking yet? You're so charming, clever, sexy. Drink. So confident, so shy, so mysterious, so open. You are impossible. A paradox, a collection at odds. You are everything to everyone. The son they never had, the friend they always wanted, a generous stranger, a successful son, a perfect gentleman, a perfect partner, a perfect. Drink, they love your body, your abs, your laugh, the way you smell, the sound of your voice. They want you, not you. They need you, not you. They love you, not you. You are whoever they want you to be. You are more than enough, because you are not real. You are perfect, because you don't exist. Not you, never you. They look at you and see whatever they want, because they don't see you at all. New York City, December 31st, 2013. Teeth. The clock is ticking down. The last minutes of the year dropping away. Everyone says to live in the now, to savor the moment. But it's hard when the moment involves 100%. People crammed into a rent-controlled apartment in Bed-Stuy that Robbie is sharing with 2 other actors. Henry is trapped in a hall corner where the coat rack meets a closet. He has a beer hanging from one hand and the other tangled in the shirt of the guy kissing him, a guy who's definitely out of Henry's league, or who would be if Henry still had one. He thinks the guy's name is Mark, but it was hard to hear over all the noise. It could be Max or Malcolm. Henry doesn't know, and he wants to say, this is the first person he's kissed tonight, even the first guy. But the truth is, he isn't sure about that either. Isn't sure how many drinks he's had, or if the taste melting on his tongue right now is sugar or something else. Henry has been drinking too much, too fast, trying to wash away, and there are too many people in the castle. The castle, that's what they call Robbie's place, though Henry can't remember exactly when they christened it that, or why. He searches for Bee, hasn't seen her since he waded through the crowd into the kitchen an hour before, saw her perched on the counter, playing bartender and holding court for a group of women, and suddenly the guy is fumbling with Henry's belt. "Wait," he says. But the music is loud enough he has to shout, has to pull Max Malcolm's ear against his mouth, which Max Malcolm takes as a sign to keep kissing him. "Wait," he shouts, pushing back. "Do you even want this?" Which is a stupid question, or at least the wrong one. The pale smoke swirls in the stranger's eyes. "Why wouldn't I?" he asks, sinking to his knees. But Henry catches his elbow. "Stop. Just stop." He pulls him up. "What do you see in me?" A question he has come to ask of everyone, hoping to hear something like the truth. But the guy looks at him, eyes clouded with frost, and rattles off the words, "You're gorgeous, sexy, smart." "How?" Henry shouts over the music. "What?" the other guy shouts back. "How? No, I'm smart." We barely spoke, but Max Malcolm only smiles a sloppy, heavy-lidded grin, his mouth red from kissing, and says, "I just know. And it's not enough anymore. It's not okay." And Henry's in the process of untangling himself when Robbie rounds the corner and sees Max Malcolm practically mounting Henry in the hall. Robbie looks at him as if he's flung a beer in his face. He turns and leaves, and Henry groans, and the guy grinding against him seems to think the sound is for him, and it's too hot in here for Henry to think, to breathe. The room is starting to spin, and Henry murmurs something about having to pee, but walks straight past the toilet and into Robbie's room, shutting the door behind him. He goes to the window, shoves up the glass, and is hit full in the face with a blast of icy cold. It bites at his skin as he climbs out onto the fire escape. He sucks in a breath of cold air, lets it burn his lungs, has to lean on the window to get it shut again. But the moment the glass comes down, the world hushes. It's not quiet. New York is never quiet, and New Year's has sent a current rippling through the city. But at least he can breathe, can think, can wash away the night, the year, in relative peace. He goes to take a swig of beer, but the bottle's empty. "Fuck," he mutters, to no one but himself. He's freezing, his coat buried somewhere in the pile on Robbie's bed. But he can't bring himself to go back inside for a jacket or a drink. Can't bear the tide of turning heads, the smoke filling their eyes. Doesn't want the weight of their attention. And he can see the irony in that. He really can. Right now he'd give anything for one of Muriel's little pink umbrellas. But he's run out. So he sinks down onto the freezing metal steps, tells himself he's happy, tells himself that this is what he wanted. He sets the empty bottle beside a pot that used to be home to a plant. Right now, it holds only a small mountain of cigarette stubs. Sometimes Henry wishes he smoked, just for the excuse to get some air. He tried once or twice, but he couldn't get over the taste of tar, the stale smell it left on his clothes. He had this one aunt growing up who smoked until her nails went yellow and her skin cracked like old leather, until every cough sounded like she had loose change rattling in her chest. Every time he took a drag, he thought of her and felt ill, and he didn't know if it was the memory or the taste, only knew it wasn't worth it. There was pot, of course, but pot was something you were supposed to share with other people, not sneak away to smoke alone. And anyway, it always made him hungry and sad, or really sadder. It didn't iron out any of the wrinkles in his brain. After too many hits just made them into spirals, thoughts turning in and in and in on themselves forever. He has this vivid memory of getting stoned senior year. He and Bea and Robbie lying in a tangle of limbs on the Columbia Quad at 3 a.m, high as kites and staring up at the sky. And even though they had to squint to make out any stars, and it might have just been their eyes struggling for purchase on the black expanse, Bea and Robbie went on and on about how big it all was, how wonderful, how calm it made them feel to be so small. And Henry didn't say anything because he was too busy holding his breath to keep from screaming. "What the hell are you doing out here?" Bea is leaning out the window. She swings her leg over the sill and joins him out on the step, hissing when her leggings meet the cold metal. They sit in silence for a few moments. Henry stares out over the buildings. The clouds are low, the lights of Times Square shining up against them. "Robbie's in love with me," he says. "Robbie's always been in love with you," says Bea. "But that's the thing," he says, shaking his head. "He wasn't in love with who I was. Not really. He was in love with who I could have been. He wanted me to change, and I didn't. And why should you change?" She turns to look at him, the frost swirling across her vision. "You're perfect, just the way you are." Henry swallows. "And what is that?" he asks. "What am I?" He's been afraid to ask, afraid to know the meaning of the shine in her eyes, what she sees when she looks at him. Even now he wishes he could take it back. But Bea just smiles and says, "You're my best friend, Henry." His chest loosens just a little, because that's real, it's true. Then she keeps going. "You're sweet and sensitive and an amazing listener." And that last part makes his stomach drop, because Henry's never been a good listener. He's lost count of the number of fights they've gotten in because he wasn't paying attention. "You're always there when I need you," she goes on, and his chest aches, because he knows he has been. And this isn't like all the other lies. This isn't washboard abs, or a chiseled jaw, or a deep voice. This isn't witty charm, or the son you've always wanted, or the brother you miss. Isn't any of the 1,000 things other people see when they look at him, things out of his control. I wish you saw yourself the way I see you. What B sees is a good friend, and Henry has no excuse for not already being one. He puts his head in his hands, presses his palms against his eyes until he sees stars, and wonders if he can fix this, just this, if he can become the version of Henry that B sees. If it will make the frost in her eyes go away again. If she, at least, will see him clearly. I'm sorry, he whispers into the space between his knees and chest. He feels her run her fingers through his hair. For what? And what is he supposed to... Henry lets out a shuddering breath and looks up. If you could have anything, he says, what would you ask for? That depends, she says. What's the cost? How do you know there's a cost? There's always give and take. Okay, says Henry, if you sold your soul for one thing, what would it be? B. Choose her lip. Happiness. What is that? He asks. I mean, is it just feeling happy for no reason? Or is it making other people happy? Is it being happy with your job? Or your life? Or B laughs. You always overthink things, Henry. She looks out over the fire escape. I don't know. I guess I just mean I'd want to be happy with myself. Satisfied. What about you? He thinks of lying, doesn't. I think I'd want to be loved. B looks at him. Then, eyes swirling with frost, and even through the mist, she looks suddenly, immeasurably sad. You can't make people love you, Hen. If it's not a choice, it isn't real. Henry's mouth goes dry. She's right. Oh, she's right. And he's an idiot, trapped in a world where nothing's real. B knocks her shoulder against his. Come back in, she says. Find someone to kiss before midnight. It's good luck. She rises, waiting. But Henry can't bring himself to stand. It's okay, he says. You, and he knows it's the deal he's made. Knows it's what she sees, and not what he is. But he's still relieved when B sits back down and leans against him, a best friend staying with him in the dark. And soon the music dims, and the voices rise, and Henry can hear the countdown at their back. 10, 9, 8, God, 7, 6, 5. What has he done? 4, 3, 2. It's going too fast. 1. The air fills with whistles and cheers and wishes, and B presses her lips against his, a moment of warmth against the cold. Just like that, the year is gone. The clock's reset. A 3 replaced by a 4. And Henry knows that he has made a terrible mistake. He has asked the wrong God for the wrong thing, and now he is enough because he is nothing. He is perfect because he isn't there. It's going to be a good year, says B. I can feel it. She sighs a plume of fog into the air between them. Fuck, it's freezing. She stands, rubbing her hands. Let's go in. You go ahead, he says. I'll be there soon. And she believes him, her steps clanking as she crosses the fire escape and slips back through the window, leaving it open for him to follow. Henry sits there, alone in the dark, until he cannot stand the cold. New York City, winter 2014. Teeth. Henry gives up, resigns himself to the prism of his deal, which he has come to think of as a curse. He tries to be a better friend, a better brother, a better son, tries to forget the meaning of the fog in people's eyes, tries to pretend that it is real, that he is real. And then, one day, he meets a girl. She walks into the store and steals a book. And when he catches her in the street, and she turns to look at him, there is no frost, no film, no wall of ice, just clear brown eyes and a heart-shaped face. 7 freckles scattered across her cheeks like stars, and Henry thinks it must be a trick of the light. But she comes back the next day, and there it is again. The absence, not just an absence either, but something in its place. A presence, a solid weight, the first steady pull he's felt in months, the strength of someone else's gravity. Another orbit. And when the girl looks at him, she doesn't see perfect. She sees someone who cares too much, who feels too much, who is lost and hungry and wasting inside his curse. She sees the truth, and he doesn't know how or why, only knows that he doesn't want it to end. Because for the first time in months, in years, in his whole life perhaps, Henry doesn't feel cursed at all. For the first time, he feels seen. New York City, March 18th, 2014. There is only one exhibit left. As the light thins, Henry and Addie hand over their blue rubber bands and step into a space composed only of plexiglass. The clear walls rise in rows. They remind him of the stacks in a library or at the store. But there are no books, only a sign mounted in the air overhead that reads, "You are the art." Bowls of neon paint sit out in every aisle, and sure enough, the walls are covered in markings, signatures and scribbles, handprints and patterns. Some run the length of the wall, and others are nested, like secrets, inside the larger marks. Addie dips a finger in green paint and brings it to the wall. She draws a spiral, a single expanding mark. But by the time she reaches the 4th loop, the first has already faded, dropping away like a pebble in deep water. Impossible. Erased. Her face doesn't falter, doesn't fall. But he can see the sadness before it drops as well, sinking out of sight. How do you hold on? He wants to ask. Instead, he dips his hand into the green paint, reaches past her, but he doesn't draw anything. Instead, he waits, hovering above the glass. "Put your hand over mine," he says. And she hesitates only a moment before pressing her palm to the back of his hand, ghosting her fingers over his own. "There," he says. "Now we can draw." She folds her hand over his, guides his index finger to the glass, and leaves a single mark, a line of green. He can feel the air lodge in her chest, can feel the sudden stiffness in her limbs as she waits for it to disappear. But it doesn't. It stays, staring back at them in that fearless shade. Something breaks inside her. Then she makes a second mark, and a third, lets out a breathless laugh. Then, her hand on his, and his on the glass, Addie begins to draw. For the first time in 300 years, she draws birds and trees, draws a garden, draws a workshop, draws a city, draws a pair of eyes. The images spill out of her, and through him, and onto the wall with a clumsy, frenzied need. And she's laughing, tears streaming down her cheeks. And he wants to wipe them away, but his hands are her hands, and she is drawing. And then she dips his finger in the paint and brings it to the pane of glass, and this time she writes in halting cursive, one letter at a time. Her name. It sits, nested among the many drawings. Addie LaRue, 10 letters. 2 words. It is no different, he thinks, from the 100 other marks they've made. But it is. He knows it is. Her hand drops away from his, and she reaches out, runs her fingers through the letters. And for a moment, the name is ruined. Streaks of green against the glass. But by the time her fingers fall away, it is back, unmarred, unchanged. Something changes in her. Then it rolls over her, the way storms roll over him. But this is different. This is not dark, but dazzling, a sudden piercing sharpness. And then she is pulling him away, away from the maze, away from the people stretched beneath the starless night, away from the carnival of art and the island. And he realizes she is not pulling him away at all, but toward something, toward the ferry, toward the subway, toward Brooklyn, toward home. The whole way, she holds tightly to Henry, their fingers intertwined, the green paint staining both their hands. As they climb the stairs, as he opens the door, and then she lets go, surging past him, through the apartment. He finds her in the bedroom, pulling a blue notebook from the shelf, scrounging a pen from the table. She presses them both into his hands, and Henry sinks onto the edge of the bed, folds back the cover of the notebook, one of a dozen he's never used, and she kneels, breathless, beside him. "Do it again," she says, and he brings the ballpoint to the blank page and writes her name in tight but careful script. Addie LaRue. It doesn't dissolve. It doesn't fade. It sits there, alone in the center of the page, and Henry looks up at her, waiting for her to go on, to dictate what comes next, and she looks down past him, at the words. Addie clears her throat. "This is how it starts," she says, and he begins to write. Part 5. The shadow who smiled and the girl who smiled back. Title: Ho portado l'estel a letto. Artist: Matteo Renati. Date: C. 1806 to 08. Medium: 20 centimeters. X 35 centimeters. Pencil sketch on parchment. Location: on loan from the Gallery dell'Accademia. Description: an illustration of a woman, the lines of her body imitated by the twisting bedsheets. Her face is little more than angles, framed by messy hair, but the artist has given her one very specific feature: 7 small freckles in a band across her cheeks. Background: this drawing, found in Renati's 1806-8 notebook, is thought by some to be the inspiration for his later masterpiece, The Muse. While the model's pose and the work's medium are different, the number and placement of the freckles is conspicuous enough for many to speculate on the model's enduring importance in Renati's work. Estimated value: $267,000. Villon-sur-Sarthe, France, July 29th, 1764. Addie makes her way to the church. It sits near the center of Villon, squat and gray and unchanged, the field beside it bordered by a low stone wall. It does not take her long to find her father's grave. Yen Lao. Her father's grave is spare, a name, and dates, a Bible verse. Everyone who calls on the name of the Lord will be saved. No mention of the man her father was. No mention of his craft, or even his kindness. A life reduced to a block of stone, a patch of grass. Along the way, Addie had picked a handful of flowers, wild things that grow at the edge of the path, weedy blossoms, yellow and white. She kneels to set them on the ground, stops when she sees the dates below her father's name: 1670 to 1714, the year she left. She searches her memory, tries to remember any signs of sickness, the cough that lingered in his chest, the shadow of weakness in his limbs. The memories from her second life are trapped in amber, perfectly preserved. But the ones from before, when she was Addie LaRue, memories of kneading bread on a stool beside her mother, of watching her father carve faces into blocks of wood, of trailing Estelle through the shallows of the Sarthe, those are fading. The 23 years she lived before the woods, before the deal, worn to little more than edges. Later, Addie will be able to recall almost 300 years in perfect detail, every moment of every day, preserved. But she is already losing the sound of her father's laugh. She cannot remember the exact color of her mother's eyes, cannot recall the set of Estelle's jaw. For years, she will lie awake and tell herself stories of the girl she'd been, in hopes of holding fast to every fleeting fragment. But it will have the opposite effect. The memories, like talismans, too often touched like Saint Anneau coins, the etching worn down to silver plate and faint impressions. As for her father's sickness, it must have stolen in between one season and the next, and for the first time, Addie is grateful for the cleansing nature of her curse, for having made the deal at all, not for her own sake, but for her mother's, that Marthe LaRue had only to grieve one loss, instead of two. Jean is buried among the other members of their family, an infant sister who only saw 2 years, a mother and father, both gone before Addie herself was 10. One row over, their own parents and unmarried siblings. The plot beside him, empty and waiting for his wife. There is no place for her, of course. But this string of graves, like a timeline, charting from the past into the future, this is what drove her to the woods that night. The fear of a life like this, leading to the same small patch of grass. Staring down at her father's grave, Addie feels the heavy sadness of finality, the weight of an object coming to rest. The grief has come and gone. She lost this man 50 years ago. She has already mourned, and though it hurts, the pain isn't fresh. It has long dulled to an ache, the wound given way to scar. She lays the flowers on her father's grave and rises, moving deeper between the plots, drawn back in time with every step until she is no longer Addie, but Adeline, no longer a ghost but flesh and blood and mortal, still bound to this place, roots aching like phantom limbs. She studies the names on the gravestones, knows each and every one. But the difference is that once upon a time, the names knew her too. Here is Roger, buried beside his first and only wife, Pauline. Here is Isabel and her youngest, Sarah, taken in the same year. And here, almost in the center of the yard, is the name that matters most, the one that held her hand so many times, showed her there was more to life. Estelle Magritte, reads her tombstone. 1602 bis 1719. The dates are carved over a simple cross, and Addie can almost hear the old woman hissing through her teeth. Estelle? Buried in the shadow of a house she did not worship. Estelle, who would say that a soul is just the seed, returned to soil, who wanted nothing but a tree over her bones. She should have been laid to rest at the edge of the woods, or amid the vegetables in her garden. She should have at least been buried in a corner plot, where the branches of an old yew reach over the low wall to shade the graves. Addie crosses to the small shed at the edge of the churchyard, and finds a trowel amid the tools, and sets off for the woods. It is the height of summer, but the air is cool beneath the cover of the trees. Midday, but still the smell of night lingers on the leaves. The scent of this place, so universal and specific, with every breath, the taste of soil on her tongue, the memory of desperation, a girl sinking her hands into the dirt as she prayed. Now she sinks the trowel instead, coaxes a sapling from the soil. It is a fragile thing, likely to fall over with the next strong storm, but she carries it back to the churchyard, cradled like an infant in her hands. And if anyone finds it strange, they will forget about the sight long before they think to tell anyone. And if they notice the tree growing over the old woman's grave, perhaps they will stop and think of older gods again. And as Addie leaves the church behind, the bells begin to chime, calling the villagers to Mass. She walks down the road as they pour from their homes, children clinging to their mothers' hands, and men and women side by side. Some faces new to her and others she knows. There's George Therault, and Roger's oldest daughter, and Isabel's 2 sons. And the next time Addie comes, they will all be dead. The last of her old life, her first life, buried in the same 10-meter plot. The hut sits abandoned at the edge of the woods. The low fence has fallen in, and Estelle's garden is long overgrown. The house itself slowly giving way, sagging with age and neglect. The door is shut fast, but the shutters hang on broken joints, exposing the glass of a single window, cracked open like a tired eye. The next time Addie comes, the frame of the house will be lost beneath the green, and the time after that, the woods will have crept forward and swallowed it all. But today it still stands, and she makes her way up the weedy path, the stolen lantern in one hand. She keeps expecting the old woman to step out of the woods, wrinkled arms filled with cuttings, but the only rustle comes from magpies and the sound of her own feet. Inside, the hut is damp and empty, the dark space littered with debris, the clay shards of a broken cup, a crumbling table, but gone are the bowls in which she mixed her salves, and the cane she used when the weather was wet, and the bundles of herbs that hung from the rafters, and the iron pot that sat in the hearth. Addie is sure that Estelle's things were taken up after her death, parceled out through the village, just as her life was, deemed public property simply because she did not wed. Villain, her ward, because Estelle had no child. She goes into the garden and harvests what she can from the wild plot, carries the ragged bounty of carrots and long beans inside, and sets it on the table. She throws the shutters open and finds herself face to face with the woods. The trees stand in a dark line, tangled branches clawing at the sky. Their roots are inching forward, crawling into the garden and across the lawn. A slow and patient advance. The sun is sinking now, and even though it's summer, a damp has crawled in through the gaps in the thatched roof between the stones and under the door, and a chill hangs over the bones of the little hut. Addie carries a stolen lantern to the hearth. It has been a rainy month, and the wood is damp, but she is patient, coaxing the flame from the lamp until it catches on the kindling. 50 years, and she is still learning the shape of her curse. She cannot make a thing, but she can use it. She cannot break a thing, but she can steal it. She cannot start a fire, but she can keep it going. She does not know if it's some kind of mercy, or simply a crack in the mortar of her curse, one of the few fissures she's found in the walls of this new life. Perhaps Luke hasn't noticed, or perhaps he has put them there on purpose, to draw her out, to make her hope. Addie draws a smoldering twig from the fireplace and brings it idly to the threadbare rug. It is dry enough that it should catch and burn, but it does not. It gutters and cools too quickly. Just outside the safety of its hearth, she sits on the floor, humming softly as she feeds stick after stick into blaze until it burns the chill off the place, like a breath scattering dust. She feels him like a draft. He does not knock. He never knocks. One moment she is alone, and the next she is not. Adeline. She hates the way it makes her feel to hear him say her name. Hates the tan way she leans into the word like a body seeking shelter from a storm. Luke. She turns, expecting to see him as he was in Paris, dressed in the fine salon fashion. But instead, he is exactly as he was the night they met, wind-blown and shadow-edged, in a simple dark tunic, the laces open at the collar. The firelight dances across his face, shades the edges of his jaw and cheek and brow like charcoal. His eyes slide over the meager bounty on the sill before returning to her. Back where you started. Addie rises to her feet, so he can't look down on her. 50 years, he says. How quickly they go by. They have not gone quickly at all, not for her, and he knows it. He is looking for bare skin, soft places to slide the knife. But she will not give him such an easy target. No time at all, she echoes coolly. To think one life would ever be enough. Luke flashes only the edge of a smile. What a picture you make, tending that fire. You could almost be Estelle. It is the first time she has heard that name on his lips, and there is something in the way he says it, almost wistful. Luke crosses to the window and looks out at the line of trees. How many nights she stood here and whispered out into the woods. He glances over his shoulder, a coy grin playing over his lips. For all her talk of freedom, she was so lonely in the end. Addie shakes her head. No, you should have been here with her, he says. Should have eased her pain when she was ill. Should have laid her down to rest. You owed her that. Addie draws back as if struck. You were so selfish, Adeline. And because of you, she died alone. We all die alone. That is what Estelle would say. At least, she thinks. She hopes. Once she would have been certain. But the confidence has faded with the memory of the woman's voice. Across the room, the darkness moves. One moment he is at the window. The next, he is behind her, his voice threading through her hair. She was so ready to die, Luke says, so desperate for that spot in the shade. She stood at that window and begged and begged. I could have given it to her, a memory, old fingers tight around her wrist. Never pray to the gods that answer after dark. Addie turns on him. I would never have prayed to you. A flickering smile. No, a sneer, but think of how sad she'd be to know you did. Addie's temper flares. Her hand flies out before she thinks to stop it, and even then, she half expects to find no purchase, only air and smoke. But Luke is caught off guard, and so her palm strikes skin, or something like it. His head turns a fraction with the force of the blow. There is no blood on those perfect lips, of course. No heat on that cool skin. But she has at least wiped the smile from his face. Or so she until he begins to laugh. The sound is eerie, unreal, and when he turns his face back toward her, she stills. There is nothing human in it now. The bones are too sharp, the shadows too deep, the eyes too bright. You forget yourself, he says, his voice dissolving into wood smoke. You forget me. Pain lances up through Addie's feet, sudden and sharp. She looks down, searching for a wound, but the pain lights her from within, a deep internal ache, the force of every step she's ever walked. Perhaps I have been too merciful. The pain climbs through her limbs, infecting knee and hip, wrist and shoulder. Her legs buckle beneath her, and it is all she can do not to scream. The darkness looks down with a smile. I have made this too easy. Addie watches in horror as her hands begin to wrinkle and thin blue veins standing out beneath papery skin. You asked only for life. I gave you your health and youth as well. Her hair comes loose from its bun and hangs lank before her eyes, the strands going dry and brittle and gray. It has made you arrogant. Her sight weakens, vision blurring, until the room is only smudges and vague shapes. Perhaps you need to suffer. Addie squeezes her eyes shut, heart fluttering with panic. No, she says, and it is the closest she has ever come to pleading. She can feel him moving closer, can feel the shadow of him looming over her. I will take away these pains. I will let you rest. I will even raise a tree over your bones. And all you have to do, the voice seeps through the dark, is surrender. That word, like a tear in the veil. And for all the pain and terror of this moment, Addie knows she will not give in. She has survived worse. She will survive worse. This is nothing but a god's foul temper. When she finds the breath to speak, the words come out in a ragged whisper. Go to hell. She braces herself, wonders if he will rot her all the way through, bend her body into a corpse and leave her there, a broken husk on the old woman's floor. But there is only more laughter, low and rumbling, and then nothing. The night stretching into stillness. Addie is afraid to open her eyes, but when she does, she finds herself alone. The ache has faded from her bones. Her loose hair has regained its chestnut shade. Her hands, once ruined, are again young, smooth, and strong. She rises, shaking, and turns toward the hearth. But the fire, so carefully tended, has gone out. That night, Addie curls up on the moldering pallet, beneath a threadbare blanket left unclaimed, and thinks of Estelle. She closes her eyes and inhales until she can almost smell the herbs that clung to the old woman's hair, the garden, and sap on her skin. She holds fast to the memory of Estelle's crooked smile, her crow-like laugh, the voice she used when she spoke to gods, and the one she used with Addie. Back when she was young, when Estelle taught her not to be afraid of storms, of shadows, of sounds in the night. New York City, March 19th, 2014. Zweit. Addie leans against the window, watching the sun rise over Brooklyn. She wraps her fingers around a cup of tea, savoring the heat against her palms. The glass fogs with cold, the dregs of winter clinging to the edges of the day. She is wearing one of Henry's sweatshirts, cotton branded with the Columbia logo. It smells like him, like old books and fresh coffee. She pads barefoot back into the bedroom, where Henry lies face down, arms folded beneath the pillow, his cheek turned away. And in that moment, he looks so much like Luke, and yet nothing like Luke at all. The resemblance between them wavers like double vision. His curls spread like black feathers on the white pillow, fading to downy fluff at the nape of his neck. His back rises and falls, steady with the smooth, shallow tread of sleep. Addie sets the cup down on the bedside table, between Henry's glasses and a leather watch. She traces her finger along the dark metal rim, the gold numerals set into the black ground. It rocks under her touch, reveals the small inscription on the back. Live well. A small shiver runs through her, and she's about to pick it up when Henry groans into his pillow. A soft protest to morning. Addie abandons the watch and climbs back into bed beside him. Hello. He gropes for his glasses, puts them on, and looks at her, and smiles. And this is the part that will never get old. The knowing. The present folding on top of the past instead of erasing it, replacing it. He pulls her back against him. Hello? He whispers into her hair. What time is it? Almost 8. Henry groans and tightens his grip around her. He is warm, and Addie wishes aloud they could stay there all day. But he is awake now, that restless energy winding around him like rope. She can feel it in the tension of his arms, the subtle shifting of his weight. I should go, she says, because she assumes that is what you are supposed to say when you are in someone else's bed, when they remember how you got there. But she doesn't say, I should go home. And Henry senses the dropped word. Where do you live? He asks. Nowhere, she thinks. Everywhere. I manage. The city is full of beds, but you don't have a place of your own. Addie looks down at the borrowed sweatshirt, the sum total of her current possessions flung over the nearest chair. No, then you can stay here. 3 dates, and you're asking me to move in. Henry laughs, because of course it is absurd, but it is hardly the strangest thing in either of their lives. How about I ask you to stay for now? Addie doesn't know what to tea, and before she can think of something, he is out of bed, pulling open the bottom drawer. He pushes the contents to one side, carving out space. You can put your stuff here? He looks at her, sudden, uncertain. Do have things. She will explain, eventually, the details of her curse, the way it twists and curls around her. But he doesn't know them yet, doesn't need to. For him, her story has just started. There's no point, really, in having more than you can hold, when you have no place to put things down. Well, if you get things, if you want them, you can put them there. With that, He heads sleepily for the shower, and she stares at the space he's made for her and wonders what would happen if she had things to put inside. Would they disappear immediately, go slowly, carelessly missing, like socks stolen by a dryer? She has never been able to hang on to anything for long. Only the leather jacket and the wooden ring. And she's always known it is because Luke wanted her to have both, had bound them to her under the guise of gifts. She turns and studies the clothes flung over the chair. They are streaked with paint from the High Line. There's green on her shirt, a purple smear on the knee of her jeans. Her boots, too, are flecked with yellow and blue. She knows the paint will fade, rinsed off by a puddle, or simply wiped away by time. But that's how memories are supposed to work. There, and then, little by little, gone. She gets dressed in yesterday's outfit, takes up the leather jacket, but instead of shrugging it on, she folds it carefully, places it in the empty drawer. It sits there, surrounded by open space, waiting to be filled. Addie rounds the bed and nearly steps on the notebook. It lies open on the floor. It must have slipped off the bed during the night. And she lifts it gingerly, as if it's bound with ash and spider silk instead of paper and glue. She half expects it to crumble at her touch, but it holds. And when she chances to pull back the cover, she finds the first few pages filled. Addie takes another chance, runs her fingers lightly over the words, feels the indent of the pen, the years hidden behind each word. "This is how it starts," he wrote under her name. The first thing she still remembers is the ride to market. Her father in the seat beside her, cart filled with his work. She holds her breath as she reads, the shower filling the room with a quiet hush. Her father tells her stories. She doesn't remember the words, but she remembers the way he said them. Addie perches there, reading until she runs out of words. The script, giving way to page after page of empty space, waiting to be filled. When she hears Henry turn the water off, she forces herself to close the book and sets it gently, almost reverently, back on the bed. Feecamp, France, July 29th, 1778. Third, to think she could have lived and died and never seen the sea. No matter, though, Addie is here now. Pale cliffs rising to her right, stone sentinels. At the edge of the beach where she sits, skirts pooling on the sand. She stares out at the expanse, the coastline giving way to water, and water giving way to sky. She has seen maps, of course, but ink and paper hold nothing to this, to the salt smell, the murmur of waves, the hypnotic draw of the tide, to the scope and scale of the sea and the knowledge that somewhere beyond the horizon there is more. It will be a century before she crosses the Atlantic, and when she does, she'll wonder if the maps are wrong, will begin to doubt the existence of land at all. But here and now, Addie is simply enchanted. Once upon a time, her world was only as large as a small village in the middle of France. But it keeps getting bigger. The map of her life unfurls, revealing hills and valleys, towns and cities and seas, revealing Le Mans, revealing Paris, revealing this. She has been in Fee Camp for nearly a week, spending her days between the pier and the tide. And if anyone takes notice of the strange woman alone on the sand, they have not seen fit to bother her about it. Addie watches boats come and go and wonders where they are going. Wonders, too, what would happen if she boarded one, where it would take her. Back in Paris, the food shortages are getting worse. The penalties, worse. Everything steadily worse. The tension has spilled out of the city, too. The nervous energy reaching all the way here, to the coast. All the more reason, Addie tells herself, to sail away. Yet, something always holds her back. Today, it is the storm that's rolling in. It hovers out over the sea, bruising the sky. Here and there, the sun splits through. A line of burned light falling toward the slate-gray water. She retrieves the book, lying in the sand beside her, begins to read again. Our revels now are ended. These our actors, as I foretold you, were all spirits and are melted into air, into thin air. It is Shakespeare's Tempest. Now and then she trips over the playwright's cadence, the style strange, English rhyme and meter still foreign to her mind. But she is learning, and here and there she finds herself falling into the flow. And, like the baseless fabric of this vision, the cloud-capped towers, the gorgeous palaces, the solemn temples, the great globe itself. Her eyes begin to strain against the failing light. Yea, all which it inherit shall dissolve, and, like this insubstantial pageant faded, leave not a rack behind. We are such stuff as dreams are made on, comes a now familiar voice behind her, and our little life is rounded with a sleep, a soft sound, like breathless laughter. Well, not all lives. Luke looms over her like a shadow. She has not forgiven him for the violence of that night back in Villon. Braces for it even now, though they have seen each other several times in the intervening years, forged a wary kind of truce. But she knows better than to trust it, as he sinks onto the sand beside her, one arm draped lazily over his knee, the picture of languid grace, even here. I was there, you know, when he wrote that verse. Shakespeare? She cannot hide her surprise. Who do you think? He called on in the dead of night, when the words would not come. You lie. I boast, he says. They are not the same. Our William sought a patron, and I obliged. The storm is rolling in, a curtain of rain sliding toward the coast. Is that really how you see yourself? She asks, tapping sand from her book. As some splendid benefactor. Do not sulk, simply because you chose poorly. Did I, though? She counters. After all, I am free and forgotten, but is ready for the barb. Most things are. Addie looks out to Adeline, he scolds. "What a stubborn thing you are. And yet it has not even been 100 years. I wonder, then, how you will feel after 100 more." "I don't know," she says blandly. "I suppose you'll have to ask me, then." The storm reaches the coast. The first drops begin to fall, and Addie presses the book to her chest, shielding the pages from the damp. Luke rises. "Walk with me," he says, holding out his hand. It is not an invitation, so much as a command. But the rain is quickly turning from a promise to a steady pour, and she has only the one dress. She rises without his help, brushing the sand from her skirts. This way, he leads her through town, toward the silhouette of a building, its vaulted steeple piercing the low clouds. It is, of all things, a church. "You're joking. I am not the one getting wet," he says. And indeed, he's not. She is soaked through by the time they reach the shelter of the stone awning, but Luke is dry. The rain has not even touched him. He smiles, reaching for the door. Does not matter that the church is locked. Were it draped in chains, it would still open for him. Such boundaries, she has learned, mean nothing to the dark. Inside, the air is stuffy, the stone walls holding in the summer heat. It is too dark to see more than the outlines of the pews, the figure on its cross. Luke spreads his arms. "Behold, the house of God." His voice echoes through the chamber, soft and sinister. Addie has always wondered if Luke could set foot on sacred ground. The sound of his shoes on the church floor is answer to that question. She makes her way down the aisle, but she cannot shake the strangeness of this place. Without the bells, the organ, the bodies crowding in for services, the church feels abandoned. Less a house of worship and more a tomb. Care to confess your sins? Luke has moved with all the ease of shadows in the dark. He is no longer behind her, but sitting in the first row now. His arms spread along the back of the pew, his legs thrown out, ankles crossed in lazy repose. Addie was raised to kneel in the little stone chapel in the center of Villon, spent days folded into Paris pews. She has listened to the bells, and the organ, and the calls to prayer. And yet, despite it all, she has never understood the appeal. How does a ceiling bring you closer to heaven? If God is so large, why build walls to hold him in? My parents were believers, she muses, her fingers trailing over the pews. They always spoke of God, of his strength, his mercy, his light. They said he was everywhere, in everything. Addie stops before the altar. They believed in everything so easily. And you? Addie looks up at the panels of stained glass. The images little more than ghosts, without the sun to light them. She wanted to knive. She listened and waited to hear his voice, to feel his presence, way she might feel sun on her shoulders or wheat beneath her hands, the way she felt the presence of the old gods, Estelle, so favored. But there, in the cold stone house, She never felt anything. She shakes her head and says aloud, I never understood why I should believe in something I could not feel, or hear, or see. Luke raises a brow. I think, he says, they call that faith, says the devil in the house of God. Addie glances his way as she says it, and catches a brief flash of yellow across the steady green. A house? Ew, a house, he says, annoyed. This one belongs to all, or none. And you think me the devil now. You weren't so certain in the woods. Perhaps, she says, you have made me a believer. Luke tips his head back, a wicked smile tugging at his mouth. And you think if I am real, then so is he, the light to my shadow, the day to my dark. And you are convinced. If only you had prayed to him instead of me, he would have shown you such kindness and such mercy. She has wondered as much 100 times, though, of course, she does not say it. Luke's hands slide off the pew as he leans forward. And now, he adds, you will never know. But as for me, he says, rising, well, the devil is simply a new word for a very old idea. And as for God, well, if all it takes is a flair for drama and a bit of golden trim. He flicks his fingers, and suddenly the buttons on his coat, the buckles on his shoes, the stitching on his waistcoat are no longer black, but gilded, burnished stars against a moonless night. He smiles, then brushes the filigree away like dust. She watches it fall, looks up again to find him there, inches from her face. But this is the difference between us, Adeline, he whispers, fingers grazing her chin. I will always answer. She shivers, despite herself, at the too familiar touch against her skin, at the lurid green of his eyes, at the wolfish, wild grin. Besides, he says, fingers falling from her face, all gods have a price. I'm hardly the only one who trades in souls. Luke holds his hand, open, to one side, and light blooms in the air just above his palm. He lets souls wither on shelves. I water them. The light warps and coils. He makes promises. I pay up front. It flares once, sudden and brilliant, and then draws close, taking on a solid shape. Addie has always wondered what a soul would look like. It is such a grand word, soul. Like God, like time, like space. And when she's tried to picture it, she's conjured images of lightning, or sunbeams through dust, of storms in the shapes of human forms, of vast and edgeless white. The truth is so much smaller. The light in Luke's hand is a marble, glassy and glowing with a faint internal light. Is that all? And yet, Addie cannot tear her gaze from the fragile orb. She feels herself reaching for it, but he draws it back, out of her reach. Do not be deceived by its appearance. He turns the glowing bead between his fingers. You look at me and see a man, though you know I am nothing of the sort. This shape is only an aspect, designed for the beholder. The light twists and shifts, the orb flattening into a disk. Then a ring. Her ring, the ash wood, glows, and her heart aches to see it, to hold it, to feel the worn surface against her skin. But she clenches her hands into fists to keep from reaching out again. What does it really look like? I can show you, he purrs, letting the light settle in his palm. Say the word, and I will lay your own soul bare before you. Surrender, and I promise, the last thing you see will be the truth. There it is again, one time salt, and the next honey, and each designed to cover poison. Addie looks at the ring, lets herself linger on it one last time, and then forces her gaze up past the light to meet the dark. You know, she says, I think I'd rather live and wonder. Luke's mouth twitches, and she cannot tell if it is anger or amusement. Suit yourself, my dear, he says, dousing the light between his fingers. New York City, March 2003, 2014. Vier, Addie sits folded in a leather chair in the corner of the last word, the soft purr of the cat emanating from the shelves somewhere behind her head, as she watches customers lean toward Henry like flowers toward the sun. Once you know about a thing, you start to see it everywhere. Someone says the words purple elephant, and all of a sudden you catch sight of them in shop windows and on shirts, stuffed animals and billboards, and you wonder how you never noticed. It is the same with Henry and the deal he made. A man laughing at everything he says. A woman beams, radiant with joy. A teenage girl steals chances to touch his shoulder, his arm, blushing with blatant attraction. Despite it all, Addie is not jealous. She has lived too long and lost too much, and what little she's had has been borrowed or stolen, never kept to herself. She has learned to share, and yet, every time Henry steals a glance her way, she feels a pleasant flush of warmth, as welcome as the sudden appearance of sunlight between clouds. Addie draws her legs up into the chair, a book of poems open in her lap. She's swapped the paint-spattered clothes for a new pair of black jeans and an oversized sweater, lifted from a thrift store while Henry was working. But she kept the boots, the little flecks of yellow and blue, a reminder of the night before, the closest thing she has to a photo, a material memory. Ready? She looks up, sees the shop sign already turned outwardly to closed, and Henry standing near the door, his jacket slung over his arm. He holds out his hand, helps her from the leather chair, which, he explains, has a way of eating people. They step outside, climb the 4 steps back to the street. Where to? Asks Addie. It is early, and Henry's buzzing with a restless energy. It seems to worsen around dusk. Sunset a steady marker of one day gone, time passing with the loss of light. Have you been to the ice cream factory? That sounds like fun. His face falls. You've already been. I don't mind going again. But Henry shakes his head and says, I want to show you something new. Is there anywhere you haven't been? He asks. And after a long moment, Addie shrugs. I'm sure there is, she says, but I haven't found it yet. She meant it to be funny, light. But Henry frowns, deep in thought, and looks around. "Okay," he says, grabbing her hand. "Come, me." An hour later, they are standing in Grand Central. "I hate to break it to you," she says, looking around at the bustling station, "but I've been here before. Most people have," but Henry shoots her a grin that's pure mischief. "This way." She follows him down the escalator to the station's lower level. They weave, hand in hand, through a steady sea of evening travelers toward the bustling food hall. But Henry stops short beneath an intersection of tile arches, corridors branching every direction. He draws her into one of the pillared corners, where the arches split, curving overhead and across, turns her toward the tiled wall. "Stay here," he says, and starts to walk away. "Where are going?" she asks, already turning to follow. But Henry returns, squaring her shoulders to the arch. "Stay here, like this," he says, "and listen." Addie turns her ear to the tile wall, but she can't hear anything over the shuffle of foot traffic, the clatter and rattle of the evening crowd. She glances over her shoulder. "Henry, I don't..." But Henry isn't there. He's jogging across the hall to the opposite side of the arch, maybe 30 feet away. He looks back at her, and then turns away and buries his face in the corner, looking for all the world like a kid playing hide and seek, counting to 10. Addie feels ridiculous, but she leans in close to the tiled wall and waits and listens. And then, impossibly, she hears his voice. "Addie." She startles. The word is soft, but clear, as if he's standing right beside her. "How are you doing this?" she asks the arch, and she can hear the smile in his voice when he answers. The sound follows the curve of the arch, a phenomenon that happens when spaces bend just right. It's called a whispering gallery. Addie marvels. 300 years, and there are still new things to learn. "Talk to me," comes the voice against the tile. "What should I say?" she whispers to the wall. "Well," says Henry, softly in her ear. "Why don't you tell me a story?" Paris, France, July 2009, 1789. 5th. Paris is burning. Outside, the air reeks of gunpowder and smoke, and while the city has never been truly quiet, for the last fortnight the noise has been ceaseless. It is musket rounds and cannon fire. It is soldiers shouting orders, and the retort carried from mouth to mouth. "Vive la France! Vive la France! Vive la France!" 2 weeks since the taking of the Bastille, and the city seems determined to tear itself in two. And yet it must go on. It must survive, and all those in it left to find a way through the daily storm. Addie has chosen to move at night instead. She weaves through the dark, a saber jostling at her hip, and a tricorn low over her brow. The clothes she peeled from a man who had been shot in the street. The torn cloth, dark stain on the stomach, hidden beneath a vest that she salvaged from another corpse. Beggars can't be choosers, and it is too dangerous to travel as a woman alone. Worse still these days, to play the part of noble. Better to blend in other ways. A current has swept through the city, at once triumphant and intoxicating, and in time, Addie will learn to taste the changes in the air, to sense the line between vigor and violence. But tonight, the rebellion is still new, the energy strange and unreadable. As for the city itself, the avenues of Paris have all become a maze. The sudden erection of barriers and barricades, turning any path into a series of dead ends. It is no surprise then, when she rounds another corner and finds a pile of crates and debris burning up ahead. Addie swears under her breath, is about to double back, when boots sound on the road behind her and a gun goes off, cracking against the barricade above her head. She turns to find half a dozen men barring her retreat, dressed in the mottled garb of the rebellion. Their muskets and sabers glint dully in the evening light. She is grateful, then, that her clothes belonged once to a commoner. Addie clears her throat, careful to force her voice deep, gruff as she calls out, "Vive la France!" The men return the cheer, but to her dismay, they don't retreat. Instead, they continue toward her, hands resting on their weapons. In the light of the blaze, their eyes are glassy with wine and the nameless energy of the night. "What are you doing here?" demands one. "Could be a spy," says another. Plenty of soldiers parading about in common dress, robbing the bodies of the valiant dead. "I want no trouble," she calls out. "I am simply lost. Let me pass, and I will be gone, and return with a dozen more," mutters the second. "I am not a spy, nor a soldier, nor a corpse," she calls back. "I was only looking to sabotage," cuts in a third. "Or raid our stores," suggests another. They are no longer shouting. There is no need. They have drawn close enough to speak in level tones, pressing her back against the burning barricade. If she can only get past them, get away, out of sight and out of mind. But there is nowhere to run. The side streets have all been barred. The crates burn hot behind her. If you are a friend, then prove it. Lay down your sword. Take off your hat. Let us see your face." Addie swallows and casts the hat aside, hoping the dark will be enough to hide the softness of her features. But just then, the barricade crackles behind her, some beam giving way to flame, and for an instant the fire brightens, and she knows the light is strong enough to see by. Knows it by the way their faces change. "Let me pass," she says again, hand going to the sword at her hip. She knows how to wield it. Knows, too, that there are 5 of them and only 1 of her, and if she draws steel, there will be no way out of this but through. The promise of survival is small comfort against the prospect of what might happen first. They close in, and Addie draws the sword. "Stay back," she growls. And, to her surprise, The men stop walking. Their steps drag to a halt, and a shadow falls across their faces, the expressions going slack. Hands slip from weapons, and heads loll on shoulders, and the night goes still, save for the crackle of the burning crates and the breezy arrival of a voice at her back. Humans are so ill-equipped for peace. She turns, her sword still raised, and finds Luke, his edges black against the blaze. He doesn't retreat from the sword, simply reaches up and runs his hand along the steel, with all the grace of a lover touching skin, a musician fondling an instrument. She half expects the blade to sing beneath his fingers. "My Adeline," says the darkness, "you do have a way of finding trouble." That vivid green gaze drifts to the motionless men. "How lucky I was here. You are the night itself," she parrots. "Shouldn't you be everywhere?" A smile flickers across his face. "What a good memory you have." His fingers curl around her blade, and it begins to rust. "How tiresome that must be." "Not at all," she says dryly. "It is a gift. Think of all there is to learn. And I, with all the time to learn, She is interrupted by a volley of gunfire in the distance, the answer of a cannon, heavy as thunder. Luke frowns in distaste, and it amuses her to see him unsettled. The cannon sounds again, and he takes her by the wrist. "Come," he says. "I cannot hear myself think." He turns swiftly on his heel and draws her in his wake. But instead of stepping forward, he steps sideways into the deep shadow of the nearest wall. Addie flinches back, expecting to strike stone. But the wall opens, and the world gives way, and before she can draw breath, draw back, Paris is gone, and so is Luke, as she is plunged into absolute darkness. It is not as still as death, not as empty or calm. There is a violence to this blind black void. It is birds' wings beating against her skin. It is the rush of the wind in her hair. It is 1,000 whispering voices. It is fear and falling, and it is a feral, wild feeling. And by the time she thinks to scream, the darkness has peeled away again. The night has reformed, and Luke is once again beside her. Addie sways, braces herself against a doorway, feeling ill and empty and confused. "What was that?" she asks. But Luke does not answer. He is now standing several feet away, hands splayed on the railing of a bridge as he looks out over the river. But it is not the Seine. There are no burning barricades. There is no cannon fire, no men waiting, weapons at their sides. Only a foreign river running beneath a foreign bridge, and foreign buildings rising along foreign banks, their rooftops capped in red tiles. "That's better," he says, adjusting his cuffs. Somehow, in the moment of nothing, he has changed clothes. The collar higher now, the cut and a trim a looser silk, while Addie wears the same ill-fitted tunic, salvaged from a Paris street. A couple passes arm in arm, and she catches only the highs and lows of a foreign tongue. "Where are we?" she demands. Luke glances over his shoulder and says something in the same choppy flow before repeating himself in French. "We are in Florence." Florence. She has heard the name before, but knows little of it, besides the obvious. That it is not in France, but Italy. "What have you done?" she demands. "How have you—" "No, never mind. Just take me back." He arches a brow. "Adeline, for someone with nothing but time, you are always in a hurry." And with that, he ambles away, and Addie is left to follow in his wake. She takes in the strangeness of the new city. Florence is all odd shapes and sharp edges, domes and spires, white stone walls and copper-slated roofs. It is a place painted in a different palette, music played in a different chord. Her heart flutters at the beauty of it, and Luke smiles as if he can sense her pleasure. "You would rather the burning streets of Paris? I assumed you would be fond of war." "That isn't war," he says curtly. "It's only a skirmish." She follows him into an open courtyard, a plaza scattered with stone benches, the air heavy with the scent of summer blossoms. He walks ahead, the picture of a gentleman, taking the night air, slowing only when he sees a man, a bottle of wine beneath one arm. He curls his fingers, and the man changes course, coming like a dog to heel. Luke slides into that other tongue, a language she will come to know as Florentine. And though she does not yet know the words, she knows the lure in his voice, that gauzy sheen that takes shape in the air around them. Knows, too, the dreamy look in the Italian's eyes as he hands over the wine with a placid smile and strolls absently away. Luke sinks onto a bench and draws 2 glasses out of nothing. Addie does not sit. She stands and watches as he uncorks the bottle and pours the wine and says, "Why would I be fond of war?" It is the first time, she thinks, he has asked an honest question, one not meant to goad, demand, coerce. "Are you not a god of chaos?" His expression sours. "I am a god of promise, Adeline, and wars make terrible patrons." He offers her a glass, and when she does not reach to take it, he lifts, as if to toast her. "To long life." Addie cannot help herself, shakes her head, bemused. "Some nights you love to see me suffer, so that I will yield. Others, you seem intent to spare me from it. I do wish you'd make up your mind." A shadow sweeps across his face. "Trust me, my dear, you don't." A small shiver runs through her as he lifts the wineglass to his lips. "Do not mistake this, any of it, for kindness, Adeline." His eyes go bright with mischief. "I simply want to be the one who breaks you." She looks around at the tree-lined plaza, lit by lanterns, the moonlight shining on the red-capped roofs. "Well, you'll have to try harder then." But she trails off as her attention returns to the stone bench. "Oh, hell," she mutters, looking around the empty square. Because Luke, of course, is gone. New York City, April 6th, 2014. Stay, he just left you there, says Henry, aghast. Addie takes a fry, turning it between her fingers. There are worse places to be left. They're sitting at a high-top table in a so-called pub. What passes for a pub outside of Britain, sharing an order of vinegary fish and chips and a pint of warm beer. A waiter passes by and smiles at Henry. A pair of girls heading for the bathroom, slow as they come into his orbit, and stare as they leave again. A stream of words drifts over from a nearby table, the low, rapid staccato of German. And Addie's mouth twitches in a smile. What is it? Asks Henry. She leans in. The couple over there. She tilts her head in their direction. They're having a fight. Apparently the guy slept with his secretary and his assistant and his Pilates instructor. The woman knew about the first two, but she's mad about the third because they both take Pilates at the same studio. Henry stares at her, marveling. How many languages do you know? Enough, she says, but he clearly wants to know. So she ticks them off on her fingers. French, of course, and English, Greek, and Latin, German, Italian, Spanish, Swiss, some Portuguese. Though it's not perfect. You would have made an amazing spy. She raises a brow behind her pint. Who says I haven't been one? The plates are empty when she looks around, sees the waiter duck into the kitchen. Come on, she says, grabbing his hand. Henry frowns. We haven't paid. I know, she says, hopping down from the stool. But if we go now, he'll think he just forgot to clear the table. He won't remember. This is the problem with a life like Addie's. She has gone so long without roots. She doesn't know how to grow them anymore. So used to losing things, she isn't sure how to hold them, how to make space in a world the size of herself. No, says Henry, he won't remember you, but he'll remember me. I'm not invisible, Addie. I'm the exact opposite of invisible. Invisible. The word scrapes over her skin. I'm not invisible either, she says. You know what I mean. I can't just come and go. And even if I could, he says, reaching for his wallet, it would still be wrong. The word hits like a blow, and she is back in Paris, doubled over with hunger. She is at the Marcus's house, dining in stolen clothes, stomach twisting, as Luke points out that someone will pay for every bite she takes. Her face burns with shame. Fine, she says, pulling a handful of 20s from her pocket. She drops 2 on the table. Better, but when she looks at Henry, his frown has only deepened. Where did you get that money? She doesn't want to tell him that she walked out of a designer store and into a pawn shop, moving pieces from one hand to the other. Doesn't want to explain that everything she has, everything besides him, is stolen. And that, in some ways, so is he. Addie doesn't want to see the judgment on his face. Doesn't want to think about how merited it might be. Does it matter? She asks. And Henry says, yes, with so much conviction, she flushes crimson. Do you think I want to live like this? Addie grits her teeth. No job, no ties, no way to hold on to anyone or anything. Do you think I like being so alone? Henry looks pained. You aren't alone, he says. You have me, I know, but you shouldn't have to do everything. Be everything. I don't mind, but I do, she snaps, thrown by the anger in her own voice. I'm a person, not a pet, Henry. And I don't need you looking down at me, or coddling me either. I do what I have to, and it's not always nice, and it's not always fair, but it's how I survive. I'm sorry you disapprove, but this is who I am. This is what works for me. Henry shakes his head. But it won't work for us. Addie pulls back, as if struck. Suddenly the pub is too loud, too full, and she can't stand there, can't stand still, so she turns and storms out. The moment the night air hits her, she feels ill. The world rocks, re-steadies, and somewhere between one step, the next, the anger evaporates, and she just feels tired and sad. She doesn't understand how the night went sideways, doesn't understand the sudden weight on her chest, until she realizes what it is. Fear. Fear that she's messed up, thrown away the one thing she's always wanted. Fear that it was that fragile, that it came apart so easily. But then she hears footsteps, feels Henry coming up beside her. He doesn't say anything, only walks, half a step behind, and this is a new kind of silence. The silent aftermath of storms. The damage not yet tallied. Addie swipes a tear from her cheek. Did I ruin it? Ruin what? He asks. Addie? He grabs her shoulder. She turns, expecting to see his face streaked with anger. But it's steady, smooth. It was just a fight. It's not the end of the world. It's certainly not the end of us. 300 years she's dreamed of this. She always thought it would be easy. The opposite of low. I don't know how to be with someone, she whispers. I don't know how to be a normal person. His mouth quirks into a crooked grin. You're incredible and strong and stubborn and brilliant. But I think it's safe to say you're never going to be normal. They walk arm in arm through the cool night air. Did you go back to Paris? Asks Henry. It is an olive branch, a bridge built, and she is grateful for it. Eventually, she says. It had taken far longer to get back there, without Luke's help, or her naive drive to reach the city. And she's embarrassed to say she did not hurry back. That, even if Luke meant to abandon her, stranding her there in Florence, in doing so, he broke a kind of seal in yet another maddening way. He forced her free. Until that moment, Addie had never conceived of leaving France. It's absurd to think of now. But the world felt so much smaller then. And then, suddenly, it was not. Perhaps he meant to cast her into chaos. Perhaps he thought she was getting too comfortable, growing too stubborn. Perhaps he wanted her to call for him again, to beg him to come back. Perhaps. But she will never know. Venice, Italy, July 29th, 1806. 7th, Addie wakes to sunlight and silk sheets. Her limbs feel leaden, her head full of muslin, the kind of heaviness that comes with too much sun and too much sleep. It is ungodly hot in Venice, hotter than it ever was in Paris. The window is open, but neither the faint breeze nor the silk bedding are enough to dissipate the stifling heat. It is only morning, and sweat already beads on her bare skin. She is dreading the thought of midday as she drags herself awake and sees Matteo perched at the foot of the bed. He is just as beautiful in daylight, sun-kissed and strong, but she is struck less by his lovely features, and more by the strange calm of the moment. Mornings are usually muddled with apologies, confusion, the aftermath of forgetting. They are sometimes painful and always awkward. But Matteo seems utterly unfazed. He doesn't remember her, of course. That much is obvious. But her presence. There, this stranger in his bed seems neither to startle nor to bother him. His attention is focused solely on the sketchpad, balanced on his knee, the charcoal skating gracefully across the paper. It is only when his gaze flicks up to her, and then down again, that she realizes he is drawing her. She makes no move to cover herself, to reach for the slip cast off on the chair, or the thin robe at the foot of the bed. Addie hasn't been shy about her body in a long time. Indeed, she has come to enjoy being admired. Perhaps it is the natural abandon that comes with time. Or perhaps it is the constancy of her shape. Or perhaps it is the liberation that comes with knowing her spectators won't remember. There is a freedom, after all, in being forgotten. And yet, Matteo is still drawing, the motions swift and easy. "What are you doing?" she asks gently, and he tears his gaze from the parchment. "I'm sorry," he says. "The way you looked. I had to capture it." Addie frowns, begins to rise, but he lets out a stifled sound and says, "Not yet," and it takes all her strength to stay there, on the bed, hands tangled in the sheets, until he sighs and sets the work aside, eyes glazed with the afterglow unique to artists. "Can I see?" she asks, in the melodic Italian she has learned. "It is not finished," he says, even as he offers her the pad. Addie stares at the drawing. The marks are easy, imprecise, a quick study by a talented hand. Her face is barely drawn, almost abstract in the gestures of light and shadow. It is her, and it is not her. An image distorted by the filter of someone else's style, but she can see herself in it. From the curve of her cheek to the shape of her shoulders, the sleep mussed hair and the charcoal dots scattered across her face. 7 freckles charted out like stars. She brushes the charcoal toward the bottom edge of the page, where her limbs dissolve into the linens of the bed, feels it smudge against her skin. But when she lifts her hand away, Her thumb is stained, and the line is clean. She has not left a mark, and yet she has. She has impressed herself upon Matteo, and he has impressed her upon the page. "Do you like it?" he asks. "Yes," she murmurs, resisting the urge to tear the drawing from the pad, to take it with her. Every inch of her wants to have it, to keep it, to stare at the image like Narcissus in the pond. But if she takes it now, then it will find a way to disappear, or it will belong to her and her alone, and then it will be as good as lost, forgotten. If Matteo keeps the picture, he will forget the source, but not the sketch itself. Perhaps he will turn to it when she is gone, and wonder at the woman sprawled across his sheets. And even if he thinks it the product of some drunken revel, some fever dream, her image will still be there. Charcoal on parchment, a palimpsest beneath a finished work. It will be real, and so will she. So Addie studies the drawing, grateful for the prism of her memory, and hands it back to her artist. She rises, reaching for her clothes. "Did we have a good time?" Matteo asks. "I confess, I cannot remember." "Neither can I," she lies. "Well then," he says, with a rakish grin, "it must have been a very good time." He kisses her bare shoulder, and her pulse flutters, body warming with the memory of the night before. She is a stranger to him now, but Matteo has the easy passion of an artist enamored with his newest subject. It would be simple enough to stay, to start again, enjoy his company another day. Her thoughts are still on the drawing, the meaning of those lines, the weight of them. "I must go," she says, leaning in to kiss him one last time. "Try to remember me." He laughs, the sound breezy and light, as he pulls her close, leaves ghosts of charcoal fingers on her skin. "How could I possibly forget?" That night, the sunset turns the canals to gold. Addie stands on a bridge over the water and rubs at the charcoal still on her thumb, and thinks of the drawing, an artist, rendition, like an echo of the truth, thinks of Luke's own words so long ago, when he cast her from Jeffrin's salon. Ideas are wilder than memories. He meant it as a barb, no doubt. But she should have seen it as a clue, a key. Memories are stiff, but thoughts are freer things. They throw out roots, they spread and tangle and come untethered from their source. They are clever and stubborn, and perhaps they are in reach, because 2 blocks away, in that small studio over the cafe, there is an artist, and on one of his pages there is a drawing, and it is of her. And now Addie closes her eyes and tips her head back and smiles, hope swelling in her chest. A crack in the walls of this unyielding curse. She thought she'd studied every inch, but here a door, ajar onto a new and undiscovered room. The air changes at her back, the crisp scent of trees, impossible and out of place in the rank Venetian heat. Her eyes drift open. "Good evening, Luke." "Adeline." She turns to face him. This man she made real. This darkness. This devil brought to life. And when he asks if she has had enough, if she is tired yet, if she will yield to him tonight. She smiles and says, "Not tonight," rubs her finger anew against her thumb, and feels the charcoal there, and thinks of telling him about her discovery, just to savor his surprise. "I have found a way to leave a mark," she wants to say to him. "You thought you could erase me from this world, but you cannot. I am still here. I will always be here." The taste of the words, that triumph, is sweet as sugar on her tongue. But there is a warning tint to his gaze tonight, and knowing Luke, he would find a way to turn it against her, to take this small solace from her before she's found a way to use it. So she says nothing. New York City, April 25th, 2014. 8. A wave of applause rolls across the grass. It's a gorgeous spring day, one of the first where the warmth lingers as the sun goes down, and they're sitting on a blanket at the edge of Prospect Park as performers file on and off a pop-up stage across the green. "I can't believe you remember it all," he says, as a new singer climbs the steps. "It's like living with déjà vu," she says. "Only you know exactly where you've seen or heard or felt a thing before. You know every time and place, and they sit stacked on top of each other like pages in a very long and complicated book." Henry shakes his head. "I would have lost my mind." "Oh, I did," she says blithely. "But when you live long enough, even madness ends." The new singer is not good. A teenage boy whose voice is equal parts growl and screech. Addie hasn't been able to catch more than a word or two of the lyrics, let alone detect a melody. But the lawn is full, the audience brimming with enthusiasm, less for the performance than the chance to wave their numbered cards. It's Brooklyn's answer to an open mic, a charity concert where people pay to perform, and others pay to judge them. "Seems kind of cruel," she pointed out when Henry handed her the cards. "It's for a good cause," he said, cringing at the final notes of a flat saxophone. The song ends to a wave of weak applause. The field is a sea of 2 seconds and 3 seconds. Henry holds up a 9. "You can't give them all 9s and 10s, she says. Henry shrugs. "I feel bad for them. It takes a lot of guts to get up there and perform." "What about you?" She looks down at the cards. "I don't know. You told me you were a talent scout." "Yes, well, it was easier than telling you. I was a 300. 23-year-old ghost whose only hobby is inspiring artists." Henry reaches out and runs his finger down her cheek. "You're not a ghost." The next song starts and ends, and scattered applause falls like rain across the lawn. Henry gives it a 7. Addie holds up a 3. Henry looks at her, aghast. "What?" she says. "It wasn't very good." "We were rating on talent?" "Well, shit." Addie laughs, and there's a lull between acts. Some dispute about who is supposed to go up next. Canned music spills from the speakers, and they lie back in the grass, Addie's head resting against his stomach, the soft in and out of his breath like a shallow wave beneath her. Here is a new kind of silence, rarer than the rest. The easy quiet of familiar spaces, of places that fill simply because you are not alone within them. A notebook sits beside them on the blanket. Not the blue one. That is already full. This new one is an emerald green, nearly the same shade as Luke's eyes when he is showing off. A pen juts up between the pages, holding Henry's place. Every day, Addie has told him stories. Over eggs and coffee, she recounted the torturous walk to Le Mans. In the bookstore one morning, as they unpacked new releases, she relived that first year in Paris. Tangled in the sheets last night, she told him of Remy. Henry has asked for the truth, her truth, and so she is telling it, in pieces, fragments tucked like bookmarks between the movement of their days. Henry is like bottled lightning, unable to sit still for long, full of nervous energy. But every moment there's a lull, a sliver of peace and quiet. He grabs the latest notebook and a pen. And even though she always thrills at the sight of the words, her words spilling across the page, she teases him for the urgency with which he writes them. "We have time," she reminds him, smoothing his hair. Addie stretches out against him and looks up at the dying light. The sky streaked purple and blue. It is almost night, and she knows that a roof would do nothing if the darkness looked her way. But lying here, beneath the open sky, she still feels exposed. They've been lucky, so lucky, but the trouble with luck is that it always ends. And perhaps it is just the nervous tapping of Henry's fingers on the journal. And perhaps it is just the moonless sky. And perhaps it is just that happiness is frightening. The next band takes the stage. But as the music rings out across the lawn, she can't take her eyes from the dark. London, England, March 2006, 1827. 9th, she could live in the National Gallery. Indeed, she has spent a season here, wandering from room to room, feasting on the paintings and the portraits, the sculptures and the tapestries. A life spent among friends, among echoes. She moves through marble halls and counts the pieces she has touched, the marks left by other hands, but guided by her own. At last count, there were 6 in this particular collection. 6 pillars holding her aloft. 6 voices carrying her through. 6 mirrors reflecting pieces of her back into the world. There is no sign of Matteo's sketch, not among these finished works, but she sees those early lines reflected in his masterpiece. The muse sees them again in the sculpture of a face resting on a hand, the painting of a woman sitting by the sea. She is a ghost, a gossamer, laid like film across the work. But she is there. She is there. An attendant informs her they will be closing soon, and Addie thanks him and continues on her round. She could stay, but the vast halls are not as cozy as the flat in Kensington, a gem left unattended in the winter months. Addie pauses in front of her favorite piece, a portrait of a girl before a looking-glass. Her back is to the artist, The room and girl rendered in high detail, but her reflection little more than streaks, her face rendered only in the silver smudges of the mirror. And yet, up close, anyone would see the scattering of freckles, like floating stars against the warped gray sky. "How clever you are," says a voice behind her. Addie was alone in the gallery, and now she is not. She glances left and sees Luke staring past her at the painting, his head inclined as if admiring the work, and for a moment Addie feels like a cabinet, the doors flung open. She is not coiled, not wound tight with waiting, because there are still months until their anniversary. "What are you doing here?" she asks. His mouth twitches once, relishing her surprise. "I am everywhere." It has never occurred to her that he could come as he pleased, that he is not bound in some way by the dates of their deal, that his visits, just like the absence of them, have always been by design, by choice. "I see you've been busy," he says, those green eyes trailing over the portrait. She has scattered herself like breadcrumbs, dusted across 100 works of art. It would not be a simple thing for him to erase them all. And yet, there is a darkness to his gaze, a mood she distrusts. He reaches out, trails a finger along the frame. "Destroy it," she says, "and I will make more." "It does not matter," he says, hand falling. "You do not matter, Adeline." The words bite, even now. "Take your echoes and pretend they are a voice." She is no stranger to Luke's foul moods, his streaks of ill temper, brief and bright as lightning. But there is a violence to his tone tonight, an edge, and she does not think it is her cunning that's upset him, this glimpse of her folded between the layers of the art. No, this dark mood is one that he's brought with him, a shadow dragging in his wake. But it's been almost century since she struck him, that night in Wieland, when he struck back, reduced her to a gnarled corpse on the floor of Estelle's house. And so, instead of retreating at the sight of teeth, she rises to the bait. "You said it yourself, Luke. Ideas are wilder than memories, and I can be wild. I can be stubborn as the weeds, and you will not root me out. And I think you are glad of it. I think that's why you've come, because you are lonely, too." Luke's eyes flash a sickly, stormy green. "Don't be absurd," he sneers. "Gods are known to everyone, but remembered by so few," she counters. "How many mortals have met you more than twice, once to make a deal, and once to pay the price? How many have been a part of your life as long as I have?" Addie flashes a triumphant smile. "Perhaps that's why you cursed me as you did, so you would have some company, so someone would remember you." He's on her in an instant, pressing her back against the museum wall. "I cursed you for being a fool." And Addie laughs. "You know, when I imagined the old gods as a child, I thought of you as grand immortals, above the petty worries that plagued your worshippers. I thought that you were bigger than us, but you're not. You're just as fickle and wanting as the humans you disdain. His hands tighten on her, but she does not quiver, does not cower, simply holds his gaze. We are not so different, are we? Luke's anger hardens, cools, the green of his eyes plunging into black. You claim to know me so well now. Let us see. His hand drops from her shoulder to her wrist, and too late, she realizes what he means to do. It has been 40 years since he last dragged her through the dark, but she hasn't forgotten the feeling, the primal fear, and the wild hope, and the reckless freedom of doors thrown open onto night. It is infinite, and then it is over, and she is on her hands and knees, on a wooden floor, limbs trembling from the strangeness of the journey. A bed lies, disheveled and empty. The curtains have been flung wide, and the floor is covered in sheets of music, and there is a stale air of sickness to the space. What a waste, murmurs Luke. Addie rises unsteadily to her feet. Where are we? You mistake me for some lonesome mortal, he says. Some heartsick human in search of company. I am neither. Movement across the room, and she realizes they are not alone. A ghost of a man, white-haired and wild-eyed, sits on a piano bench, his back to the keys. He is pleading in German. Not yet, he says, clutching a handful of music to his chest. Not yet. I need more time. His voice is strange, too loud, as if he cannot hear. But Luke's, when he answers, is a smooth, hard tone, a low bell, a sound felt as much as heard. The vexing thing about time, he says, is that it's never enough. Perhaps a decade too short, perhaps a moment. But a life always ends too soon. Please, begs the man, sinking to his hands and knees before the darkness, and Addie flinches for him, knows his pleas won't work. Let me make another deal. Luke forces the man to his feet. The time for deals is done, Herr Beethoven. Now, you must say the words. The man shakes his head. No. And Addie cannot see Luke's eyes, but she can feel his temper changing. The air ripples in the room around them. A wind and something stronger. Surrender your soul, says Luke. I will take it by force. No, shouts the man, hysterical now. Begone, devil. Begone, and it is the last thing he says before Luke unfolds. That is the only way to think of it. The black hair rises from his face, climbing through the air like weeds, and his skin ripples and splits. And what spills out is not a man. It is a monster. It is a god. It is the night itself, and something else, something she has never seen, something she cannot bear to look at, something older than the dark. Surrender. And now the voice is not a voice at all, but a medley of snapping branches. Summer wind, a wolf's low growl, and the sudden shifting of rocks underfoot. The man burbles and pleads. Help! He cries out, but it is no use. If there is anyone beyond the door, they will not hear. "Help!" he cries again, uselessly. And then the monster plunges its hand into his chest. The man staggers, pale and gray, as the darkness plucks his soul like a piece of fruit. It comes loose with a tearing sound, and the composer stumbles and falls to the floor. But Addie's eyes are locked on the bloom of light in the shadow's hand, jagged and unsteady. And before she can study the ribbons of color curling on its surface, before she can wonder at the images coiling inside, the darkness closes its fingers around the soul, and it crackles through him like lightning and plunges out of sight. The composer sits slumped against his piano bench, head back and eyes empty. Luke's hand, she will learn, is always subtle. They will see his work and call it sickness, call it heart failure, call it madness, suicide, overdose, accident. But tonight, she only knows that the man on the floor is dead. The darkness turns on Addie then, and there is no vestige of Luke in the roiling smoke. There are no green eyes, no playful smirk, nothing but a menacing void, a shadow filled with teeth. It has been a long time since Addie felt true fear. Sadness, she knows, loneliness, and grief. But fear belongs to those with more to lose. And yet, staring into that dark, Addie is afraid. She wills her legs to stay, wills herself to hold her ground, and she does, as it takes its first step and its second, but by the third, she finds herself retreating, away from the writhing dark, the monstrous night, until her back comes to rest against the wall. But the darkness keeps numbing. With every forward step, it draws itself together, the edges firming until it is less a storm than smoke bottled into glass. The face finds form, shadows twisting into loose black curls, and the eyes, their eyes again now, lighten like a drying stone, and the cavernous maw narrows to a cupid's bow, the lips curving into sly content. And he is Luke again, wrapped in the guise of flesh and bone, close enough that she can feel the cool night air wafting off him like a breeze. And this time, when he speaks, it is with the voice she knows so well. "Well, my darling," he says, one hand rising to her cheek. "Are we so different now?" She does not have the chance to answer. He gives the barest push, and the wall opens up behind her, and she is not sure if she falls, or if the shadows reach out and pull her down, only that Luke is gone, and the composer's room is gone, and for an instant the void. Dark is everywhere, and then she is standing outside, on the cobblestone banks, and the night is full of laughter, and lights shining on the water, and the soft, melodic strain of a man singing somewhere along the Thames. New York City, May 15th, 2014. 10th, it is Addie's idea to bring the cat home. Perhaps she has always longed for a pet. Perhaps she simply thinks he must be lonely. Perhaps she thinks it will do Henry good. She does not know. Does not matter. All that does is that one day, as he is closing up the store, she appears next to him The stoop, a novel under one arm, and the ancient tabby in the other, and that is that. They carry book back to Henry's place and introduce him to the blue door and go up to the narrow Brooklyn apartment. And despite Henry's superstition, he does not turn to dust, severed from his store. He simply toddles around for an hour before leaning up against a philosophy stack, and he is home. And so is she. They are curled together on the couch when she hears the click of the Polaroid, catches the sudden flash, and there is a moment when she wonders if it will work, if Henry will be able to take her photo the way he wrote her name. But even the writing in his journals isn't entirely hers. It's her story in his pen, her life in their words. And sure enough, when the film exposes and the Polaroid appears, it's not of her, not really. The girl in the frame has her wavy brown hair. The girl in the frame wears her white shirt, but the girl in the frame has no face. If she does, it's turned from the camera, as if caught in the process of spinning away. And she knew it wouldn't work, but her heart still sinks. "I don't get it," says Henry, turning the camera in his hands. "Can I try again?" He asks, and she understands the urge. It is harder to manage when the impossible is so obvious. Your mind can't make sense of it. So you try again and again and again, convinced that this time it will be different. This, she knows, is how you go mad. But Addie indulges Henry as he tries a second time, and a third, watches as the camera jams, spits out a blank card, comes back overexposed, underexposed, blurred, until her head is swimming with flashes of white. She lets him try different angles, different light, until photos litter the floor between them. She's there, and not there, real, and a ghost. He must see her fraying a little more with every flash, the sadness rising through the cracks, and forces himself to put the camera down. Addie stares at the photos and thinks of the painting in London, of Luke's voice in her head. Does not matter. You do not matter. She picks up the latest attempt, studies the shape of the girl in the frame, her features blurred beyond recognition. She closes her eyes, reminds herself there are many ways to leave a mark, reminds herself that pictures lie. And then she feels the solid body of the camera being placed into her hands, and she is drawing in the breath to tell him it will not work, it will not. But then Henry is there, behind her, folding her fingers over his, lifting the viewfinder to her eye, letting her guide the pressure of his hands, the way she did the paint on the glass wall. And her heart quickens as she lines up a shot of the photos littering the floor, her own bare feet at the bottom of the frame. She holds her breath and hopes. A click, a flash. This time, the picture comes out. Here is a life in still frames. Moments like Polaroids, like paintings, like flowers pressed between the pages of a book, perfectly preserved. The three of them napping in the sun, Addie, stroking Henry's hair while she tells him stories, and he writes and writes and writes. Henry, pressing her down into the bed, their fingers tangled, their breath quick, her name an echo in her hair. here they are, together in his galley kitchen, his arms threaded through hers, her hands over his, as they stir bechamel, as they knead bread dough. When it is in the oven, he cups her face with floury hands, leaves trails everywhere he touches. They make a mess as the room fills with the scent of freshly baking bread. And in the morning, it looks like ghosts have danced across the kitchen. And they pretend there were two instead of one. Villon-sur-Sarthe, France. July 29th, 1854. 11th, Villain was not supposed to change. When she was growing up, it was always so painfully still, like summer air before a storm. A village carved in stone. And yet, what was it, Luke said? Even rocks wear away to nothing. Villon has not worn away. Instead, it has shifted, grown, new roots thrown out, and others cut. The woods have been forced back, trees on the forest edge, all felled to feed hearth fires and make way for fields and crops. There are more walls now than there were before. More buildings, more roads. As Addie makes her way through town, hair tucked beneath a well-trimmed bonnet, she marks a name, a face, a ghost of a family she once knew. But the villain of her youth has finally faded, and she wonders if this is what memory feels like for others. This slow erasure of details. For the first time, she does not recognize every path. For the first time, she is not sure she knows her way. She takes a turn, expecting to find one house, but instead finds two, divided by a low stone wall. She goes left, but instead of an open field, she finds a stable surrounded by a fence. At last, she recognizes the road home, holds her breath as she makes her way down the path, feels something inside her loosen at the sight of the old yew tree, still bent and knotted at the edge of the property. But beyond the tree, the place is changed. New clothes laid over old bones. Her father's workshop has been cleared away. The footprint of the shed marked only by a shadow on the ground. The weedy grass long filled in, a slightly different shade. And though Addie braced herself for the stale stillness of abandoned places, she is met instead by motion, voices, laughter. Someone else has moved into her family home, one of the new arrivals in the growing town. A family with a mother who smiles more, and a father who doesn't. A pair of boys running in the yard, their hair the color of straw. The older one chases a dog who has absconded with a sock, and the younger one climbs the old yew tree, his bare feet finding the same knots and crooks as hers. Back when she was a girl, the drawing pad tucked under her arm. She must have been his age. Or was she older? She closes her eyes, tries to catch hold of the image, but it slips and slides between her fingers. Those early memories, not trapped within the prism. Those years before, lost to that other life. Her eyes are only closed a moment, but when she opens them, the tree is empty. The boy is gone. "Hello," says a voice somewhere behind her. It is the younger, his face open and upturned. "Hello," she says. "Are you lost?" She hesitates, torn between yes and no, unsure which is closer to the truth. I am a ghost, she says. The boy's eyes widen in surprise, delight, and he asks her to prove it. She tells him to close his eyes. And when he does, she slips away. In the cemetery, the tree Addie transplanted has taken root. It looms over Estelle's grave, bathing her bones in a pool of shade. Addie runs her hand over the bark, marvels at how the sapling has grown into a wide-trunked tree, its roots and branches escaping to every side. 100 years since it was planted, a span of time once too long to fathom, and now too hard to measure. So far she has counted time in seconds and in seasons, in cold snaps and in thaws, in uprisings and in aftermaths. She has seen buildings fall and rise, cities burn and be remade, past and present blurred together into a fluid, ephemeral thing. But this is tangible. The years marked in wood and bark, root and soil. Addie sits back against the woman's grave and rests her own aged bones, the dappled shade, and recounts the time since her last visit. She tells Estelle stories of England and Italy and Spain, of Matteo and the gallery, of Luke and her art, and all the ways the world has changed. And even though there is no answer, save the rustle of leaves, she knows what the old woman would say. Everything changes, foolish girl. It is the nature of the world. Nothing stays the same, except for me, she thinks. But Estelle answers, dry as kindling, not even you. She has missed the old woman's counsel, even in her head. The voice has gone brittle, worn away in the intervening years, smudged like all those mortal memories. But here, at least, it returns to her. The sun has crossed the sky by the time she rises and walks to the edge of the village, to the edge of the woods, to the place the old woman once called home. But time has claimed this place as well. The garden, once overgrown, has been swallowed up by the encroaching woods, and the wild has won its war against the hut, dragged it down, saplings jutting up among the bones. The wood has rotted, the stones have slipped, the roof is gone, and weed and vine are in the slow process of dismantling the rest. The next time she comes, there will be no trace, the remains swallowed by the advancing woods. But for now, there is still the skeleton, being slowly buried by the moss. Addie's halfway to the decaying hut when she realizes it is not entirely deserted. A shiver of motion in the ruined mound, and she squints, expecting to find a rabbit, or perhaps a young deer. Instead, she finds a boy. He is playing amid the ruins, climbing the remains of the old stone walls, swatting at weeds with a switch pulled from the woods. She knows him. It is the older son, the boy she first saw chasing a dog through her yard. He's maybe 9 or 10, old enough for his eyes to narrow in suspicion when he sees her. He holds out his switch as if it were a sword. "Who are you?" he demands, and this time she is not content to be a ghost. "I am a witch." Doesn't know why she says it. Perhaps simply to humor herself. Perhaps because when truth is not an option, fiction takes on a mind of its own. Or perhaps because it is what Estelle would say if she were here. A shadow crosses the boy's face. No such thing as witches, he says. But his voice is unsteady as he says it, and when she steps forward, shoes cracking over sun-dried branches, he begins to back away. "Those are my bones you're playing on," she warns. "I suggest you get down before you fall." The boy stumbles in surprise, nearly slips on a patch of moss. "Unless you'd rather stay," she muses. "I'm sure there's room for yours as well." The boy makes it back to the ground and takes off running. Addie watches him go, Estelle's crow-like laughter cawing in her ears. She doesn't feel bad for scaring the child. She not expect him to remember. And yet, tomorrow, he will come again, and she will stand hidden at the edge of the woods and watch him begin to climb the ruins, only to hesitate, a nervous shadow in his eyes. She will watch him back away and wonder if he is thinking of witches and half-buried bones, if the idea has grown like a weed in his head. But today, Addie is alone, and her mind is only on Estelle. She runs her hands along a half-fallen wall and thinks of staying, becoming the witch by the woods, the figment of someone else's dream. She imagines rebuilding the old woman's house, even kneels to stack a few small stones. But by the fourth, the pile crumbles, the rocks landing in the weedy grass exactly as they were before she lifted them. The ink unwrites, the wound uncuts, the house unbuilds. Addie sighs as a handful of birds take flight from the nearby woods, croaking laughter. She turns toward the trees. There is still light left, an hour maybe until night, and yet, staring into the forest, she can feel the darkness staring back. She wades between the half-buried stones and steps into the shade beneath the trees. A shiver slides through her. It is like stepping through a veil. She weaves between the trees. Once she would have been afraid of getting lost. Now the steps are carved into her memory. She could not lose her way, even if she tried. The air is cooler here, the night closer beneath the canopy. It's easy to see, now, how she lost track of time that day, how the line between dusk and dark became so blurred. And she wonders, would she have called out? Had she known the hour? Would she have prayed, knowing which God would answer? She does not answer herself. She does not need to. She doesn't know how long he's been there, at her back, if he followed her some time in quiet. Only knows the moment she hears branches crack behind her. What a strange pilgrimage you insist on making. Addie smiles to herself. Is it? She turns to see Luke leaning back against a tree. It is not the first time she's seen him since the night he reaped Beethoven's soul. But she still hasn't forgotten what she saw. Nor has she forgotten that he wanted her to see it, to look at him, and know the truth of his power. But it was a foolish thing to do, like tipping a hand of cards when the highest bets are on the table. I see you, she thinks, as he straightens from the tree. I have seen your truest form. You cannot scare me now. He steps into a shallow pool of light. What drives you back here? He asks. Addie shrugs. Call it nostalgia. He lifts his chin. I call it weakness. To only walk in circles when you could make new roads. Addie frowns. How am I supposed to make a road when I cannot even raise a pile of stones? Set me free, and see then how well I fare. He sighs and dissolves into the dark. When he speaks again, he is behind her, his voice a breeze through her hair. Adeline, Adeline, he chides, and she knows that if she turns again, he will not be there, and so she holds her ground, keeps her eyes on the forest, does not flinch when his hands slide over her skin, when his arm snakes around her shoulders. Up close, he smells of oak and leaf and rain-soaked field. Aren't you tired? He whispers, and she flinches at the words. She braced for his attack, his verbal barbs, but she was not braced for that question, not braced for the almost gentle way he asks. It has been 140 years, a century and a half, living as an echo, as a ghost. Of course she is tired. Wouldn't you like to rest, my dear? The words drag like gossamer against her skin. I could bury you here, beside a stele. Plant a tree, make it grow over your bones. Addie closes her eyes. Yes, she is tired. She may not feel the years weakening her bones, her body going brittle. Age, but the weariness is a physical thing, like rot, inside her soul. There are days when she mourns the prospect of another year, another decade, another century. There are nights when she cannot sleep, moments when she lies awake and dreams of dying. But then she wakes and sees the pink and orange dawn against the clouds, or hears the lament of a lone fiddle, the music and the melody, and remembers there is such beauty in the world, and she does not want to miss it, any of it. Addie turns in the circle of Luke's arms and looks up into his face. She doesn't know if it's the creeping night or the nature of the woods themselves, but he looks different. These last few years, she has seen him bound in velvet and lace, done up in the latest fashion, and she has seen him as the void, unbridled, and violent. But here, he is neither. Here, he is the darkness she met that night. Feral magic in a lover's form. His edges blur into shadow, his skin the color of moonlight, his eyes the exact shade of the moss behind him. He is wild, but is she tired? She says, summoning a Nile. I am just waking up. She braces for his displeasure, the feral shadow, the flash of teeth. But there is no trace of yellow in his eyes. In fact, they are a new and lurid shade of green. It will take years for her to learn the meaning of that color, to understand it as amusement. Tonight, there is only that brief glimpse, and then the brush of his lips against her cheek. "Even rocks," he murmurs, and then he's gone. New York City, June 13th, 2014. 12th. A boy and a girl walk arm in arm. They're heading to the knitting factory, and like most things in Williamsburg, it isn't what it sounds like. Not a craft store or a place for yarn, but a concert venue on the northern edge of Brooklyn. It is Henry's birthday. Earlier, when he asked her when her birthday was, and when she told him it was back in March, a shadow crossed his face. "I'm sorry I missed it." "That's the great thing about birthdays," she said, leaning against him. "They happen every year." She'd laughed a little then, and so had he. But there was something hollow in his voice, a sadness she mistook for mere distraction. Henry's friends have already staked out a table near the stage, small boxes stacked on the table between them. "Henry," shouts Robbie, a pair of bottles already empty in front of him. B ruffles his hair. Our literal sweet summer child. Their attention slides past him and lands on her. "Hi, guys," he says. "This is Addie." "Finally," says B. "We've been dying to meet you." Of course, they already have. They've been asking for weeks to meet the new girl in Henry's life. They keep accusing him of hiding her. But Addie has met them over beers at the Merchant, been for movie nights at B's, crossed paths with them at galleries and parks. And every time, B talks of déjà vu, and then again of artistic movements. And every time Robbie sulks, despite Addie's best efforts to placate him. It seems to bother Henry more than it does her. He must think she has made peace with it. But the truth is, there is none to be found. The endless cycle of hello. Who is this? Nice to meet you. Hello wears at her like water against stone. The damage slow, but inevitable. She has simply learned to live with it. "You know," says B, studying her, "you look so familiar." Robbie rises from the table to get a round of drinks, and Addie's chest tightens at the thought of him resetting, of having to start it all again. But Henry steps in, touches Robbie's arm. "I've got it," he says. "Birthday doesn't pay," protests B. But Henry waves her off and wades away through the growing crowd. And Addie is left alone with his friends. "It's really great to meet you both," she says. "Henry talks about you all the time." Robbie's eyes narrow in suspicion. She can feel the wall rising up between them again, but she's no stranger to Robbie's moods. Not anymore. And so she presses on. "You're an actor, right? I'd love to come to one of your performances. Henry says you're amazing." He picks at the label on his beer. "Yeah, sure," he mumbles, but she catches the edge of a smile when he says it. And then B cuts in. Henry seems happy, really happy. "I am," says Henry, setting down a round of beers. "229, says B, raising her glass. They proceed to debate the merits of the age and agree it is a fairly useless year as far as birthdays go, falling just shy of the monumental 30. B colors, Henry, but next year you'll officially be an adult. I'm pretty sure that was 18, he says. Don't be ridiculous. 18 is old enough to vote. 21 is old enough to drink. But 30 is old enough to make decisions. Closer to a midlife crisis than a quarter-life one, teases Robbie. The microphone flares, whining slightly, as a man takes the stage and announces a special opening act. He's a rising star. I'm sure you've heard his name, but if you haven't, you will soon. Give it up for Toby Marsh. Addie's heart lurches. The crowd whoops and cheers, and Robbie whistles, and Toby steps onto the stage. That same beautiful, blushing boy. But as he waves to the crowd, his chin lifts, his smile is steady, proud. The difference between the first questing lines of a sketch and the finished drawing. He sits down at the piano and begins to play, and the first notes hit her like longing. And then he begins to sing. I'm in love with a girl I've never met. Time slips, and she is in his living room, perched on the piano bench, tea steaming on the windowsill as her absent fingers pick out the notes. But I see her every night, it seems. She is in his bed, his broad hands playing out the melody on skin. Her face flares hot at the memory as he sings. And I'm so afraid that I'll forget her, even though I've only met her in my dreams. She never gave him the words, but he found them anyway. His voice is clearer, stronger, his tone more confident. He just needed the right song, something to make the crowd lean in and listen. Addie squeezes her eyes shut, the past and present tangling together in her head. All those nights at the Alloway, watching him play. All the times he found her at the bar and smiled. All those firsts that were not firsts for her. The palimpsest bleeding up through the paper. Toby looks up from the piano, and there's no way he can see her in a place this big, but she is sure his eyes meet hers, and the room tilts a little, and she doesn't know if it's the beers she drank too fast, or the vertigo of memory. But then the song ends, replaced by a warm wave of applause, and she is on her feet, moving toward the door. Addie, wait, says Henry. But she can't, even though she knows what it means to walk away, knows that Robbie and B will forget her, and she will have to start again, and so will Henry. But in that moment, she doesn't care. She not breathe. The door swings open, and the night rushes in, and Addie gasps, forcing air into her lungs. And it should feel good to hear her music. It should feel right. After all, she has gone to visit pieces of her art so many times. But they were only pieces, stripped of context. Sculptured birds on marble plinths, and paintings behind ropes. Didactic boxes taped to whitewashed walls, and glass boxes that keep the present from the past. It is a different thing when the glass breaks. It is her mother in the doorway, withered to bone. It is Remy in the Paris salon. It is Sam inviting her to stay every time. It is Toby Marsh playing their song. The only way Addie knows how to keep going is to keep going forward. They are Orpheus, she is Eurydice, and every time they turn back, she is ruined. Addie? Henry is right behind her. What's wrong? I'm sorry, she says. She wipes the tears away and shakes her head because the story is too long and too short. I can't go back in there. Not now. Henry looks over his shoulder, and he must have seen the color drop from her face during the show because he says, "Do you know him? That Toby Marsh guy?" She hasn't told him that story. They haven't gotten there yet. "I did," she says, which isn't strictly true, because it makes it sound like something in the past, when the past is the one thing Addie's not entitled to, and Henry must hear the lie buried in the words, because he frowns. He laces his hands behind his head. "Do you still have feelings for him?" And she wants to be honest, to say that, of course, she does. She never gets closure, never gets to say goodbye. No periods or exclamations, just a lifetime of ellipses. Everyone else starts over. They get a blank page, but hers are full of text. People talk about carrying torches for old flames, and it's not a full fire, but Addie's hands are full of candles. How is she supposed to set them down or put them out? She has long run out of air. But it's not love. It is not love. And that is what he's asking. "No," she says. It caught me off guard. I'm sorry." Henry asks if she wants to go home, and Addie doesn't know if he means both of them. Only her doesn't want to find out. So she shakes her head, and they go back in. And lights have changed, and the stage is empty. The house music filling the air until the main act, and Bea and Robbie are chatting, heads bent just the way they were when they walked in. And Addie does her best to smile as they reach the table. "There you are," says Robbie. "Where did you run off to?" asks Bea, eyes flicking from Henry to her. "And who's this?" He slides his arm around her waist. "Guys, this is Addie." Robbie looks her up and down, but Bea only beams. "Finally," she says, "we've been dying to meet you en route to Berlin, Germany. July 29th, 1872. 13th. The glasses rattle faintly on the table as the train rolls through the German countryside. Addie sits in the dining car, sipping her coffee and staring out the window, marveling at the speed with which the world goes past. Humans are capable of such wondrous things, of cruelty and war, but also art and invention. She will think this again and again over the years when bombs are dropped and buildings felled, when terror consumes whole countries, but also when the first images are impressed on film, when planes rise into the air, when movies go from black and white to color. She is amazed. She will always be amazed. Lost in her thoughts, she doesn't hear the conductor until he is beside her, one hand coming to rest lightly on her shoulder. "Fräulein," he says, "your ticket, please." "Addie of course." She looks down at the table, pretends to shuffle through her purse. "I'm sorry," she says, rising. "I must have left it in my room." It is not the first time they have done this dance, but it is the first time the porter has decided to follow her, trailing, like a shadow, as she makes her way toward a car she does not have, for a ticket that she never bought. Addie quickens her pace, hoping to put a door between them, but it is no use. The conductor is with her every step, and so she slows and stops before a door that leads to a room that is certainly not hers, hoping that at least it will be empty. It is not. As she reaches for the handle, it escapes, sliding open onto a dim compartment. Elegant man leaning in the doorway, black curls drawn like ink against his temples. Relief rolls through her. "Herr Wald," says the conductor, straightening, as if the man in the door were a duke, and not the darkness. Luke, smile. "There you are, Adeline," he says, in a voice as smooth and rich as summer honey. His green eyes slide from her to the conductor. "She has a way of running off, my wife." "Now," he says, a sly smile on his lips, "what's brought you back to me?" Addie manages a smile of her own, cloyingly sweet. "My love," she says, "I forgot my ticket." He chuckles, drawing a slip of paper from the pocket of his coat. Luke draws Addie close. "What a forgetful thing you are, my dear." She bristles, but holds her tongue, leans instead into the weight of him. The conductor surveys the slip and wishes them a pleasant night, and the moment he is gone, she pulls away from Luke. "My Adeline." He clicks his tongue. "That is no way to treat a husband." "I am not yours," she says, "and I did not need your help." "Of course not," he answers dryly. "Come, let's not quarrel in the hall." Luke draws her into the compartment, or at least that is what she thinks he is doing. But instead of stepping into the familiar confines of the cabin, she finds only the darkness, vast and deep. Her heart catches on the missed step, the sudden drop as the train falls away. The world falls away, and they are back in the nothing, the hollow space between. And she knows she will never fully know. It never be able to wrap her mind around the nature of the dark, because she realizes now what it is, this place. It is him. It is the truth of him. The vast and savage night, the darkness, full of promise and violence, fear and freedom. And when the night shudders back into shape around them, they are no longer on the German train, but on a street, in the center of a city she does not yet know is Munich, and she should be mad at the abduction, the sudden change in the direction of her night, but she cannot stifle the curiosity blossoming in the wake of her confusion, the sudden flush of something new, the thrill of adventure. Her heart quickens, but she resolves not to let him see her marvel. She suspects he does anyway. There is a pleased glint in those eyes, a thread of darker green. They are standing on the steps of a pillared opera house. her traveling clothes gone, replaced by a far finer dress, and Addie wonders if the gown is real, as far as anything is real, or simply the conjurings of smoke and shadow. Luke stands beside her, a gray scarf around his collar, green eyes dancing beneath the brim of a silk top hat. The evening bustles with movement. Men and women climbing the steps arm in arm to see the show. She learns that it is Wagner. It is Tristan und Isolde. Though these things mean nothing to her yet, she does not know it is the height of his career. She does not know it has become his masterpiece. But she can taste the promise, like sugar in the air, as they pass through a lobby of marble columns and painted arches, and into a concert hall of velvet and gold. Luke rests a hand on the small of her back, guiding her forward to the front of a balcony, a low box with a perfect view of the stage. Her heart quickens with excitement before she remembers Florence. "Do not mistake this for kindness," he said. "I simply want to be the one who breaks you." But there is no mischief in his eyes as they take their seats, no cruel twist to his smile, only the languid pleasure of a cat in the sun. 2 glasses arrive, brimming with champagne, and he holds one out to her. "Happy anniversary," he says, as the lights dim and the curtain rises. It begins with music, the rising tension of a symphony, notes like waves, rolling through the hall, crashing against the walls. The inversion of a storm against a ship. And then the arrival of Tristan, of Isolde, their voices larger than the stage. She has heard musicals, of course, heard symphonies and plays, voices so pure they bring her to tears. But she has never heard anything like this. The way they sing, the scope and scale of their emotions, the desperate passion in their movements, the raw power of their joy and pain. She wants to bottle this feeling, to carry it with her through the dark. It will be years before she hears a record of this symphony and turns the volume up until it hurts, surrounds herself with sound, though it will never be the same as this. Once Addie tears her gaze from the players on the stage, only to see that Luke is watching her instead of them. And there it is again, that peculiar shade of green, not coy or chiding, not cruel, but pleased. She will realize later that this is the first night he does not ask for her surrender, the first time he makes no mention of her soul. But right now, she is thinking only of the music, the symphony, the story. She is drawn back to the stage by the anguish in a note, by the tangle of limbs in an embrace, by the look of lovers on the stage. She leans forward, breathes the opera in until it aches inside her chest. The curtain falls on the first act, and Addie is on her feet, ringing with applause. Luke laughs, soft as silk, as she sinks back into her seat. You are enjoying it, and she doesn't lie, even to spite him. It is wonderful. A smile plays across his face. Can you guess which ones are mine? At first, she does not understand. And then, of course, She does. Her spirits sink. Are you here to claim them? She asks, relieved when Luke shakes his head. No, he says, not tonight. But soon Addie shakes her head. I don't understand. Why end their lives as they're reaching their peak? He looks at her. They made their deal. They knew the cost. Why would anyone trade a lifetime of talent for a few years of glory? Luke's smile darkens because time is cruel to all, and crueler still to artists. Because vision weakens and voices wither and talent fades, he leans close, twists a lock of her hair around one finger. Because happiness is brief and history is lasting. And in the end, he says, everyone wants to be remembered. The words are a knife, cutting swift and deep. Addie knocks his hand away and turns her attention back to the stage as the opera resumes. It is a long play, and yet it is over too soon. Gaby hours gone in moments. Addie wishes she could stay, tucked in this seat, and start the opera again. Fold herself between the lovers and their tragedy, lose herself in the beauty of their voices. And yet she cannot help but wonder if all the things that Addie has loved, she loved because of them or him. Luke stands, offering his arm. She does not take it. They walk side by side through the Munich night, and Addie still feels buoyant. In the wake of the opera, the voices ringing through her like a bell. But Luke's question echoes, too. Which of them are mine? She looks at him, the elegant shape beside her in the dark. What is the strangest deal you've ever done? Luke tips his head back and considers. Joan of Arc, he says, a soul for a blessed sword, so that she could not be struck down. Addie frowns, but she was, but not in battle. Luke's smile goes sly. Semantics may seem small, Adeline, but the power of a deal is in its wording. She asked for the protection of a god while it was in her hands. She did not ask for the ability to keep hold of it. Addie shakes her head, bemused. I refuse to believe that Joan of Arc made a deal with the dark. The smile splits, showing teeth. Well, perhaps I let her believe I was a little more angelic. But deep down, I think she knew. Greatness requires sacrifice. Who you sacrifice to matters less than what you sacrifice for. And in the end, she became what she wanted to be, a martyr, a legend. Addie shakes her head. But the artists, think of all they could have done. Don't you mourn their loss? Luke's face darkens, and she remembers his mood the night he met her in the National, remembers his first words in Beethoven's room. What a waste. Of course I do, he says, but all great art comes with a cost. He looks away. You should know that. After all, we are both patrons in our way. I am nothing like you, she says. But there is not much venom in the words. I am a muse, and you are a thief. He shrugs. Give and take, he says, and nothing more. But when it's late and he is gone, and she is left to wander. The opera plays on, perfectly preserved inside the prism of her memory, and Addie wonders, softly, silently, if their souls were a fair price for such fine art. New York City, July 4th, 2014. Sieve, lights explode over the city. They've gathered on the roof of Robbie's building, along with 20 other people. Watch the fireworks go off. Paint the Manhattan skyline pink and green and gold. Addie and Henry stand together, of course, but it's too hot to touch. His glasses keep fogging, and he seems less interested in drinking his beer than holding the can against his neck. A breeze trickles through the air, carrying as much relief as a dryer vent, and everyone on the roof make exaggerated noises, letting out oohs and ahs that might be for the fireworks or simply the limp gust of air. A kiddie pool sits in the center of the roof, surrounded by lawn chairs, a huddle of people sloshing their feet in the tepid water. The fireworks finish, and Addie looks around for Henry, but he's wandered off. He's been in a strange mood all day, but she assumes it's the heat, sitting like a weight on everything. The bookstore was closed, and they spent most of the day stretched together on the sofa in front of a box fan, book pawing at an ice cube as they watch TV, the heat enough to temper even Henry's manic energy. She was too tired to tell him stories. He was too tired to write them down. The rooftop doors burst open, and Robbie appears, looking as if he's raided an ice cream truck, his arms full of melting ice pops. People whoop and cheer, and he makes his rounds of the roof, doling out once frozen treats. 12th time's the charm, she thinks, as he hands her a fruit bar. But even though he doesn't remember her, Henry's obviously said enough. Or perhaps Robbie simply recognizes everyone else and makes the deduction. One of these things is not like the others. Addie doesn't lose a second. She breaks into a sudden grin. "Oh my God, you must be Robbie?" She throws her arms around his neck. "Henry's told me all about you." Robbie pulls free. "Did he? You're the actor. He said you're amazing, that it's only a matter of time before you're on Broadway." Robbie blushes a little, looks away. "I'd love to come to one of your shows. What are you performing in right now?" Robbie hesitates, but she can feel him faltering, torn between shunning her and sharing his news. "We're doing a spin on Faust," he says. "You know, man makes a deal with the devil." Addie bites into the ice pop, sending a wave of shock through her teeth. It is enough to mask the grimace as Robbie goes on. But it's going to be set against a stage that's more labyrinth. Think Mephistopheles, but by way of the Goblin King. He gestures at himself when he says it. It's a really cool spin. The costumes are amazing. Anyway, it doesn't open until September. "It sounds wonderful," she says. "I can't wait to see." At that, Robbie almost smiles. "I think it will be pretty cool to Faust," she says, lifting her ice pop. "And the devil," answers Robbie. Her hands have gone sticky, and she dunks them in the kiddie pool and goes in search of Henry. She finally finds him alone in a corner of the roof, a stretch where the lights don't reach. He's staring out, not up, but down over the edge. "I think I finally cracked Robbie," she says, wiping her hands on her shorts. "Hmm?" he says, not really listening. A bead of sweat runs down his cheek, and he closes his eyes into the faint summer breeze and sways a little on his feet. Addie pulls him away from the edge. "What's wrong?" His eyes are dark, and for a moment he looks haunted, lost. "Nothing," he says softly, "just thinking." Addie has lived long enough to recognize a lie. Lying is its own language, like the language of seasons, or gestures, or the shade of Luke's eyes. So she knows that Henry is lying to her now. Or at least he's not telling her the truth. And maybe it is just one of his storms, she thinks. Maybe it is the summer heat. It is not, of course. And later, she will know the truth, and she will wish she'd asked, wish she'd pressed, wish she'd known later. But tonight, he pulls her close. Tonight, he kisses her deeply, hungrily, as if he can make her forget what she saw. And Addie lets him try. That night, when they get home, it is too hot to think, to sleep, so they fill the bathtub with cold water, turn off the lights, and climb inside, shivering at the sudden, merciful relief. They lie there in the dark, bare legs intertwined beneath the water. Henry's fingers play a melody across her knee. "When we first met," he muses, "why didn't you tell me your real name?" Addie looks up at the darkened ceiling tiles and sees Isabel as she was that last day, sitting at the table, her eyes gone empty. She sees Remy in the cafe, staring dreamily past her words, unable to hear them. "Because I didn't think I could," she says, running her fingers through the water. "When I try to tell people the truth, their faces just go blank. When I try to say my name, it always gets stuck in my throat." She smiles. "Except with you." "But why?" he asks. "If you're going to be forgotten, what does it matter if you tell the truth?" Addie closes her eyes. It's a good question. One she's asked herself 100 times. I think he wanted to erase me, to make sure I felt unseen, unheard, unreal. You don't really realize the power of a name until it's gone. Before you, he was the only one who could say it. The voice curls like smoke inside her head. "Oh, Adeline." Deline, Adeline. My Adeline. "What an asshole," says Henry, and she chuckles, remembering the nights she screamed up at the sky, called the darkness so much worse. And then he asks, "When's the last time you saw him?" And Addie falters. For an instant she is in a bed, black silk sheets twisted around her limbs, the New Orleans heat oppressive even in the dark. But Luke is a cool weight, wrapped around her limbs, his teeth skating along her shoulder as he whispers the word against her skin. "Surrender." Addie swallows, pushes the memory down like bile in her throat. Almost 30 years ago, she says, as if she doesn't count the days. As if the anniversary isn't rushing up to meet them. She glances sideways at the clothes piled on the bathroom floor, the indent of the wooden ring in the pocket of her shorts. "We had a falling out," she says, "and it is the barest version of the truth." Henry looks at her, clearly curious, but he doesn't ask what happened, and for that she is grateful. There is an order to the story. She will tell him when she gets there. For now, Addie reaches up and turns the shower on, and it falls down on them like rain, soothing and steady. And this is the perfect kind of silence. Easy and empty. They sit across from each other beneath the icy stream, and Addie closes her eyes and tips her head back against the tub and listens to the makeshift storm. The Cotswolds, England, December 31st, 1899. 15th. It is snowing, not a patina of frost, or a few wayward flakes, but a dousing of white. Addie sits curled in the window of the little cottage, a fire at her back, and a book open on her knee as she watches the sky fall. She has ushered in the change of years so many ways. Perched on London rooftops, holding bottles of champagne and torch in hand through the cobbled roads of Edinburgh, she has danced in the halls of Paris and watched the sky go white with fireworks in Amsterdam. She has kissed strangers and sung of friends she'll never meet, gone out with bangs and with whispers. But tonight she is content to sit and watch the world go white beyond the window, every line and curve erased by snow. The cottage is not hers, of course, not in a strictest sense. She found it more or less intact, a place abandoned or simply forgotten. The furniture was threadbare, the cupboards almost empty, but she has had a season to make it hers, to gather wood from the copse of trees across the field, to tend the wild garden and steal what she could not grow. It is a place to rest her bones. Outside, the storm has stopped. The snow lies quiet on the ground, as smooth and clean as unmarked paper. Perhaps that is what drives her to her feet. She pulls the cloak tight around her shoulders and surges out, boots sinking instantly into the snow. It is light, whipped into a sugar film, the taste of winter on her tongue. Once when she was 5 or 6, it snowed back in Villon. A rare sight, a film of white, several inches deep that coated everything. In hours it was ruined by horses and carts, and people trudging to and fro, but Addie found a small expanse of untouched white. She rushed out into it, leaving a trail of shoes. She ran bare hands over the frozen sheets, left fingers in her wake. She ruined every inch of the canvas, and when she was done, she looked around at the field, now covered in tracks, and mourned that it was over. The next day, the frost broke, and the ice melted, and it was the last time she played in snow. Until now. Her steps crunch the perfect snow, and it rises in her wake. Now she runs her fingers through the gentle hills, and they smooth behind her touch. Now she plays in the field, and does not leave a mark. The world remains unblemished, and for once she is grateful. She spins and twirls and dances partnerless across the snow, laughing at the strange and simple magic of the moment. Before stepping wrong, a patch deeper than she thought, she loses her balance and crashes down into the pile of white, gasping at the sudden cold along her collar, the snow that creeps inside her hood. She looks up. It has begun to snow again, lightly now, flakes falling like stars. The world goes muffled, a cotton kind of quiet. And if it were not for the icy damp leaching through her clothes, she thinks she could stay here forever. She decides she will at least stay here for now. She sinks into the snow, lets it swallow the edges of her sight, until there is nothing but a frame around the open sky, the night cold and clear and full of stars. And she is 10 again, stretched in the tall grass behind her father's workshop, dreaming she is anywhere but home. How strange, the winding way a dream comes true. But now, gazing up into the endless dark, she does not think of freedom, but of him. And then he's there, standing over her, haloed by the dark, and she thinks perhaps she is going mad again. It would not be the first time. 200 years, Luke says, kneeling beside her and still behaving like a child. What are you doing here? I could ask the same of you. He holds out his hand, and she takes it, lets him draw her up out of the cold, and together they walk back to the little house, leaving only his steps in the snow. Inside, the fire has gone out, and she groans a little herself, reaching for the lantern, hoping it will be enough to coax the fire back to life. But Luke only looks at the smoking ruins and flicks his fingers in an absent way, and flames surge up inside the hearth, a bloom of heat, casting shadows over everything. How easily he moves through the world, she thinks. How hard he's made it for her. Luke considers the little cottage, the borrowed life. My Adeline, he says, still longing to grow up and become. Estelle, I am not yours, she says, though by now the words have lost their venom. All the world, and you pass your time playing the part of a witch in the wild, a crone praying to old gods. I did not pray to you, and yet you're here. She takes him in, dressed in a wool coat and cashmere scarf, the collar high against his cheeks, and realizes this is the first she has seen Luke in winter. It suits him as well as summer did. The fair skin of his cheeks gone marble white, the black curls the color of the moonless sky, those green eyes as cold and bright as stars. And the way he looks, standing before the fire, she wishes she could draw him. Even after all this time, her fingers itch for charcoal. He runs a hand over the mantle. I saw an elephant in Paris. Her words to him, so many years before. It is such a strange answer now, filled with unspoken things. I saw an elephant and thought of you. I was in Paris, and you were not, and you thought of me, she says. It is a question. He does not answer. Instead, he looks around and says, "This is a pitiful way to usher out a year. We can do better. Come with me." And she is curious. She is always curious. But tonight, she shakes her head. No, that proud chin lifts. Those dark brows draw together. Why not? Addie shrugs. Because I'm happy here. And I do not trust you to bring me back. His smile flickers like firelight. And she expects that to the end of that. To turn and find him gone, stolen back into the dark. But he's still there. This shadow in her borrowed home. He lowers himself into the second chair. He conjures cups of wine from nothing, and they sit before the fire like friends, or at least like foes at rest. And he tells her of Paris at the close of a decade, the turn of the century, of the writers blooming like flowers, of the art and the music and the beauty. He has always known how to tempt her. He says it is a golden age, a time of light. You would enjoy it, he says. I'm sure I would. She will go in the spring and see the World's Fair, witness the Eiffel Tower, the iron sculpture climbing toward the sky. She will walk through buildings made of glass, ephemeral installations, and everyone will talk of the old century and the new one, as if there is a line in the sand between present and past, as if it does not all exist together. History is a thing designed in retrospect. For now, she listens to him talk, and it is enough. She does not remember drifting off, but when she wakes, it is early in the morning, and the cottage is empty. The fire, little more than embers. A blanket has been cast over her shoulders, and beyond the window, the world is white again. And Addie will wonder if he was ever there. Part 6. Do not pretend that this is love. Title: Dream Girl. Artist: Toby Marsh. Date: 2014. Medium: sheet music. Location: on loan from the Pershing family. Description: this piece of original sheet music, signed by singer-songwriter Toby Marsh, captures the beginnings of the song Dream Girl and was auctioned off as part of the Music Notes annual gala to fund public school arts programs in New York City. While some of the lyrics differ from the final song, the most famous lines, "I'm so afraid that I'll forget her, even though I've only met her in my dreams," are clearly legible in the center of the page. Background: this is largely considered to be the song that launched Marsh's career. The musician has only added to the mythology surrounding the subject by claiming the song came to him over the course of several dreams. "I would wake up with bars of music in my head," he said in a 2016 interview with Paper magazine. "I'd find lyrics scribbled on notepads and receipts, but I had no memory of writing them. It was like sleepwalking, sleep-making. The whole thing was a dream." Marsh denies being under the influence of any drugs at the time. Estimated value: $15,000. Villon-sur-Sarthe, July 29th, 1914. Erste, it is pouring in Velon. The Sarthe swells against its banks, and the rain turns footpaths into muddy rivers. It spills over doorways, fills her ears with the steady white noise of rushing water. And when Addie closes her eyes, the years dissolve, and she is 10 again. She is 15. She is 20, her skirts wet and hair flying behind her as she races barefoot through a countryside washed clean. But then she opens her eyes again, and it has been 200 years, and she cannot deny that the little village of Villain has changed. She recognizes less and less, finds more and more strange. Here and there, she can still make out the place that she once knew, but her memories are threadbare. Those years before her deal left to weather and fade. And yet, some things are constant. The stretch of road that runs through the town, the small church sitting in the center, the low wall of the graveyard, immune to the slow procession of change. Addie lingers in the chapel doorway, watching the storm. She had an umbrella when she started out, but a sharp gust of wind bent the frame, and she knows she should wait for the rain to ease, that she has only the one dress. But as she stands there, one hand held out to cup the falling water, she thinks of Estelle, who used to stand beneath the storms, arms wide and welcoming. Addie abandons her shelter and heads for the cemetery gate. In moments, she is soaked, but the rain is warm, and she will hardly melt. She passes a few new headstones, and many old, sets a wild rose on each of her parents' graves, and goes to find Estelle. She has missed the old woman these many years, missed her comfort and her counsel, missed the strength of her grip and her woody laugh, and the way she believed in Addie when she was Adeline, when she was still here, still human, and even though she holds on to what she can. Estelle's voice has all but vanished with the passing years. This is the only place she can still conjure it, her presence felt in the old stones, the weedy earth, the weathered tree over her head. But the tree is not there. The grave slumps, weary in its plot, the stone moldering and cracked. But the beautiful tree, with its wide limbs and its deep roots, is gone. Nothing but a jagged stump remains. Addie lets out an audible gasp, sinking to her knees, runs her hands over the dead and splintered wood. No, no, not this. She has lost so much, and mourned it all before. But for the first time in years, she is struck with a loss so sharp it steals her breath, her strength, her will. Grief, deep as a well, opens inside her. What is the point in planting seeds? Why tend them? Why help them grow? Everything crumbles in the end. Everything dies, and she is all that's left, a solitary ghost hosting a vigil for forgotten things. She squeezes her eyes shut and tries to conjure Estelle, tries to summon the old woman's voice so she can tell her it will be all right, that it's just wood. But the voice is gone, lost beneath the raging storm. Addie is still sitting there at dusk. The rain has slowed to a drizzle, the occasional tap of water against stone. She is soaked through, but she cannot feel it anymore, cannot feel much of anything until she feels the shifting air and the arrival of the shadow at her back. "I'm sorry," he says, and it is the first time she has ever heard those words in that silken voice, the only time they will ever sound honest. "Did you do this?" she whispers without looking up, and to her surprise, Luke kneels beside her on the sodden earth. His own clothes do not seem to dampen. "You cannot blame me for every loss," he says. She doesn't realize she is shivering until his arm folds around her shoulders, until she feels her limbs trembling against the steady weight of his. "I know I can be cruel," he says, "but nature can be crueler." It is obvious now, the charred line along the center of the stump, the swift, hot shear of lightning, doesn't ease the loss. She cannot stand to look upon the tree. She cannot bear to linger here any longer. "Come," he says, drawing her to her feet. And she does not know where they are going, and she does not care, so long as it is somewhere else. Addie turns her back on the ruined stump, the tombstone worn to nothing, even rocks, she thinks, as she follows Luke away from the graveyard and the village and the past. She will never go back. Paris, of course, has changed far more than Villon. Over the years, she has seen it polished to a shine, white stone buildings capped with charcoal roofs, long windows and iron balconies, and wide avenues lined with flower shops and cafes beneath red awnings. They sit on a patio, her dress drying in the summer breeze, a bottle of port open between them. Addie drinks deeply, trying to wash away the image of the tree, knowing no amount of wine will cleanse her memories. It doesn't stop her from trying. Somewhere along the Seine, a violin begins to play. Under the high notes, she hears the tremor of a car's engine, the stubborn clop of a horse, the strange music of Paris. Luke lifts his glass. "Happy anniversary, my Adeline." She looks at him, lips parting with their usual retort, but then stops short. If she is his, then by now he must be hers as well. "Happy anniversary, my Luke," she answers, just to see the face he'll make. She is rewarded with a raised brow, the crooked upturn of his mouth, the green of his eyes shifting in surprise. Then Luke looks down, turns the glass of port between his fingers. "You told me once that we were alike," he says, almost to himself. "Both of us. Lonely. I loathed you for saying it. But I suppose in some ways you were right. I suppose," he goes on slowly, "there is something to the idea of company. It is the closest he has ever come to sounding human." "Do you miss me?" she asks, "when you are not here?" Those green eyes drift up, the emerald even in the dark. "I am here with you more often than you think," Of course, she says, you come and go whenever you want. I have no choice but to wait. His eyes darken with pleasure. Do you wait for me? And now it is Addie who looks away. You said it yourself. We all crave company. And if you could call on me, as I call on you, her heart quickens a little. She does not look up, and that is why she sees it, rolling toward her on the table, a slim band, carved of pale ash wood. It is her ring, the gift she made to the dark that night, the gift he scorned and turned to smoke, the image conjured in a seaside church. But if it is an illusion now, it is an exceptional one. Here, the notch where her father's chisel bit a fraction too deep. There, the curve rubbed smooth as stone by years of worrying. It is real. It must be real. And yet, you destroyed it. I took it, says Luke, looking over his glass. That is not the same thing. Anger flares in her. It was nothing. I said it was not enough. But I do not ruin beauty without reason. It was mine for a time, but it was always yours. Addie marvels at the ring. What must I do? You know how to summon gods, Estella's voice, faint as a breeze. You must humble yourself before them. Put it on, and I will come. Luke leans back in his chair, the night breeze blowing through those raven curls. There, he says. Now we are even. We will never be even, she says, as she turns the ring over between finger and thumb and decides she will not use it. It's a challenge, a game, parading as a gift, not a war, so much as a wager, a battle of wills. For her to don the ring, to call on Luke, would be to fold, to admit defeat, to surrender. She slips the token into the pocket of her skirts, forces her fingers to let go of the talisman. Only then does she notice the tension in the air that night. It is an energy she's felt before, but cannot place. Until Luke says, there is about to be a war. She had not heard. He tells her of the Archduke's assassination, his face a mask of grim displeasure. I hate war, he says darkly. I would have thought you fond of conflict. The aftermath breeds art, he says, but war makes believers out of cynics, sycophants desperate for salvation. Everyone suddenly clinging to their souls, clutching them close like a matron with her finest pearls. Luke shakes his head. Give me back the Belle Epoque. Who knew gods were so nostalgic? Luke finishes his drink and rises. You should leave before it starts. Addie laughs. It sounds almost as if he cares. The ring sits, a sudden weight in her pocket. He holds out his hand. I can take you. She should have accepted, should have said yes, should have let him lead her through the horrible dark and out again, and saved herself an ocean, a miserable week. stowing away in the belly of a ship at sea. The beauty of the water tarnished by the unending nature of it. But she has learned too well to hold her ground. Luke shakes his head. You are still a stubborn fool. She toys with staying, but after he is gone, she cannot help but conjure the shadows in his gaze, the grim way he spoke of the coming strife. It is a sign when even gods and devils dread a fight. A week later, Addie caves and boards a ship for New York. By the time she docks, the world is already at war. New York City, July 29th, 2014. Zve. It is just another day. That is what Addie tells herself. It is day, like all the others. But of course, it is not. It is 300 years since she was meant to be married. A future given against her will. 300 years since she knelt in the woods and summoned the darkness and lost everything but freedom. 300 years. There should be a storm, an eclipse, some way to mark the monument of it. But the day dawns perfect and cloudless and blue. The bed is empty beside her, but she can hear the soft shuffle of Henry moving through the kitchen, and she must have been gripping the blankets because her fingers ache, a knot of pain in the center of her left palm. When she opens her hand, the wooden ring falls out. She brushes it off the bed as if it were a spider, an ill omen, listens to it land and bounce and roll away across the hardwood floor. Addie draws up her knees and lets her head fall forward on them and breathes into space between her ribs and reminds herself it is just a ring and it is just a day. But there is a rope inside her chest, a dull dread winding tighter, telling her to go, to put as much distance between her and Henry as possible in case he comes. He won't, she tells herself. It's been so long, she tells herself. But she doesn't want to take the chance. Henry's knuckles rap on the open door, and she looks up to see him holding a plate with a donut, 3 candles stuck into the top. And despite everything, she laughs. What's this? Hey, it's not every day that your girlfriend turns 300. It's not my birthday, I know, but I didn't exactly know what to call it. And just like that, the voice rises like smoke inside her head. Happy anniversary, my love. Make a wish, says Henry. Addie swallows and blows the candles out. He sinks onto the bed beside her. I've got the whole day, he says. Bees covering at the store, and I thought we could take the train out too. But he trails off when he sees her face. What? Dread claws at her stomach, deeper than hunger. I don't think we should be together, she says. Not today. His face falls. Whoa! Addie cups his cheek and lies. It's just a day, Henry. You're right, he says. It's a day. But how many of them has he ruined? Don't let him take it from you. He kisses her. From us. If Luke finds them together, he will take more than that. Come on, insists Henry. I'll have you back long before you turn into a pumpkin. And then, if you want to spend the night apart, I understand. Worry about him in the dark. But it's ours until then, and you deserve a good day, a good memory. And he's right. She does. The dread loosens a little in her chest. Okay, she says, one little word, and Henry's whole face lights with pleasure. Do you have in mind? He disappears into the bathroom, reemerges in a pair of yellow swim trunks, a towel cast over one shoulder. He tosses her a blue and white bikini. Let's go. Rockaway Beach is a sea of colored towels and flags planted in the sand. Laughter rolls in with the tide as kids make castle mounds and people lounge beneath the glaring sun. Henry stretches their towels out on a narrow patch of unclaimed sand, weights them down with shoes, and then Addie grabs his hand and they run down the beach, the soles of their feet stinging until they hit the damp line of the tide and plunge into the water. Addie gasps at the welcome brush of the waves, cool even in the heat of summer, and wades out until the ocean wraps around her waist. Henry ducks his head beside her and comes back up, water dripping from his glasses. He pulls her to him, kisses the salt from her fingers. She slicks the hair from his face. They linger there, tangled together in the surf. See, he says, isn't this better? And it is. It is. They swim until their limbs ache, and their skin begins to prune, and then retreat to the towels, waiting on the beach, and stretch out to dry beneath the sun. It's too hot to tea. They're long, and soon the scent of food wafting from the boardwalk is enough to draw them up again. Henry gathers his stuff and starts up the beach, and Addie rises to follow, shaking the sand from her towel. And out falls the wooden ring. It lies there, a fraction darker than the beach, like a drop of rain on a dry sidewalk. Reminder. Addie crouches down before it and sweeps a handful of sand over the top before jogging after Henry. They head for the stretch of bars overlooking the beach, order tacos and a pitcher of frozen margaritas, savoring the tang and the sweet salted chill. Henry wipes the water from his glasses, and Addie looks out at the ocean and feels the past fold over the present, like the tides. Deja vu, deja su, deja beku. What is it? As Henry. Addie glances toward him. You get this look on your face, he says, when you're remembering. Addie looks back out at the Atlantic, the infinite hem of the beach, the memories spooling out along the horizon. And as they eat, she tells him of all the coasts she's seen, of the time she ferried across the English Channel, the white cliffs of Dover rising from the fog, of the time she sailed the coast of Spain, a stowaway in the bowels of a stolen boat, and how, when she crossed to America, the whole ship fell ill, and she had to feign sickness so they wouldn't think she was a witch. And when she gets tired of talking, and they have both run out of drinks, they spend the next few hours bouncing between the shade of the concession stands and the cool kiss of the surf, lingering on the sand only long enough to dry. The day goes by too fast, as good days do. And when it's time to go, they make their way to the subway. And Sinky, onto the bench, sun-drunk and sleepy as the train pulls away. Henry takes out a book, but Addie's eyes are stinging, and she leans against him, savoring his sun and paper scent, and the seat is plastic, and the air is stale, and she has never been so comfortable. She feels herself sinking into Henry, head lolling on his shoulder, and then he whispers 3 words into her hair. "I love you," he says, and Addie wonders if this is love, this gentle thing, if it is meant to be this soft, this kind. The difference between heat and warmth, passion and contentment. "I love you too," she says. She wants it to be true. Chicago, Illinois, July 29th, 1928. Third, there is an angel over the bar, a stained glass panel, lit from behind, with a single figure, chalice raised and hand outstretched, as if calling you to prayer. But this is no church. Speakeasies are like weeds these days, springing up between the stones of prohibition. This one has no name, save the angel with its cup, the number the 20 over the door, 12, the hour of midday and of midnight, the velvet curtains and chaises that lounge like sleepers round the wooden floor, the masks given to the patrons at the door. It is, like most of them, only a rumor, a secret passed from mouth to liquored mouth. Anne E. loves it. There is a wild fervor to this place. She dances, sometimes alone, and sometimes in the company of strangers, loses herself in the jazz that rocks against the walls, rebounds, filling the crowded space with music. She dances until the feathers of her mask cling to her cheeks, and Addie is breathless and flushed, and only then does she retreat, falling into a leather chair. It is almost midnight, and her fingers drift like the hands of a clock up to her throat, where the ring hangs on a silver cord, the wooden band warm against her skin. It is always within reach. Once, when the cord snapped, she thought it lost, only to find it safe within the pocket of her blouse. Another time, she left it on a windowsill, and found it hours later at her neck again. The only thing she doesn't lose, she toys with it, a lazy habit now, like curling a lock of hair around one finger. She skims the edge of the band with her nail, twirls it, careful to never let the ring slide over her knuckle. She has reached for it 100 times, when she was lonely, when she was bored, when she saw a thing of beauty and thought of him. But she is too stubborn, and he is too proud, and she is determined to win this round. 14 years she has resisted the urge to put it on, and 14 years he has not come. So she was right. It is a game, another kind of forfeit, a lesser version of surrender. 14 years, and she is lonely and a little drunk, and she wonders if tonight will be the night she breaks. It would be a fall, but it is not so great a height. Perhaps, to occupy her hands, she decides to get another drink. She goes to the bar and orders a gin fizz, but the white-masked man sets instead a champagne glass before her. A single candied rose petal floats among the bubbles, and when she asks, He nods at a shadow in a velvet booth. His mask is made to look like branches. The leaves a perfect frame for perfect eyes. And Addie smiles at the sight of him. She would be lying if she said it was nothing but relief. A weight set down. A breath set free. I win, she says, sinking into his booth. And even though he folded first, his eyes are bright with triumph. How so? I didn't call, and yet you came. His chin lifts, a study in disdain. You assume I'm here for you. I forget, she says, sliding into his smooth, low cadence. There are so many maddening humans around to swindle out of their souls. A wry smile tugs at perfect lips. I promise, Adeline, few are as maddening as you. Few? She teases. I'll have to try harder. He lifts a glass and tips it toward the bar. The fact remains. You have come to me. This place is mine. Addie looks around, and suddenly it is obvious. She sees the markings everywhere, realizes for the first time that the angel above the bar has no wings, that the curls rising around his face are black, that the band she took for halo might as well be moonlight. And she wonders what it was that drew her here the first time. Wonders if they are like magnets, she and Luke, if they have circled each other for so long that now they share an orbit. It will become a hobby of his, these kinds of clubs. He will plant them in 12 cities, tend them like gardens, and grow them wild. As plentiful as churches, he will say, and twice as popular. And long after the days of prohibition, they will still flourish, catering to many tastes. She will wonder if it is the energy that stokes him, or if they are a grooming ground for souls, a place to ply and pry and promise, and, in a way, a place to pray, albeit a different kind of worship. So you see, says Luke. Perhaps I win. Addie shakes her head. It is only chance, she says. I did not call. He smiles, gaze falling to the ring against her skin. I know your heart. I felt it falter. But I didn't. No, he says. The word nothing, but a breath. But I was tired of waiting. So you missed me, she says with a smile. And there is the briefest glimpse in those green eyes, a fracture of light. Life is long, and humans boring. You are better company. You forget that I am human. Adeline, he says, a shade of pity in his voice. You have not been human since the night we met. You will never be human again. Heat flushes through her at the words. No longer pleasant warmth, but anger. I am still human, she says, voice tightening around the words, as if they were her name. You move among them like a ghost, he says, his forehead bowing against hers. Because you are not one of them. You cannot live like them. You cannot love like them. You cannot belong with them. His mouth hovers over her own. his voice dropping to nothing but a breeze. "You belong to me." There is a sound like thunder in the back of his throat. "With me?" And when she looks up into his eyes, she sees a new shade of green and knows exactly what it is. The color of a man off balance. His chest rises and falls as if it were a human thing. Here is a place to put the knife. I would rather be a ghost. And for the first time, the darkness flinches, draws back like shadows in the face of light. His eyes go pale with anger, and there is the God she knows, the monster she has learned to face. "Suit yourself," mutters Luke, and she waits for him to bleed into the dark, braces for the sudden, reaching void, expects to be swallowed up and spit out on the other side of the world. But Luke does not vanish, and neither does she. He nods at the club. "Go on, then," he says. "Go back to them." And she would rather he had banished her. Instead, she rises, even though she's lost her taste for drinks, for dancing, for any kind of company. It is like stepping out of sunlight. The humid room gone cold against her skin as he sits there in his velvet booth. And she goes through the motions of her night, and for the first time she feels the space between the humans and herself, and fears that he is right. In the end, she is the one to leave, and the next day, the speakeasy is boarded up, and Luke is gone. And just like that, new lines are drawn, the piece is set, the battle started. She will not see him again until the war. New York City, July 29th, 2014. The A train jostles Addie out of sleep. She opens her eyes just as the lights overhead flicker and go out, plunging the car into darkness. Panic surges like a current through her chest. The world beyond the windows dark, but Henry's hand squeezes hers. "It's just the line," he says, as the lights come on again, and the train settles back into its easy motion. And she realizes, when the voice comes on the intercom, that they're back in Brooklyn. The last stretch of subway, underground again, and when they get off, the sun is still safely in the sky. They walk back to Henry's, heat-logged and drowsy, shower off the salt and sand, and collapse on top of the sheets, wet hair cooling on their skin. Book curls around her feet. Henry pulls her against him, and the bed is cool, and he is warm, and if it is not love, it is enough. 5 minutes, he mumbles in her hair. 5 minutes, she answers, the words half plea, half promise, as she curls into him. Outside, the sun hovers over the buildings. They still have time. Addie wakes in the dark. When she closed her eyes, the sun was still high. Now the room is full of shadows. The sky a deep indigo bruise beyond the window. Henry is still asleep, but the room is too quiet, too still, and dread rolls through Addie as she sits up. She doesn't say his name, doesn't even think it as she climbs to her feet, holding her breath as she steps out into the darkened hall. She scans the living room, braced to see him sitting on the sofa, long arms stretched along the cushioned back. Adeline, but he's not there. Of course he's not there. It has almost 40 years. He is not coming, and Addie is so tired of waiting for him. She returns to the bedroom, sees Henry on his feet, his hair a mess of loose black curls as he searches under the pillows for his glasses. "I'm sorry," he says. "I should have set an alarm." He unzips a bag, puts a change of clothes inside. "I can stay at B's." "Oh." But Addie catches his hand. "Don't go." Henry hesitates. "Are you sure?" She isn't sure of anything, but she has had such a good day. She doesn't want to waste her night, doesn't want to give it to him. He has taken enough. There's no food in the apartment, so they get dressed and head over to the merchant. And there's a sleepy ease to all of it. The disorientation of waking after dark, added to the effects of so long in the sun. It lends everything a dreamy air, the perfect end to a perfect day. They tell the waitress they're celebrating. And when she asks if it's a birthday or an engagement, Addie lifts her beer and says, "Anniversary." "Congrats," says the waitress. "How many years?" 300, she says. Henry chokes on his drink, and the waitress laughs, assuming it's an inside joke. Addie simply smiles. A song comes on, the kind that rises above the noise, and she drags him to his feet. "Dance with me," she says. And Henry tries to tell her that he doesn't dance, even though she was there at the fourth rail when they flung themselves into the beat. And he says that is different. But she doesn't believe him, because times change. But everyone dances. She has seen them do the waltz and the quadrille, the foxtrot and the jive, and a dozen others. And she is sure that he can manage at least one of them. And so she draws him between the tables, and Henry didn't even know that the merchant had a dance floor. But there it is, and they are the only ones on it. Addie shows him how to lift his hand, to move with her in mirror motions. She shows him how to lead, how to twirl her, how to dip. She shows him where to put his hands, and how to feel the rhythm in her hips. And for a little while, everything is perfect and easy and right. They stumble, laughing, up to the bar for another drink. "2 beers, says Henry, and the bartender nods and steps away, comes back a minute later, and sets down their drinks. But only one is a beer. The other is champagne, a candied rose petal floating in the center. Addie feels the world tip the darkness tunnel. There is a note beneath the glass, written in elegant, sloping French. "For my Adeline." "Hey," Henry is saying, "we didn't order this." The bartender points to the end of the bar. "Compliments of the gentleman over," he starts, trailing off. "Huh," he says. "He was just there." Addie's heart tumbles in her chest. She grabs Henry's hand. "You have to go." "What?" "Wait." But there is no time. She pulls him toward the door. "Addie?" Luke cannot see them together. He cannot know that they have found. "Addie!" She finally looks back. and feels the world drop out beneath her. The bar is perfectly still, not empty. No, it is still brimming with people, but none of them are moving. They have all stopped mid-stride, mid-speech, mid-sip. Not frozen, exactly, but forcibly stilled. Puppets, hovering on strings. The music is still playing, softly, now, but it is the only sound in the Joan place besides Henry's unsteady breath and the pounding of her heart, and a voice rising from the dark. Adeline, the whole world holds its breath, reduces to the soft echo of footfalls. On the wooden floor, the figure stepping out of the shadows. 40 years, and there he is, unchanged in the ways she is unchanged. The same raven curls, the same emerald eyes, the same coy twist to his Cupid's bow mouth. He's dressed in a black button-down, the sleeves of his shirt rolled to the elbows, a suit jacket flung over one shoulder, his other hand hooked loosely in the pocket of his slacks. The picture of ease. "My love," he says, "you're looking well." Something in her loosens at the sound of his voice, the way it always has. Something at the center of her unwinds, release without relief, because she has waited. Of course she has waited, held her breath in dread as much as hope. Now it rushes from her lungs. "What are you doing here?" Luke has the nerve to look affronted. "It's our anniversary. Surely you haven't forgotten. It's been 40 years. Whose fault is that?" "Yours, entirely." A smile tugs at the edge of his mouth. And then his green gaze slides toward Henry. I suppose I should be flattered by the resemblance. Addie doesn't rise to the bait. He has nothing to do with this. Send him away. He'll forget. Luke's smile drops away. "Please, you embarrass us both." He carves a slow circle around them, a tiger rounding on its prey, as if I don't keep track of all my deals. Henry Strauss, so desperate to be wanted. Sell your soul just to be loved. What a fine pair you two must make. Then let us have it. A dark brow rises. "You think I mean to pull you apart? Not at all. Time will do that soon enough." He looks to Henry. Tick-tock. "Tell me, are you still counting your life in days? Or have you begun to measure it in hours? Or does that only make it harder?" Addie looks between them, reading the triumphant green in Luke's eyes, the color bleeding out of Henry's face. She does not understand. Oh, Adeline. Name draws her back. Humans live such short lives, don't they? Some far shorter than others. Savor the time you have left, and know it was his choice. With that, Luke turns on his heel and dissolves into the dark. In his wake, the bar shudders back into motion. Noise surges through the space, and Addie stares at the shadows until she's sure they are empty. Humans live such short lives. She turns toward Henry, who's no longer standing behind her, but slumped in a chair, some far shorter than others. His head is bowed, one hand clutching his wrist where the watch would be. Where it is, somehow, again. She is sure he didn't put it on. Sure he wasn't wearing it. But there it is, shining like a cuff around his wrist. It was his choice. "Henry," she says, kneeling before him. "I wanted to tell you," he murmurs. She pulls the watch toward herself and studies the face. 4 months she's been with Henry, and in that time, the hour hand has crept from 6:30 to 10:30. 4 months, and 4 hours closer to midnight, and she always assumed it would go around again. A lifetime, he said, and she knew it was a lie. It had to be. Luke would never give another human so much time. Not after her. She knew. She must have known. But she thought perhaps he'd sold his soul for 50 or 30 or even 10. That would have been enough. But there are only 12 hours on a watch. Only 12 months in a year. And he wouldn't. He couldn't be so foolish. "Henry," she says, "how long did you ask for?" "Addie," he pleads, and for the first time, her name sounds wrong on his lips. It is cracked. It is breaking. "How long?" she demands. He is silent for a long time, and then, at last, he tells her the truth. New York City, September 4th, 2013. 5th, a boy is sick of his broken heart, tired of his storm-filled brain. So he drinks until he cannot feel the pieces scraping together in his chest, until he cannot hear the thunder rolling through his head. He drinks when his friends tell him it will be all right. He drinks when they tell him it will all pass. He drinks until the bottle is empty and the world gets fuzzy at the edges. It is not enough to ease the pain. So he leaves, and they let him go. And at some point, on the walk home, it begins to rain. At some point, his phone goes off, and he doesn't answer. At some point, the bottle slips, and he cuts his hand. At some point, he is outside his building, and he sinks onto the stoop and presses his palms against his eyes and tells himself it is just another storm. But this time, it shows no signs of passing. This time there is no break in the clouds, no light on the horizon, and the thunder in his head is so damn loud. So he takes a few of his sister's pills, those little pink umbrellas, but they are still no match for the storm. And so he takes some of his own as well. He leans back on the rain-slicked stairs and looks up at the place where the rooftop meets the sky and wonders, not for the first time, how many steps from here to the edge. He isn't sure when he decides to jump. Perhaps he never does. Perhaps he decides to go inside, and then he decides to go upstairs. And when he reaches his door, he decides to keep going. And when he gets to the last door, he decides to step out onto the roof. And at some point, standing there in the pouring rain, he decides he doesn't want to decide anymore. Here is a straight path A tarred stretch of empty asphalt. Nothing but steps between him and the edge. The pills are catching up, dulling the pain, and leaving behind a cotton quiet that's somehow even worse. His eyes drift shut. His limbs are so heavy. It is just a storm, he tells himself, but he is tired of looking for shelter. It is just a storm, but there's always another waiting in its wake. It is just a storm, but tonight it is too much, and he is not enough. And so he crosses the roof, doesn't slow until he can see over the side, doesn't stop until the tips of his shoes graze empty air. And that is where the stranger finds him. That is where the darkness makes an offer, not for a lifetime, for a single year. It will be easy to look back and wonder how he could have done it, how he could have given away so much for so little. But in the moment, shoes already skimming night, the simple truth is that he would have sold his soul for less, would have traded an entire life of this for just a day, an hour, a minute, a moment of peace, just to numb the pain inside his chest, just to quiet the storm inside his head. He is so tired of hurting, so tired of being hurt, and that is why, when the stranger holds out his hand and offers to pull Henry back from the edge, there is no hesitation. He simply says yes. New York City, July 29th, 2014. Say, now it all makes sense. Heeks sense? This boy, who could never sit still, never waste time, never put off a single thing. This boy, who writes down every word she says, so she'll have something when he's gone, who doesn't want to lose even a single day, because he doesn't have that many more. This boy she's falling in love with. This boy who will soon be gone. How? She asks, how could you give up so much for so little? Henry looks up at her, his face hollow. In that moment, he says, I would have given it for less. A year? It seemed like so long. Once. Now it is no time at all. A year. And it is almost up. And all she can see is the curve of Luke's smile, the triumphant color of his eyes. They were not clever. They were not lucky. They were not slipping past his notice. He knew. Of course he knew. And he let it come to this. He let her fall. Addie, please, says Henry. But she is already up, already moving across the bar. He tries to grab her hand, but he is too late. She is already out of reach, already gone. 300 years. She has survived 300 years. And in those centuries, there have been so many times when the ground gave way. Moments when she could not catch her balance or her breath. When the world left her feeling lost, broken, hopeless, standing outside her parents' house. That night after the deal, on the docks in Paris, where she learned what a body was worth. Remy pressing the coins into her palm, soaked through at the ruined stump of Estelle's oak tree. But in this moment, Addie isn't lost or broken or hopeless. She is furious. She shoves her hand into her pocket, and, of course, the ring is there. It is always there. Grains of sand flake from the smooth wooden surface as Addie slides the band over her knuckle. It's been 40 years since she last wore it, but the ring slips effortlessly on. She feels the wind like a cool breath at her back and turns, expecting to find Luke. But the street is empty, at least, of shadows and promises and gods. She twists the ring around her finger. Nothing. Show yourself. She shouts down the block. Heads turn, but Addie doesn't care. They'll forget her soon enough. And even if she weren't a ghost, this is New York, a place immune to the actions of a stranger in the street. Damn it, she swears. She wrenches the ring from her finger and hurls it down the road, hears it bounce and roll. And then the sound suddenly drops away. The nearest streetlight flickers out, and a voice comes from the dark. All these years, and you still have such a temper. Something brushes her neck, and then a silver thread, thin as dew shine, the same one snapped so long ago, shimmers on her collar. Luke's fingers trail along her skin. Have you missed me? She turns to shove him away, but her hands pass straight through, and then he is behind her. When she tries a second time, he is as solid and unyielding as rock. Undo it, she snaps, striking his chest, but her fist barely grazes the front of his shirt before he takes her wrist. Who are you to give me orders, Adeline? She tries to pull free, but his grip is stone. You know, he says, almost casually, there was a time when you groveled, pressed yourself against the damp forest soil, and pleaded for my intercession. You want me to beg? Then fine. I beg you. Please, undo it. He steps forward, forcing her to step back. Henry made his deal. He didn't know. They always know, says Luke. They just don't want to accept the cost. The soul is the easiest thing to trade. It's the time no one considers. Luke, please. His green eyes gleam, not with mischief or triumph, but power. The shade of someone who knows they're in control. Why should I? He asks. Why would I? Addie has a dozen answers, but she scrambles to find the right words, ones that might appease the dark. But before she can find them, Luke reaches out and lifts her chin, and she expects him to play out old, tired lines, to mock her or ask for her soul, but he does neither. Spend the night with me, he says, tomorrow. Let us have a proper anniversary. Give me that, and I'll consider freeing Mr. Strauss from his obligations. His mouth twitches. If, that is, you can persuade me. It is a lie, of course. It is a trap. But Addie has no other choice. I accept, she says, and the darkness smiles, and then dissolves around her. She stands on the sidewalk, alone, until her heart steadies, and then walks back into the merchant. But Henry is gone. She finds him at home, sitting in the dark. He's on the edge of the bed, the blankets still tangled from their afternoon nap. He stares ahead, into the distance, the way he did that summer night on the rooftop after the fireworks. And Addie realizes that she is going to lose him the way she has lost everyone, and she doesn't know if she can do it. Not again. Not this time. Hasn't she lost enough? I'm sorry, he whispers as she crosses to him. I'm so sorry, he says as she runs her fingers through his hair. Why didn't you tell me? She pleads. Henry is quiet for a moment, and then he says, How do you walk to the end of the world? He looks up at her. I wanted to hold on to every step. A soft, shuddering sigh. My uncle had cancer when I was still in college. It was terminal. The doctors gave him a few months, and he told everyone, and do you know what they did? They couldn't handle it. They were so caught up in their grief. They mourned him before he was even dead. There's no way to unknow the fact that someone is dying. It eats away all the normal and leaves something wrong and rotten in its place. I'm sorry, Addie. I didn't want you to look at me that way. She climbs into bed and pulls him down beside her. I'm sorry, he's saying, soft and steady as a prayer. They lie there, face to face, their fingers intertwined. I'm sorry. And Addie forces herself to ask, How long do you have left? Henry swallows. A month? The words land like a blow on tender skin. A little more, he says. 36 days. It's after midnight, Addie whispers. Henry exhales. Then 35. Her grip tightens around his, and his tightens back, and they hold on until it hurts, as if any minute someone might try to pull them apart, as if the other might slip free and disappear. Occupied, France, November 2003, 1944. 7th, her back hits the rough stone wall. The cell grinds shut, and German soldiers laugh beyond the bars as Addie slumps to the floor, coughing blood. A handful of men huddle in one corner of the cell, slouched and murmuring. At least they don't seem to care that she's a woman. The Germans have noticed, though they caught her dressed in nondescript trousers and coat, though she kept her hair pulled back. She knew by the way they scowled and leered that they could tell her sex. She told them, in a dozen different tongues, what she would do if they came near, and they laughed and satisfied themselves with beating her senseless. Get up, she wills her weary body. Get up, she wills her tired bones. Addie forces herself to her feet, stumbles to the front of the cell. She wraps her hands around the frozen steel, pulls at it until her muscles scream, until the bars groan, but they do not move. She pries at the bolts until her fingers bleed, and a soldier slams his hand against the bars and threatens to use her body as kindling. She is such a fool. She is a fool for thinking it would work, for thinking that forgettable was the same as invisible, that it would protect her here. She should have stayed in Boston, where the worst she had to worry about was wartime rations and winter cold. She should never have come back. It was foolish honor and stubborn pride. It was the last war, and the fact she ran away, fled across the Atlantic instead of facing the danger at home. Because, somehow, despite it all, that's what France will always be home, and somewhere along the way, she decided she could help. Not in an official sense, of course, but secrets have no owner. They could be touched and traded by anyone, even a ghost. The only thing she had to do was not get caught. 3 years of ferrying secrets through occupied France. 3 years only to end up here, in a prison outside our lines. And it does not matter that they will forget her face. It does not matter, because these soldiers do not care about remembering. Here, all the faces are strange and foreign and nameless. And if she doesn't get out, she is going to disappear. Addie sags back against the icy wall and pulls her ragged jacket close. She closes her eyes. She does not pray, not exactly, but she does think of him. She does, perhaps, even wish that it were summer, a July night when he might find her on his own. The soldiers have searched her, roughly, taken anything she might use to hurt them or escape. They have taken the ring, too, snapped the leather cord it hung on, cast the wooden band away. And yet, when she rifles through her ragged clothing, it is still there, waiting like a coin in the crease of her pocket. She is grateful, then, that she cannot seem to lose it. Grateful as she lifts it to her finger. For a moment she falters. 29 years she has had the ring, with all its strings attached. 29 years, and she hasn't used it. But right now, even Luke's smug satisfaction would be better than the eternity in a prison cell, or worse. If he comes, those words, a whisper in the back of her mind, a fear she cannot shake, Chicago rising like bile in her throat, the anger in her chest, venom in his eyes. I would rather be a ghost. She had been wrong. She does not want to be this kind of ghost. And so, for the first time in centuries, Addie prays. She slides the wooden band over her finger and holds her breath, expects to feel something, a stirring of magic, a rush of wind. There is nothing, and she wonders if, after all this time, it was just another trick, a way to lift her hopes, only to drop them in the chance they might shatter. She has a curse ready on her tongue when she feels the breeze, not biting, but warm, cutting through the prison cell, carrying the far-off scent of summer. The men across the cell stop talking. They slouch in their corner, awake but inert, staring off into space, as if caught in the throes of some idea. Beyond the cell, the soldiers' boots stop sounding on the stones, and the German voices drop away like a pebble down a well. The world goes strangely, impossibly quiet, until the only sound is the soft, almost rhythmic tap of fingers trailing along bars. She has not seen him since Chicago. "Oh, Adeline," he says, hand drifting down the icy bars. "What a state you're in." She manages a small, pained laugh. Immortality breeds a high tolerance for risk. "There are things worse than death," he says, as if she does not already know. He looks around at the prison, brow furrowed in disdain. "Wars," he mutters. Tell me you are not helping them. Luke almost looks offended. Even I have limits. You bragged to me once about the successes of Napoleon. He shrugs. There is ambition, and there is evil. And as much as I'd like to create a roster of my past exploits, your life is the important one right now. He leans his elbows on the bars. How do you plan to get out of this? She knows what he wants her to do. He wants her to beg, as if donning the ring were not enough, as if he has not already won this hand, this game. Her stomach knots, and her bruised ribs ache, and she is so thirsty she could cry just to have something to drink. But Addie cannot bring herself to fold. You know me, she says, with a tired smile. I always find a way. Luke sighs. Suit yourself, he says, turning his back. And it is too much. She cannot bear the thought of him leaving her here, alone. Wait, she calls desperately, pushing into the bars, only to find the lock undone, the cell door swinging open beneath her weight. Luke looks back over his shoulder, and he almost smiles, turning toward her just enough to offer up his hand. She stumbles forward, out of the cell, and into freedom, into him. And for a moment, the embrace is only that, and he is solid and warm, folded around her in the dark. And it would be easy to believe that he is real, that he is human, that he is home. But then the world cracks wide, and the shadows swallow them whole. The prison gives way to nothingness, to blackness, to the wild dark. And when it parts, she is back in Boston, the sun just beginning to set, and she could kiss the ground in sheer relief. Addie pulls the jacket close around her and sinks onto the curb, legs shaking, the wooden band still wrapped around her finger. She called, and he came. She asked, and he answered, and she knows he will hold it over her. And but right now, she does not care. She does not want to be alone. But by the time Addie looks up to thank him, he is gone. New York City, July 30th, 2014. 8th. Henry trails her through the apartment as she gets ready. Why would you agree to this? He asks. Because she knows the darkness better than anyone. Knows his mind, if not his heart. Because I don't want to lose you, says Addie, pulling up her hair. Henry looks tired, hollowed out. It's too late, he says. But it's not too late. Not yet. Addie reaches into her pocket and feels the ring where it always is, waiting, the wood warm from being pressed against her body. She draws it out, but Henry catches her hand. Don't do this, he pleads. Do you want to die? She asks, the words cutting through the room. He pulls back a little at the words. No, but I made a choice, Addie. Make. I made a deal, he says, and I'm sorry. I'm sorry I didn't ask for more time. I'm sorry I didn't tell you the truth sooner. But it is what it is. Addie shakes her head. You may have made peace with this, Henry. But I haven't. This won't work, he warns. You can't reason with him. Addie tugs free of his grip. I'm willing to try, she says, slipping the ring over her finger. There is no flood of darkness, only a stillness, a vacant quiet, and then a knock. And she is grateful that at least he didn't invite himself in. But Henry stands between her and the door, his hands braced across the narrow hall. He doesn't move, his eyes pleading. Addie reaches up and cups his face. I need you to trust me, she says. Something cracks in him. One hand drops from the frame. She kisses him, and then she slides by and opens the door for the dark. Adine. Luke should look out of place in the building's hall, but he never does. The lights on the walls have dimmed a little, softened to a yellow haze that halos. The black curls around his face and catches slivers of gold in his green eyes. He is dressed in all black, tailored slacks, and a button-down shirt. The sleeves rolled to the elbows, an emerald pin driven through the silk tie at his throat. It is far too hot for such an outfit, but Luke doesn't seem to mind. The heat, like the rain, like the world itself, seems to have no hold on him. He does not tell her she looks beautiful. He does not tell her anything. He simply turns, expecting her to follow. And as she steps into the hall, he looks to Henry and winks. Addie should have stopped right there. She should have turned around, let Henry pull her back inside. They should have shut the door and bolted it against the dark. But they didn't. They don't. Addie glances back over her shoulder at Henry, who lingers in the doorway, a cloud shadowing his face. She wills him to close the door, but he doesn't, and she has no choice but to step away and follow Luke as Henry watches. Downstairs, he holds open the building's door, but Addie stops, looks down at the threshold. Darkness coils in the frame, shimmers between them and the steps down to the street. She doesn't trust the shadows. She can't see where they lead, and the last thing it needs is for Luke to strand her in some far-off land, if and when the night goes bad. There are rules tonight, she says. Oh? I won't leave the city, she says, nodding at the door. And I won't go that way through a door, through the dark. Luke's brows draw up. Don't you trust me? I never have, she says. There's no use starting now. Luke laughs, soft and soundless, and steps outside to hail a car. Seconds later, a sleek, black sedan pulls up to the curb. He holds out his hand to help her in. She doesn't take it. He does not give the driver an address. The driver does not ask for one. And when Addie asks where they are going, Luke does not answer. Soon they are on the Manhattan Bridge. The silence between them should be awkward. The halting conversation of exes too long apart, and still not long enough to have forgiven anything. What is 40 years against 300? But this is a silence born of strategy. This is the silence of a chess game being played, and time Addie has to win. Los Angeles, California, April 7th, 1952. 9th. God, you're beautiful, says Max, lifting his glass. Addie blushes, eyes dropping to her martini. They met on the street outside the Wilshire that morning, the creases from his bedsheets still pressed into her skin. She was lingering on the curb in his favorite wine-colored dress, and when he came out for his morning stroll, he stopped and asked if he could be so bold as to walk her wherever she was going. And when they got there, to a pretty building picked at random, he kissed her hand and said goodbye, but he didn't leave, and neither did she. They spent the whole day together, strolling from a tea shop to a park to the art museum, finding excuses to continue in each other's company. And when she told him that it was the best birthday she'd had in years, he blinked at her in horror, shocked at the idea a girl like her would find herself alone. And here they are, drinking martinis at the Roosevelt. It is not her birthday, of course, and she's not sure why she told him it was. Perhaps to see what he would do. Perhaps because even she is getting bored of living the same night over again. Have you ever met someone, he says, and felt like you've known them for ages? Addie smiles. He always says the same things, but he means them every time. She toys with the silver thread at her throat, the wooden ring tucked into the neckline of her dress, a habit she cannot seem to break. A server appears at her elbow with a bottle of champagne. "What's this?" she asks. "For the birthday girl on this special evening," says Max brightly. "And the lucky gentleman who gets to spend it with her?" She admires the tiny bubbles rising through the flute, knows even before she takes a sip that it's the real thing, old, expensive. Knows, too, that Max can easily afford the luxury. He is a sculptor. Addie has always had a weakness for the fine arts. And talented, yes, but far from starving. Unlike so many of the artists Addie has been with, he comes from money, the family, funds sturdy enough to weather the wars and the lean years between them. He raises his glass, just as a shadow falls across the table. She assumes it's their server, but then Max looks up and frowns a little. "Can I help you?" And Addie hears a voice like silk and smoke. "I do believe you can." There is Luke, dressed in an elegant black suit. He is beautiful. He is always beautiful. "Hello, my dear." Max's frown deepens. "Do you two know each other?" "No," she says at the same time Luke says. "Yes, and it's not fair, the way his voice carries and hers does not." "He's an old friend," she says, a biting edge in her tone. "Bud," again he cuts her off. "But we haven't seen each other in a while. So if you'd be so kind." Max bristles. "That's quite impertinent. Go." It is just one word, but the air ripples with the force of it, the syllable wrapping like gauze around her date. The fight drops out of Max's face. The annoyance smooths, and his eyes go glassy as he rises from the table and walks away. He never even looks back. "Damn it," she swears, sinking in her seat. "Why must you be such an ass?" Luke lowers himself into the vacant chair and lifts the bottle of champagne, refilling their glasses. "Your birthday is in March. When you get to be my age," she says, "you celebrate as often as you like. How long have you been with him?" 2 months. "It's not so bad," she says, sipping her drink. "He falls for me every day and forgets you every night." The words bite, but not as deeply as they used to. "At least he keeps me company." Those emerald eyes trail over her skin. "So would I," he says, "if you wanted it." A flush of warmth sweeps across her cheeks. He cannot know that she has missed him, thought of him, the way she used to think of her stranger, alone in bed at night. Thought of him every time she toyed with the ring at her throat, and every time she didn't. "Well," she says, finishing her drink, "you've stripped me of my date. The least you can do is try and fill the space." And just like that, the green in Luke's eyes is back, brighter. "Come," he says, drawing her up from her chair. "The night is young, and we can do far better." The Cicada Club buzzes with life. Art Deco chandeliers hang low, shining up against a burnished ceiling. It is crushed red carpet and stairs sweeping up to balcony seats. It is linen-covered tables and a polished dance floor set before a low stage. They arrive as a brass band finishes its set, trumpets and sax spilling through the club. The place is packed, and yet, when Luke draws her through the crowd, there is a table sitting empty at the front. The best in the house? They take their seats, and moments later, a waiter appears. 2 martinis balanced on his tray. She thinks of that first dinner they shared in the Marquis's house. Centuries ago, the meal ready before she even agreed to have it, and wonders if Luke planned this in advance, or if the world simply bends to meet his wish. The crowd erupts in cheers as a new performer takes the stage. A narrow man with a wan face, narrow brows arching beneath a gray fedora. Luke stares at him with the sharp pride of something owned. "What's his name?" she asks. "Sinatra," he answers as the band lifts and the man begins to sing. A crooner's melody, smooth and sweet, spills into the room. Addie listens, mesmerized. And then men and women begin to rise from their chairs and step out onto the dance floor. Addie stands, holding out her hand. "Dance with me," she says. Luke looks up at her, but doesn't rise. "Max would have danced with me," she says. She expects him to refuse her, but Luke rises to his feet and takes her hand, leading her onto the floor. She expects him to be stiff, unyielding, but Luke moves with the fluid grace of wind, rushing through fields of wheat, of storms rolling through the summer skies. She tries to remember a time they were this close, and can't. They have always kept their distance. Now the space collapses. His body wraps around hers like a blanket, like a breeze, like the night itself. But tonight, he does not feel like a thing of shadow and smoke. Tonight, his arms are solid against her skin. His voice slides through her hair, even if everyone you met remembered. Luke says, "I would still know you best." She searches his face. "Do I know you?" He bows his head over hers. "You are the only one who does." Their bodies press together, one shaped to fit the other perfectly. His shoulder molded to her cheek, his hands molded to her waist, his voice molded to the hollow places in her as he says, "I want you." And then again, "I have always wanted you." Luke looks down at her, those green eyes dark with pleasure, and Addie fights to hold her ground. "You want me as a prize," she says. "You want me as a meal or a glass of wine. Just another thing to be consumed." He dips his head, presses his lips to her collarbone. Is that so wrong? She fights back a shiver as he kisses her throat. Is it such a bad thing? His mouth trails along her jaw. To be savored? His breath brushes her ear. To be relished? His mouth hovers over hers, and his lips, too, are molded to her own. She will never be quite sure which happened first. If she kissed him, or he kissed her, who began the gesture, and who rose to meet it. She will only know that there was space between them, and it has vanished. She has thought of kissing Luke before, of course, when he was just a figment of her mind, and then when he was more. But in all her conjurings, he'd taken her mouth as if it is a prize. After all, that is how he kissed her the night they met, when he sealed the deal with the blood on her lips. That is how she assumed he would always kiss. But now he kisses her like someone tasting poison, cautious, questing, almost afraid, and only when she answers, returns the kiss in kind, does he deepen his advance, his teeth skating along her bottom lip, the weight and heat of his body pressing against hers. He tastes like the air at night, heady with the weight of summer storms. He tastes like the faint traces of far-off wood smoke, a fire dying in the dark. He tastes like the forest, and somehow, impossibly, like home. And then darkness reaches up around her, around them, and the cicada club vanishes. The low music and the crooner's melody swallowed up by the pressing void, by rushing wind and racing hearts, and Addie is falling forever, and a single backward step, and then her feet find the smooth marble floor of a hotel room, and Luke is there, pressing her forward, and she is there, drawing him back against the nearest wall. His arms lift around her, forming a loose and open cage. She could break it if she tried. Doesn't try. He kisses her again, and this time he is not tasting poison. This time there is no caution, no pulling back. The kiss is sudden, sharp, and deep, stealing air and thought and leaving only hunger. And for a moment, Addie can feel the yawning dark, feel it opening around her, even though the ground is still there. She has kissed a lot of people, but none of them will ever kiss like him. The difference doesn't lie in technicalities. His mouth is no better shaped to the task. It is just in the way he used. It is the difference between tasting a peach out of season and that first bite into sun-ripened fruit. The difference between seeing only in black and white and a life in full-color film. That first time, it is a kind of fight, neither letting down their guard, each watching for the telltale glint of some hidden blade seeking flesh. When they finally collide, it is with all the force of bodies kept too long apart. It is a battle waged on bedsheets, and in the morning, the whole room shows the signs of their war. It's been so long, he says, since I haven't wanted to leave. She looks at the window, the first thin edge of light. Then don't. I must, he says. I am a thing of darkness. She props her head up on one hand. Will you vanish with the sun? I will simply go where it is dark again. Addie rises, goes to the window, and draws the curtains closed, plunging the room back into lightless black. There, she says, feeling her way back to him. Now it is dark again. Luke laughs, a soft, beautiful sound, and pulls her down into the bed. Everywhere, nowhere. 1952 to 1968. 10th, it is only sex. At least it starts that way. He is a thing to be gotten out of her system. She is a novelty to be enjoyed. Addie half expects them to burn out in a single night, to waste whatever energy they've gathered in their years of spinning. But 2 months later, he comes to find her again, steps out of nothing and back into her life. And she thinks about how strange it is to see him against the reds and golds of autumn, the changing leaves, a charcoal scarf looped loose around his throat. It is weeks until his next visit. And then only days. So many years of solitary nights, hours of waiting and hating and hoping. Now he is there. Still, Addie makes herself small promises in the space between his visits. She will not linger in his arms. She will not fall asleep beside him. She will not feel anything but his lips on her skin, his hands tangled in hers, the weight of him against her. Small promises, but ones she does not keep. It's only sex, and then it is not. Dine with me, Luke says, as winter gives way to spring. Dance with me, he says, as a new year begins. Be with me, he says, at last, as one decade slips into the next. And one night, Addie wakes in the dark to the soft pressure of his fingertips, drawing patterns on her skin, and she is struck by the look in his eyes. No, not the look, the knowing. It is the first time that she has woken up in bed with someone who hasn't already forgotten her. The first time she's heard her name again after the pause of sleep. The first time she hasn't felt alone. And something in her splinters. Addie does not hate him anymore. Has not for a long time. She does not know when the shift started, if it was a specific point in time or, as Luke once warned her, the slow erosion of a coast. All she knows is that she is tired, and he is the place she wants to rest, and that, somehow, she is happy. But it is not love. Whenever Addie feels herself forgetting, she presses her ear to his bare chest and listens for the drum of life, the drawing of breath, and hears only the woods at night, the quiet hush of summer. A reminder that he is a lie, that his face and his flesh are simply a disguise, that he is not human, and this is not love. New York City, July 30th, 2014. 11th, the city slides past, beyond the window, but Addie doesn't turn her head. Doesn't he admire the skyline of Manhattan, the buildings soaring to every side? Instead, she studies Luke, reflected in the darkened glass. The line of his jaw, the arc of his brow, angles drawn by her hand so many, many years ago. She is watching him, the way one watches a wolf at the edge of the woods, waiting to see what it will do. He is the first to break the silence, the first to move a piece. Do you remember the opera in Munich? I remember everything, Luke. The way you looked at the players on that stage, as if you'd never seen theater before. I'd never seen theater like that. The wonder in your eyes at the sight of something new. I knew then I'd never win. She wants to savor the words like a sip of good wine, but the grapes turn sour in her mouth. She does not trust them. The car pulls to a stop outside Le Coucou, a beautiful French restaurant on the lower side of Soho, ivy climbing the outer walls. She has been there before. 2 of the best meals she's had in New York, and she wonders if Luke knows how much she likes it, or if he simply shares her taste. Again, he offers his hand. Again, she does not take it. Addie watches a couple as they approach the doors of the restaurant, only to find them locked, watches them walk away, murmuring something about reservations. But when Luke takes the handle, the door swings open easily. Inside, massive chandeliers hang from the high ceilings, and the large glass windows shine black. The place feels cavernous, large enough to seat 100, but tonight it is empty, save for 2 chefs visible. In the open kitchen, a pair of servers, and the maitre d', who drops into a low bow as Luke approaches. "Monsieur Dubois," he says in a dreamy voice. "Mademoiselle?" He leads them to their table, a red rose set before each place. The maitre d' pulls back her chair, and Luke waits for her to take her seat before taking his own. The man opens a bottle of Merlot and pours, and Luke lifts his glass to her and says, "To you, Adeline." There is no menu, no order to be taken. The plates simply arrive. Foie gras with cherries, and rabbit terrin, halibut in beurre blanc, and fresh-baked bread, and half a dozen kinds of cheese. The food is, of course, exquisite. But as they eat, the host and servers stand against the walls, eyes open, empty, a bland expression on their faces. She has always hated this aspect of his power, and the careless way he wields it. She tips her glass in the direction of the puppets. "Send them away," she says, and he does. A silent gesture, and the servers disappear, and they are alone in the empty restaurant. "Would you do that to me?" she asks when they are gone. Luke shakes his head. "I could not," he says, and she thinks he means because he cared for her too much. But then he says, "I have no power over promised souls. Their will is their own." It is cold comfort, she thinks, but it is something. Luke looks down into his wine. He turns the stem between his fingers, and there in the darkened glass, she sees the two of them, tangled in silk sheets, sees her fingers in his hair, his hands playing songs against her skin. "Tell me, Adeline," he says, "have you missed me?" Of course she has missed him. She can tell herself, as she has told him, that she only missed being seen, or missed the force of his attention, the intoxication of his presence. But it is more than that. She missed him the way someone might miss the sun in winter, though they still dread its heat. She missed the sound of his voice, the knowing in his touch, the flint on stone friction of their conversations, the way they fit together. He is gravity. He is 300 years of history. He is the only constant in her life, the only one who will always, always remember. Luke is the man she dreamed of when she was young, and then the one she hated most, and the one she loved. Addie missed him every night that he was gone from her, and he deserved none of her pain, because it was his fault. It was his fault no one else remembered. It was his fault that she lost, and lost, and lost. And she does not say any of that, because it will change nothing. And because there is still one thing she hasn't lost, one piece of her story that she can save. Henry, so Addie makes her gambit. She reaches across the table and takes Luke's hand, tells him the truth. "I missed you." His green eyes shimmer and shift at the words. He brushes the ring on her finger, traces the whorls in the wood. "How many times did you almost put it on?" He asks, "How often did you think of me?" And she assumes he is baiting her, until his voice softens to a whisper, the faintest roll of thunder in the air between them. "Because I thought of you. Always. You didn't come. You didn't call." She looks down at their tangled hands. "Tell me, Luke," she says, "was any of it real? What is real to you, Adeline? Since my love counts for nothing, you are not capable of love." He scowls, his eyes flashing emerald. "Because I am not human? Because I do not wither and die?" "No," she says, drawing back her hand. "You are not capable of love, because you cannot understand what it is to care for someone else more than yourself. If you loved me, you would have let me go by now." Luke flicks his fingers. "What nonsense," he says. "It is because I love you that I won't. Love is hungry. Love is selfish. You are thinking of possession. He shrugs. Are they so different? I have seen what humans do to things they love. People are not things, she says, and you will never understand them. I understand you, Adeline. I know you better than anyone in this world, because you let me have no one else. She takes a steadying breath. I know you won't spare me, Luke, and perhaps you are right. We do belong together. So if you love me, spare Henry Strauss. If you love me, let him go. His temper flashes through his face. This is our night, Adeline. Do not ruin it with talk of someone else. But you said, come, he says, pushing back from the table. This place no longer suits my taste. The server has just set a pear tart on the table, but it turns to ash as Luke speaks, and Addie marvels, the way she always has, at the moodiness of gods. Luke, she starts, but he is already on his feet, casting the napkin off onto the ruined food. New Orleans, Louisiana, July 29th, 1970. 12th. I love you. They are in New Orleans when he says it, dining in a hidden bar in the French Quarter, one of his many installations. Addie shakes her head, amazed. The words do not turn to ash in his mouth. Do not pretend that this is love. Annoyance flashes across Luke's face. What is love, then? Tell me your heart doesn't flutter when you hear my voice, that it doesn't ache when you hear your name on my lips. It's my own name I ache for, not your lips. The edge of his mouth curls up, his eyes now emerald, a brightness born of pleasure. Once, perhaps, he says, but now it's more. She is afraid that he is right, and he sets a box before her. It is simple and black, and if Addie were to reach for it, it would be small enough to fit within her palm. But she doesn't, not at first. What is it? She asks. A gift. Still, she does not take it. Honestly, Adeline, he says, sweeping the box from the table. It not bite. He opens it and sets it back before her. Inside, there is a simple brass key, and when she asks him where it leads, he says, home. Addie Tiffins. She has not had a home, not since Villain. Has never, in fact, had a place of her own, and she is almost grateful, before she remembers, of course, that he is the reason why. Do not mock me, Luke. I am not mocking you, he says. He takes her hand and leads her through the quarter to a place at the end of Bourbon Street, a yellow house with a balcony and windows as tall as doors. She slides the key into the lock and listens to the heavy sound of the turn and realizes, if it belonged to Luke instead of her, the door would simply open, and suddenly the brass key feels real and solid in her hand, a treasured thing. The door swings open onto a house with high ceilings and wooden floors, with furniture and closets and spaces to be filled. She steps out onto the balcony, the layered sounds of the quarter rising to meet her on the humid air. Jazz spills through the streets, crashing, overlapping, a chaotic melody, changing and alive. "It is yours," says Luke. A home, and the old warning sounds, deep in the marrow of her bones. But these days, it is a shrinking beacon, a lighthouse viewed too far from port. He pulls her back against him, and Addie notices, again, the perfect way they fit together, as if he was made for her, which, of course, he was. This body, this face, these features, made to make her feel at ease. "Let's go out," he says. Addie wants to stay in, to christen the house, but he says there will be time, there will always be time, and, for once, she doesn't dread the idea of forever. For once, the days and nights don't drag, but race ahead. She knows that whatever this is, it will not last. It cannot last. Nothing ever does. But in the moment, she is happy. They make their way through the quarter, arm in arm, and Luke lights a cigarette. And when she tells him it's bad for his health, he lets out a breathy, noiseless laugh, smoke pouring between his lips. Her steps slow before a shop window. The store is closed, of course, but even through the darkened glass, she can see the leather jacket, black with silver buckles, draped over a mannequin. Luke's reflection shimmers behind her as he follows her gaze. "It is summer," he says. "It won't always be." Luke smooths his hands over her shoulders, and she feels the soft leather settling against her skin, the mannequin in the window now bare, and tries not to think of all the years she went without, forced to suffer through the cold, of all the times she had to hide and fight and steal. She tries not to think of them, but she does. They are halfway back to the yellow house when Luke peels away. "I have work to do," he says. "Go on home." Home. The word rattles through her chest as he walks away. But she does not go. She watches Luke round the corner and cross the street, and then she lingers in the shadow as he approaches a shop with a luminescent palm painted on the door. An older woman stands on the sidewalk, closing up, her frame bent over a ring of keys, a large bag drooping from one elbow. She must hear him coming, because she murmurs something to the dark, something about closing, something about another day. And then she turns and sees him. In the glass of the shop window, Addie sees Luke too, not as he is to her, but as he must appear to the woman in the doorway. He has kept those dark curls, but his face is leaner, sharper in a wolfish way, his eyes deep-set, his limbs too thin to be human. "A deal is a deal," he says, the words bending on the air. And it is done. Addie watches, expecting the woman to beg, to run. But she sets her bag down on the ground and lifts her chin. "A deal is a deal," she says, "and I am tired. And somehow this is worse." Because Addie understands. Because she's tired, too. And as she watches, the darkness comes undone again. It has been more than 100 years since Addie last saw the truth of him, the roiling night, with all its teeth. Only this time there is no rending, no tearing, no horror. The darkness simply folds around the old woman like a storm, blotting out the light. Addie turns away. She goes back to the yellow house on Bourbon Street and pours herself a glass of wine, crisp and cold and white. It is blisteringly hot. The balcony doors are flung open to ease the summer night. She is leaning on the iron rail when she hears him arrive, not on the street below, as a courting lover might, but in the room behind her. And when his arms drift around her shoulders, Addie remembers the way he held the woman in the doorway, the way he folded around her, swallowing her whole. New York City, July 30th, 2014. 13th. Luke's mood lifts a little as they walk. The night is warm, the moon barely a crescent overhead. His head falls back, and he inhales, breathing in the air as if it were not ripe with summer heat. Too many people in too little space. "How long have you been here?" she asks. "I come and go," he says. But she has learned to read the space between his words and guesses. He has been in New York almost as long as she has, lurking like a shadow at her back. She doesn't know where they are going, and for the first time, she wonders if Luke does either, or if he is simply walking, trying to put space between them and the end of their meal. But as they make their way uptown, she feels time folding around them, and she does not know if is his magic or her memory. But with each passing block, she is storming from him down the Seine. He is leading her away from the sea. She is following him in Florence. They are side by side in Boston, and arm in arm on Bourbon Street. They are here, together, in New York. And she wonders what would have happened if he hadn't said the word, if he hadn't tipped his hand, if he hadn't ruined everything. "The night is ours," he says, turning toward her, and his eyes are bright again. "Where shall we go?" Home, she thinks, though she cannot say it. She looks up at the skyscrapers, surging to either side. Which one, she wonders, has the best view? After a moment, Luke smiles, flashing teeth, and says, "Follow me." Over the years, Addie has learned many of the city's secrets, but here is one she did not know. It resides not underground, but on a roof, 84 stories up, reached by a pair of elevators, the first one nondescript, and rising only to the 81st floor. The second, a direct replica of Rodin's Gates of Hell, with its writhing bodies, clawing to escape, takes you the rest of the way. If you have a key, Luke draws the black card from his shirt pocket and slides it into a yawning mouth along the elevator's frame. "Is this one of yours?" she asks as the doors slide open. "Nothing is really mine," he says, by way of answer as they step inside. It is a short ascent, 3 brief floors, and when it stops, the doors open onto an uninterrupted view of the city. The bar's name winds in black letters at her feet. "The Low Road." Addie rolls her eyes. "Was Perdition taken?" "Perdition," he says, eyes sparkling with mischief, is a different kind of club. The floors are bronze, the railings glass, and the ceiling open to the sky, and people mill on velvet sofas and dip their feet in shallow pools, and linger along the balconies that ring the roof, admiring the city. "Mr. Green," says the hostess, "welcome back." "Thank you, Renee," he says smoothly. "This is Adeline. Give her anything she wants." The hostess looks to her, but there is no compulsion in her eyes, no sense that she has been enchanted, only the cooperation of an employee, one very good at her job. Addie asks for the most expensive drink, and Renee grins at Luke. "You've found yourself a match." "I have," he says, resting his hand on the small of Addie's back as he guides her forward. She quickens her step until it falls away and weaves through the milling crowd to the glass rail, looking out over Manhattan. There are no stars visible, of course, but New York rolls away to every side, its own galaxy of light. Up here, at least, she can breathe. It is the easy laughter of the crowd, the ambient noise of people enjoying themselves. So much nicer than the tall, stifled quiet of the empty restaurant, the cloistered silence of the car. It is the sky opening above her, the beauty of the city to every side, and the fact they are not alone. Renee returns with a bottle of champagne, a visible film of dust coating the glass. "Dom Perignon, 1959, she explains, holding the bottle out for inspection. "From your private case, Mr. Green." Luke waves his hand, and she opens the bottle, pouring 2 flutes. The bubbles so small, they look like flecks of diamond in the glass. Addie sips, savors the way it sparkles on her tongue. She scans the crowd, filled with the kinds of faces you would recognize, even though you're not sure where you've seen them. Luke points them out to her, those senators and actors, authors, and critics, and she wonders if any of them have sold their soul, if any of them are about to. Addie looks down into her glass, the bubbles still rising smoothly to the surface, and when she speaks, the words are barely more than a whisper, the sound stolen by the chattering crowd. But she knows he is listening, knows he can hear her. "Let him go, Luke." His mouth tightens a fraction. "Dullin," he warns, "you told me you would listen." "Fine." He leans back against the rail and spreads his arms. "Tell me, what do you see in him, this latest human lover?" Henry Strauss is thoughtful and kind, she wants to say. He is clever and bright, gentle and warm. He is everything you're not. But Addie knows she must tread lightly. "What do I see in him?" she says. "I see myself. Not who I am now, perhaps, but who I was the night you came to rescue me." Luke scowls. Henry Strauss wanted to die. You wanted to live. You are nothing alike. It's not that simple, isn't it? Addie shakes her head. You see only flaws and faults, weaknesses to be exploited. But humans are messy, Luke. That is the wonder of them. They live and love and make mistakes, and they feel so much. And maybe Maybe I am no longer one of them. The words tear through her as she says them, because she knows this much is true. For better or worse. But I remember, she presses on. I remember what it's like. And Henry is lost. He is searching, she counters. And he will find his way if you let him. If I let him, says Luke, he would have leapt off a roof. You don't know that, she says. You never will, because you intervened. I am in the business of souls, Adeline, not second chances, and I am begging you to let him go. You will not give me mine, so give me his instead. Luke exhales and sweeps his hand across the roof. Choose someone, he says. What? He turns her to face the crowd. Choose a soul to take his place. Pick a stranger. Damn one of them instead. His voice is low and smooth and certain. There is always a cost, he says gently. A price must be paid. Henry Strauss bartered his own soul. Would you sell someone else's to have it back? Addie stares out at the crowded roof, the faces she recognizes and the ones she doesn't, young and old, together and alone. Are any innocent? Are any cruel? Addie does not know if she can do it, until her hand drifts up, until she points to a man in the crowd, heart plunging through her stomach, as she waits for Luke to let go of her, to step forward and claim his price. But Luke doesn't move. He only laughs. My Adeline, he says, kissing her hair, you have changed more than you think. She feels dizzy and ill as she twists to face him. No more games, she says. All right, he says, just before he pulls her into the dark. The roof drops away, and the void surges up around her, swallowing everything but a starless sky, an infinite, violent black. And when it withdraws again an instant later, the world is silent, and the city is gone, and she is alone in the woods. New Orleans, Louisiana, May 1st, 1984. Teve. This is how it ends, with candles burning on the sill, unsteady light casting long shadows across the bed, with the blackest part of night stretching beyond the open window, and the first blush of summer on the air, and Addie in Luke's arms, the darkness draped around her like a sheet. And this, she thinks, is home. This, perhaps, is love. And that is the worst part. She has finally forgotten something. Only it is the wrong thing. It is the one thing she was supposed to remember. That the man in the bed is not a man. That the life is not a life. That there are games and battles. But in the end, it is all a kind of war. A touch like teeth along her jaw. The darkness whispering against her skin. My Adeline, I am not yours, she says, but his mouth only smiles against her throat. And yet, he says, we are together. We belong together. You belong to me. Do you love me? She asks. His fingers trail along her hips. You know I do. Then let me go. I am not holding you here. That isn't what I mean, she says, rising on one arm. Set me free. He draws back just enough to meet her gaze. I cannot break the deal. His head falls, black curls brushing her cheek. But perhaps, he whispers against her collar, I could bend it. Addie's heart thuds inside her chest. Perhaps I could change the terms. She holds her breath as Luke's words play along her skin. I can make it better, he murmurs. All you have to do is surrender. The word is a cold shock, a curtain falling on a play. The lovely sets, the stagings, the trained actors all vanish behind the darkened cloth. Surrender, an order whispered in the dark. A warning given to a broken man, a demand made over and over and over for years, until it stopped. How long ago did he stop asking? But of course she knows. It was when his method changed, when his temper toward her softened. And she is a fool. She is a fool for thinking it meant peace instead of war. Surrender? What is it? He asks, feigning confusion, until she throws the word back in his face. Surrender? She snarls. It is just a word, he says. But he taught her the power of a word. A word is everything, and his word is a serpent, a coiled trick, a curse. It is the nature of things, he says. In order to change the deal, he says. But Addie pulls back, pulls away, pulls free. And I am meant to trust you, to give in and believe that you will give. Me back? So many years, so many different ways of asking the same thing. Do yield? You must think me an idiot, Luke. Her face burns with anger. I'm amazed you had the patience. But then, you've always been fond of the chase. His green eyes narrow in the dark. Addie, don't you dare say my name. She is on her feet now, singing with rage. I knew you were a monster, Luke. I saw it often enough. And yet I still thought, somehow I thought, after all this time. But of course it wasn't love, was it? It wasn't even kindness. It was just another game. There is an instant when she thinks she might be wrong. A fraction of a moment when Luke looks wounded and confused, and she wonders if he meant only what he said. If. But then it is over. The hurt falls from his face, and it passes into shadow, the effect as smooth as a cloud across the sun. A grim smile plays across his lips. And what a tiresome game it's been. She knows she drew it out, but the truth still crashes through her. If she was cracked before, now she is breaking. You cannot fault me for trying a different hand. I fault you for everything. Luke rises, the darkness drawing into silk around him. I have given you everything. None of it was real. She will not cry. She will not give him the satisfaction of seeing her suffer. She will not give him anything ever again. This is how the fight begins. Or rather, this is how it ends. Most fights, after all, are not the work of an instant. They build over days or weeks, each side gathering their kindling, stoking their flames. But this is a fight forged over centuries, as old and inevitable as the turning of the world, the passing of an era, the collision of a girl and the dark. She should have known it would happen. Perhaps she did, but to this day, Addie doesn't know how the fire started. If it was the candles she swept from the table, or the lamp she tore from the wall, if it was the lights Luke shattered, or if it was simply a last act of spite. She knows she doesn't have the strength to ruin anything, and yet she did. They did. Perhaps he let her start the fire. Perhaps he simply let it burn. It does not matter in the end. Addie stands on Bourbon Street and watches the house go up in flames. And by the time the firefighters come, there is nothing left to save. It is only ashes. Another life gone up in smoke. Addie has nothing. Not even the key in her pocket. But when she reaches for it, it is gone. Her hand goes to the wooden ring still at her throat. She tears it free, hurls the band into the smoking ruins of her home, and walks away. New York City, July 30th, 2014. 15th. Addie is surrounded by trees. The mossy scent of summer in the woods. Fear winds through her. The sudden, horrible certainty that Luke has broken both rules instead of one, that he has dragged her through the dark, stolen her away from New York, abandoned her somewhere far, far from home. But then her eyes adjust, and she turns and sees the skyline rising above the trees and realizes she must be in Central Park. Relief sweeps through, and then Luke's voice drifts through the dark. "Adeline, Adeline," he says, and she cannot tell what is an echo and what is simply him, unbound by flesh and bone and mortal shapes. "You promised," she calls. "Did the first?" Luke steps out of the dark, the way he did that night, drawing together from smoke and shadow, a storm bottled into. "Am I the devil or the darkness?" he asked her once. "Am I a monster or a god?" He is no longer dressed in the sleek black suit, but as he was when she first summoned him, a stranger in trousers, a pale tunic open at his throat, his black hair curling against his temples, the dream conjured so many years ago. But one has changed. There is no triumph in his eyes. The color has gone out of them. So pale, they're almost gray. And though she's never seen the shade before, she guesses it is sadness. "I will give you what you want," he says, "if you will do one thing." "What?" she asks. Luke holds out his hand. "Dance with me," he says. There is longing in his voice, and loss, and she thinks, perhaps, it is the end of this, of them. A game finally played out. A war with no winners. And so she agrees to dance. There is no music, but it does not matter. When she takes his hand, she hears the melody, soft and soothing in her head. Not a song, exactly, but the sound of the woods in summer, the steady hush of the wind through the fields. And as he pulls her close, she hears a violin, low and mournful, along the Seine. His hand slides through hers, and there is the steady murmur of the seaside, the symphony soaring through Munich. Addie leans her head against his shoulder and hears the rain falling in Villain, the brass band ringing in an L.A. lounge, and the ripple of a saxophone through the open windows on Bourbon. The dancing stops. The music fades. A tear slides down her cheek. All you had to do was set me free. Luke sighs and lifts her chin. I could not, because of the deal. Because you are mine. Addie twists free. I was never yours, Luke, she says, turning away. Not in the woods that night, and not when you took me to bed. You were the one who said it was just a game. I lied. The words, a knife. You loved me, he says, and I loved you. And yet, she says, you didn't come to find me until I'd found someone else. She turns back toward him, expecting to see those eyes yellowing with envy. But instead, they have gone a weedy, arrogant green, mirrored by the expression. On his face, the faint lift of a single brow, the corner of his mouth. Oh, Adeline, he says, you think you found each other? The words are a mist, sudden drop. Do you truly think that I would let that happen? The ground tilts beneath her feet, that for all the deals I do, such a thing would ever pass beneath my notice. Addie squeezes her eyes shut, and she is lying beside Henry, their fingers laced together in the grass. She is looking up at the night sky. She is laughing at the idea that Luke finally made a mistake. You must have thought yourselves so clever, he is saying now. Star-crossed lovers, brought together by chance. What are the odds that you would meet, that you would both be bound to me, both have sold your souls for something only the other could provide? When the truth is so much easier than that, I put Henry in your path. I gave him to you, wrapped and ribboned like a gift. Why? She asks, throat closing around the word. Why would you do that? Because it's what you wanted. You were so set upon your need for love, you could not see beyond it. I gave you this. I gave you him, so you could see that love was not worth the space you held for it. The space you kept from me. But it was worth it. It is. He reaches out to brush her cheek. It won't be. When he's gone. Addie pulls away from his words, his touch. This is cruel, Luke, even for you. No, he snarls. Cruelty would be 10 years instead of 1. Cruelty would be to let you have a lifetime with him and have to suffer more for losing. I would choose it anyway. Shakes her head. You never intended to let him live, did you? Luke inclines his head. A deal is a deal, Adeline. And deals are binding. That you would do all this to torment me? No, he snaps. I did it to show you, to make you understand. You put them on such a pedestal. But humans are brief and pale, and so is their love. It is shallow, does not last. You long for human love, but you are not human, Adeline. You haven't been for centuries. You have no place with them. You belong with me. Addie recoils, anger hardening to ice inside her. What a hard lesson it must be for you, she says. You can't have everything you want. Want? He sneers. Want is for children. If this were want, I would be rid of you by now. I would have forgotten you centuries ago, he says, a bitter loathing in his voice. This is need, and need is painful but patient. Do you hear me, Adeline? I need you, as you need me. I love you as you love me. She hears the pain in his voice. Perhaps that is why she wants to hurt him worse. He taught her well to find the weakness in the armor. But that's the thing, Luke, she says. I don't love you at all. The words are soft, steady, and yet they rumble through the dark. The trees rustle and the shadows thicken. And Luke's eyes burn a shade she's never seen before, a venomous color. And for the first time in centuries, she is afraid. Does he mean so much to you? He asks, voice flat and hard as river stones. Then go. Spend time with your human love. Bury him and mourn him, and plant a tree over his grave. His edges begin to blur into the dark. I will still be here, he says, and so will you. Luke turns away and is gone. Addie sinks to her knees in the grass. She stays there until the first threads of light seep into the sky, and then, at last, she forces herself up again, walks to the subway in a fog. Luke's words looping through her head. You are not human, Adeline. You thought you found each other? You must have thought yourselves so clever. Spend time with your love. I will still be here. And so will you. The sun is rising. By the time she gets to Brooklyn, she stops to pick up breakfast, a concession, an apology for staying away all night. And that is when she sees the paper stacked against the newsstand. That is when she sees the date stamped in the upper corner, August 6th, 2014. She left the apartment on the 30th of July. Spend time with your love, he said. But Luke has taken it. He didn't just steal a night. He took an entire week, 7 precious days, erased from her life. And Henry's. Addie runs. She stumbles through the door and up the stairs, turns out her purse. But the key is gone. And she pounds on the door, terror surging through her that the world has changed, that Luke has somehow rewritten more than time, somehow taken more, taken everything. But then the lock slides, and the door falls open, and there is Henry, exhausted, disheveled, and she knows, by the look in his eyes, that he did not expect her to come back, that at some point, between the first morning and the next, and the next, and the next, he thought she was gone. Addie throws her arms around him now. "I'm so sorry," she says. And it is not just for the stolen week. It is for the deal. The curse. The fact. It is her fault. "I'm sorry," she says, over and over. And Henry doesn't shout, doesn't rage, doesn't even say, "I told you so." He simply holds her tight and says, "Enough," says, "Promise me," says, "Stay." And none of them are questions. But she knows he is asking, pleading with her to let it go, to stop fighting, stop trying to change their fates, and just be with him until the end. And Addie cannot bear the thought of giving up, of giving in, of going down without a fight. But Henry is breaking, and it is her fault. And so, in the end, she agrees. New York City, August 2014. 16th. These are the happiest days of Henry's life. It is an odd thing to say. He knows. But there is a strange freedom to it, a peculiar comfort in the knowing. The end is rushing up to meet him, and yet he does not feel like he is falling toward it. He knows he should be scared. Every day he braces for the restless terror, waits for the storm clouds to roll in, expects the inevitable panic to climb inside his chest, pry him apart. But for the first time in months, in years, in as long as he can remember, he is not afraid. He is worried about his friends, of course, about the bookstore and the cat. But beyond the low hum of concern is only a strange calm, a steadiness, and the incredible relief that he found Addie, that he got to know her, to love her, to have her here beside him. He is happy. He is ready. He is not afraid. That is what he tells himself. He is not afraid. They decide to go upstate, to get out of the city, away from the stagnant summer heat, to see the stars. He rents a car, and they drive north, and he realizes, halfway up the Hudson, that Addie has never met his family. And then he realizes, with a sudden sinking weight, that he is not supposed to go home until Rosh Hashanah, and that he will be gone by then. That if he does not take this exit, he will never get a chance to say goodbye. And then the clouds begin to roll in, and fear tries to climb inside his chest, because he doesn't know what he would say. He doesn't know what good it would do. And then he has passed the exit. Then it is too late, and he can breathe again. And Addie is pointing to a sign for fresh fruit. And they pull off the freeway and buy peaches from the stand and sandwiches from the market and drive an hour north to a state park where the sun is hot, but the shade beneath the trees is cool. And they spend the day wandering the woodland paths. And when night falls, they make a picnic on the roof of the rented car and stretch out between the wild, weedy grass and the stars, So many. The night doesn't seem that dark. And he is still happy. And he can still breathe. They have no tent, but it is too hot for covers anyway. They lie on a blanket in the grass and look up at the ghost of the Milky Way. And he thinks of the artifact on the High Line, the exhibit of the sky, how close the stars felt then, and now how far away. If you could do it again, he says, would you still make the deal? And Addie says yes. It has been a hard and lonely life, she says, and a wonderful one, too. She has lived through wars and fought. In them, witnessed revolution and rebirth. She has left her mark on 1,000 works of art. Like a thumbprint in the bottom of a drying bowl, she has seen marvels and gone mad, has danced in snowbanks and frozen to death along the Seine. She fell in love with the darkness many times, fell in love with a human once, and she is tired, unspeakably tired. But there is no question she has lived. Nothing is all good or all bad, she says. Life is so much messier than that. And there in the dark, he asks if it was really worth it. Were the instants of joy worth the stretches of sorrow? Were the moments of beauty worth the years of pain? And she turns her head and looks at him and says, always. They fall asleep beneath the stars. And when they wake up in the morning, the heat has leaked away. Air is cool. The first whispers of another season, the first one he won't see, waiting in the distance. And still, he tells himself, he is not afraid. And then the weeks turn into days. There are some good buys he has to make. He meets Bea and Robbie at the Merchant one night. Addie sits across the bar, sipping a soda and giving him space. He wants her there. He needs her there. A silent anchor in the storm. But they both know that if she were at the table with him, Bea and Robbie might forget, and he needs them to remember. And for a little while, everything is wonderfully, painfully normal. Bea talks about her latest thesis proposal, and apparently 9th time's the charm, because it's been approved, and Robbie talks about the show's premiere next week. And Henry does not tell him that he snuck into a dress rehearsal yesterday, that he and Addie lurked in the last row of seats, slouched low so he could watch Robbie on the stage, brilliant and beautiful, and in his element, lounging on his throne with Bowie's flair and a devil's grin and a magic all his own. And at last, Henry lies and tells them he is going out of town, a state, to see his parents. No, it is not time, he says. But he has cousins visiting, his mother asked. Just for the weekend, he says. He asks Bea if she can work the store. Asks Robbie if he will feed the cat. And they say yes. As simple as that, because they do not know it is goodbye. Henry pays the tab, and Robbie jokes, and Bea complains about her undergrads, and Henry tells them he'll call when he gets back. And when he gets up to go, Bea kisses his cheek, and he pulls Robbie in for a hug, and Robbie says he better not miss his show, and Henry promises he won't, and then they are going. They are gone. And this, he decides, is what a good bye should be. Not a period, but an ellipsis, a statement trailing off, until someone is there to pick it up. It is a door left open. It is drifting off to sleep, and he tells himself he is not afraid. Tells himself it is okay. He is okay. And just when he begins to doubt, Addie's hand is there, soft and steady on his arm, leading him back home. And they climb into bed and curl into each other against the storm. And sometime in the middle of the night, he feels her get up, hears her padding down the hall. But it is late, and he thinks nothing of it. He rolls over and goes back to sleep. And when he wakes again, it is still dark, and she is back beside him in the bed. And the watch on the table twitches one step closer to midnight. New York City, September 4th, 2014. Then it is such an ordinary day. They stay in bed, curled together in the nest of sheets, head to head, and hands trailing over arms, along cheeks, fingers memorizing skin. He whispers her name over and over, as if she can save the sound, bottle it up to use when he is gone. Addie, Addie, Addie. And, despite it all, Henry is happy. Or at least, he tells himself he is happy, tells himself he is ready, tells himself he isn't afraid. And he tells himself that if they just stay here, in the bed, the day will last. If he holds his breath, he can keep the seconds from moving forward, pin the minutes between their tangled fingers. It is an unspoken plea, but Addie seems to sense it, because she makes no motion to get up. Instead, she stays with him in bed and tells him stories. Not of anniversaries. They have run out of July 29th Thuthiats. But of Septembers and Mays, of quiet days, the kind no one else would remember. She tells him of fairy pools on the Isle of Skye, and the northern lights in Iceland of swimming in a lake so clear she could see the bottom 10 meters down, in Portugal, or was it Spain? These are the only stories he will never write down. It is his own failing. He cannot bring himself to unfold, to let go of Addie. He's hands and climb out of the bed and grab the latest notebook from the shelf. There are 6 of them now, the last only half filled, and he realizes it will stay that way. Those last blank pages, his cramped, cursive like a wall, a false end to an ongoing story, and his heart skips a little, a tiny stutter of panic, but he can't let it start, knows it will tear through him, the way a shiver turns a momentary chill into an teeth chattering cold, and he cannot lose his hold. Not yet, not yet, not yet. So Addie talks, and he listens, letting the stories slide like fingers through his hair. And every time the panic tries to fight its way to the surface, he fights it back, holds his breath, and tells himself he is fine. But he doesn't move, doesn't get up. He cannot, because if he does, it will break the spell, and time will race forward, and it will be over too fast. It is a silly thing, he knows, a strange surge of superstition, but the fear is there now, real now. And bed is safe, And Addie is steady, and he is so glad she is here, so glad for every minute since they met. Sometime in the afternoon, he is suddenly hungry, famished. He shouldn't be. It feels frivolous and wrong, inconsequential now. But the hunger is swift and deep, and with its arrival, the clock begins to tick. He can't hold time at bay. It is racing forward now, rushing away, and Addie looks at him as if she can read his mind, see the storm building in his head. But she is sunshine. She is clear skies. She draws him out of bed and into the kitchen, and Henry sits on a stool and listens as she makes an omelet, and tells him about the first time she flew a plane, heard a song on the radio, saw a moving picture. This is the last gift she can give him. These moments he will never have. And this is the last gift he can give her, the listening. And he wishes they could climb back into bed with Book. But they both know there's no going back. And now that he's up, he cannot bear the stillness. He is all restless energy and urgent need, and there isn't enough time. And he knows, of course, that there will never be. That time always ends a second before you're ready. That life is the minutes you want minus one. And so they get dressed and they go out and walk, wearing circles into the block as the panic begins to win. It is a hand pressing against weakened glass, a steady pressure on spreading cracks, but Addie is there, her fingers laced through his. "Do you know how you live 300 years?" she says, and when he asks how, she smiles. "The same way you live one, a second at a time." And eventually his legs are tired, and the restlessness recedes, doesn't vanish, but dulls to a manageable degree. And they go to the merchant and order food they do not eat, and order beers they do not drink, because he cannot bear to dull these last few hours, as frightening as it is to face them sober. And he makes some comment about his last meal, laughs at the morbid thought of it, and Addie's smile falters for just a second, and then he is apologizing. He is sorry, and she is folding herself around him, and the panic has its claws in him. The storm is brewing in his head, churning the sky on the horizon, but he doesn't fight it. He lets it come. Only when it starts raining does he realize the storm is real. He tips his head back and feels the drip of rain on his cheeks, and thinks of the night they went to the fourth rail, the downpour that caught them breathless when they reached the street. He thinks of that before he thinks of the rooftop, and that is something. He feels so far from the Henry who climbed up there a year ago. Or perhaps he's not that far at all. It is only a matter of steps, after all, from the street to the edge. But what he would give to go back down. God, what he would give for just another day. The sun is gone now, the light going thin, and he will never see it again, and the fear crashes into him, sudden and traitorous. It is a gust of wind, cutting through a too still scene. He fights it back. Not yet, not yet, not yet. And Addie squeezes his hand, so he won't blow away. "Stay with me," she says. And he answers, "I'm here." His fingers tighten on hers. He doesn't have to ask. She doesn't have to answer. There is an unspoken agreement that she will be there with him until the very end, that this time he won't be alone. And he is okay. It is okay. It will be okay. It's almost time, and they are on the roof. The same roof he nearly stepped off a year before. The same one where he stood with the devil and made his deal. It is a full circle moment, and he doesn't know if it has to be here, if he has to be here, but it feels right. Addie's hand is linked in his, and that feels right, too. A grounding force against rising storm. There is still a little time. The hand on the watch. A fraction of a fraction. Of a fraction from midnight. And he can hear B's voice in his head. Only you would arrive early to your own death. And Henry smiles, despite himself, and wishes he had said more to B and Robbie, but the simple fact is he didn't trust himself. He has made his goodbyes, though they will not know it until he's gone, and he is sorry for that, for them, for whatever pain he might cause. He is glad they have each other. Addie's hand tightens in his. It is almost time, and he wonders what it will feel like to lose a soul, if it will be like a heart attack, sudden and violent, or as easy as falling asleep. Death takes so many forms. Perhaps this does, too. Will the darkness appear and reach a hand into his chest and pull his soul out between his ribs like a magic trick? Or will some force compel him to finish what he started, to walk to the edge of the roof and step off? Will he be found on the street below as if he'd jumped? Or will they find him up here on the roof? He does not know. He does not need to know. He is ready. He is not ready. He wasn't ready last year on the roof when the stranger held out his hand. He wasn't ready then, and he isn't ready now, and he is beginning to suspect no one is ever ready. Not when the moment comes, not when the darkness reaches out to claim its prize. Music streams, thin and tinny, through a neighbor's open window, and Henry pulls his thoughts back from death and the edge of the roof to the girl with her hand in his, the one telling him to dance with her. He pulls her close, and she smells of summer. She smells of time. She smells of home. "I'm here," she says. Addie has promised to stay with him until the end. The end. The end. The end. It echoes through his head like the striking of a clock, but it's not time. He still has time, though it is vanishing so fast. They teach you growing up that you are only one thing at a time. Angry, lonely, content. But he's never found that to be true. He is a dozen things at once. He is lost and scared and grateful. He is sorry and happy and afraid. But he is not alone. It is beginning to rain again. The air gone damp with the metallic scent of storms. The city, and Henry doesn't care. Thinks there is something to be said for symmetry. They turn in a slow circle on the roof. He has not slept well in days, and it has made his legs heavy, his mind too slow, the minutes speeding up around him, and he wishes the music were louder, wishes the sky were lighter, wishes he had just a little more time. No one is ever ready to die, even when they think they want to. No one is ready. He isn't ready, but it is time. It is time. Addie is saying something, but the watch has stopped moving. It hangs, weightless on him now, and it is time. And he can feel himself slipping, can feel the edges of his mind going soft, the night heavy, and any moment the stranger will step out of the dark. Addie is guiding his face to hers. She is saying something, and he doesn't want to listen. He's afraid it's a goodbye. He just wants to hold on to this moment, to make it last, to will it still, turn the film into a freeze frame. Let that be the end. Not darkness, not nothing, just a permanent moment, a memory trapped in amber, in glass, in time. But she is still speaking. "You promised you would listen," she says. "You promised you would write it down." He doesn't understand. The journals are on the shelf. He has written her story. Every part. "I did," he says. "I did." But Addie is shaking her head. "Henry," she says, "I haven't told you how it ends." New York City, September 1st, 2014. 3 nights until the end. No, some decisions happen all at once, and others build up over time. A girl makes a deal with the darkness. After years of dreaming, a girl falls in love with a boy in a moment and resolves to set him free. Addie doesn't know exactly when she decided. Perhaps she has known since the night Luke walked back into their lives. Or perhaps she has known since the night he wrote her name. Or perhaps she has known since he said those words, "I remember you." She isn't sure. Doesn't matter. What matters is that 3 nights before the end, Addie slips out of bed. Henry rolls over in his sleep, wakes enough to hear her padding down the hall, but not enough to hear her put on her shoes or slip out into the dark. It is almost 2, that time between very late and very early, and even Brooklyn has quieted to a murmur as she walks the 2 blocks to the Merchant Bar. It is an hour until closing. The crowd thinned to a few determined drinkers. Addie takes a stool at the bar and orders a shot of tequila. She's never been one for hard liquor, but she downs the drink in one, feels the warmth settle in her chest as she reaches into her pocket and finds the ring. Her fingers curl around the wooden band. She draws it out, balances the ring upright on the counter. She spins it like a coin, but there are no heads or tails, no yes or no. No choice beyond the one she's already made. She decides that when it settles, she will put it on. When it falls, but as it begins to wobble and tip, a hand comes down on top of it, pressing it flat against the bar. The hand is smooth and strong, the fingers long, the details just as she once drew them. "Shouldn't you be with your love?" There is no humor in Luke's eyes. They are flat and dark. He's sleeping, she says, and I cannot. Luke's hand has withdrawn, and Addie looks at the pale circle of the ring still on the counter. Adeline, he says, stroking her hair, it will hurt, and it will pass. All things do, n'est for us, she murmurs, and then she adds, as if to herself, I am glad it was only a year. Luke sinks on to the stool beside her. And how was it, your human love? Was it everything you dreamed of? No, she says, and it is the truth. It was messy. It was hard. It was wonderful and strange and frightening and fragile. So fragile it hurt, and it was worth every single moment. She does not tell him any of that. Instead, she lets the no hang in the air between them, heavy with the weight of Luke's assumption. His eyes, such a smug shade of green. But Henry doesn't deserve to die to prove your point. The arrogance flickers, cut through with anger. A deal is a deal, he says. It cannot be broken. And yet you told me once that a deal could be bent, the terms rewritten. Did you mean it? Or was it just part of the ploy to get me to surrender? Luke's expression darkens. There was no ploy, Adeline. But if you think I'll change the terms of his, Addie shakes her head. I'm not talking about Henry's deal, she says. I'm talking about mine. She has practiced the words, but they still tumble awkwardly off her tongue. I'm not asking for your mercy, and I know you have no charity, so I'm offering a trade. Let Henry go. Let him live. Let him remember me. And you would surrender your soul? There is a shadow in his gaze when he says it, a hesitation in the words, less want than worry, and she knows then she has him. No, she says, but only because you do not want it. And before he can protest, she continues, you want me? Luke says nothing, but his eyes brighten, his interest piqued. You were right, she says. I am not one of them, not anymore. And I am tired of losing, tired of mourning everything I ever tried to love. She reaches out to touch Luke's cheek, but I won't lose you, and you won't lose me. So yes, she looks straight into his eyes. Do this, and I will be yours, as long as you want me by your side. He seems to hold his breath, but she's the one who cannot breathe. The world tips, falters, threatening to fall. And then, at last, Luke smiles, his green eyes emerald with victory. I accept. She lets herself fold, bows her head against his chest in relief, and then his fingers come up beneath her chin, tipping her face to his, and he kisses her the way he did the night they met, swift and deep and hungry, and Addie feels. His teeth skate across her bottom lip, the taste of copper blossom on her tongue, and she knows that it is done. New York City, September 4th, 2014. No, says Henry, the word half swallowed by the storm. The rain falls hard and fast on the roof. On them, the clock has stopped, the hand thrown up in surrender. But he is still there. "You can't do this," he says, head spinning. "I won't let you." Addie flashes him a pitying look, because, of course, he cannot stop her. No one has ever been able to. Estelle used to say she was stubborn as a stone. But even stones wear away to nothing, and she has not. "You can't do this," he says again, and she says, "It is already done," and Henry feels dizzy, feels sick, feels the ground sway beneath him. "Why?" he pleads. "Why would you do it?" "Think of it as a thank you," she says, "for seeing me, for showing me what it's like to be seen, to be loved. Now you get a second chance. But you have to let them see you as you are. You have to find people who see you. It is wrong. It is all wrong. Don't love him." A sad smile crosses her face. "I've had my share of love," she says, "and it is time. It must be time, because his vision is blurring, the edges going black. Listen to me." Her voice is urgent now. Life can feel very long sometimes, but in the end, it goes so fast. Her eyes are glassy with tears, but she is smiling. "You better live a good life, Henry Strauss." She begins to pull away, but his grip tightens. "No," she sighs, fingers threading through his hair. "You've given me so much, Henry, but I need you to do one more thing." Her forehead presses against his. "I need you to remember," and he can feel his hold slipping as darkness washes across his vision, blotting out the skyline and the roof and the girl folding herself against him. "Promise me," she says, and her face is beginning to smudge. The swipe of her lips, brown curls in a heart-shaped face, 2 wide eyes, 7 freckles like stars. "Promise," she whispers, and he is just lifting his hands to hold her against him to promise. But by the time his arms close around her, she is gone, and he is falling. Part 7. I Remember You. Title of piece: The Girl Who Got Away. Artist unknown. Date 2014. Medium Polaroid. Location on loan from the personal archives of Henry Strauss. Description: collection of 6 photographs depicting a girl in motion, her features erased, obscured, or otherwise unreadable. The final photo is different. It features a living room floor, the edge of a table, a pile of books, only a pair of feet visible at the bottom. Background: the subject of the photos remains a topic of intense speculation, given the author's relationship to the source material. The flash has erased all meaningful details, but the medium is what makes the pieces remarkable. In standard photography, long exposure would make it possible to achieve the desired effect of motion, but the Polaroid's fixed shutter speed makes the illusion of movement all the more impressive. Estimated value: not for sale. All works currently on display at the Modern Museum of Art exhibit in search of the real Addie LaRue, curated by Beatrice Caldwell, Ph.D., Columbia, New York City, September 5th, 2014. This is how it ends. A boy wakes up alone in bed. Sunlight spills through the gap in the curtains. The buildings beyond slick with the aftermath of rain. He feels sluggish, hungover, still caught within the dregs of sleep. He knows he was dreaming, but he can't for the life of him remember the details of the dream. And it must not have been very pleasant, because he feels only a deep relief at waking. Book looks over the mound of the comforter, orange eyes wide and waiting. It's late. The boy can tell by the angle of the light, the sounds of traffic on the street. He didn't mean to sleep so long. The girl he loves is always the first to wake. Shuffling beneath the sheets, the weight of her attention, the soft touch of her fingers on his skin. They are always enough to rouse him out of sleep. Only once did he wake first, and then he had the strange pleasure of seeing her. Knees curled up and face tucked against the pillows, still beneath the surface of sleep. But that was a rainy morning, just after dawn, when the world was gray. And today, the sun is so bright, he doesn't know how either of them slept through it. He rolls over to wake her, but the other side of the bed is empty. He splays his hand over the place where she should be, but the sheets are cold and smooth. "Addie?" he calls, rising to his feet. He moves through the apartment, checks the kitchen, the bathroom, the fire, escape, even though he knows that she is not there. Addie? And then, of course, he remembers. Not the dream. There was no dream. Only the night before. The last night of his life. The damp concrete smell of the rooftop. The last tick of the watch as its hand found 12. Her smile as she looked up into his face and made him promise to remember. And now he's here, and she's gone, and there's no trace of her left behind, except the stuff in his head and the journals. He's up, crossing the room to the narrow set of shelves where he kept them. Red, blue, silver, black, white, green. 6 notebooks, all of them still there. He pulls them from the shelf, spreads them on the bed, and as he does, the Polaroids tumble out. The one he took that day of Addie, her face a blur, her back to the camera, a ghost at the edges of the frame, and he stares at them a long time, convinced that if he squints, she will come into focus. But no matter how long he looks, all he can see are the shapes, the shadows. The only thing he can make out are the 7 freckles, and those are so faint he can't tell if they're really visible, or his memory is simply filling them in where they should be. He sets the photograph aside and reaches for the first journal, then stops, so convinced that if and when he opens it, he will find the pages blank, the ink erased, like every other mark she tried to make. But he has to look, and so he does. And there they are, page after page, written in his slanting script, shielded from the curse by the fact the words themselves are his, though the story is hers. She wants to be a tree. There is nothing wrong with Roger. She simply wants to live before she dies. It will take her years to learn the language of those eyes. She claws her way up and out, hands splayed across the bony mound of a dead man's back. This, her first, how it should have been. She feels him press 3 coins into her hand. Soul is such a grand word. The truth is so much smaller. It does not take her long to find her father's grave. He picks up the next journal. Paris is burning. The darkness comes none. And the next, there is an angel above the bar. Henry sits there for hours against the side of the bed, turning through every page of every book, every story she ever told. And when he's done, he closes his eyes and puts his head in his hands amid the open books, because the girl he loved is gone, and he's still here. He remembers everything. Brooklyn, New York, March 13th, 2015. J. Henry Samuel Strauss. This is bullshit. B slams the last page down on the coffee counter, startling the cat, who drifted off on a nearby tower of books. You can't end it there. She's clutching the rest of the manuscript to her chest, as if to shield it from him. The title page stares back at him. The Invisible Life of Addie LaRue. What happened to her? Did she really go with Luke? After all that? Henry shrugs. I assume so. You assume so? The truth is, he doesn't know. He spent the last 6 months trying to transcribe the stories in the notebooks, to compile them into this draft. And every night, after his hands had cramped, and his head had begun to ache from staring at the computer screen, he'd collapse into bed. It does not smell like her, not anymore, and wonder how it ends. If it ends. He wrote a dozen different endings for the book, ones where she was happy, and ones where she was not, ones where she and Luke were madly in love, and ones where he clung to her like a dragon with its treasure, but those endings all belong to him and not to her. Those are his story, and this is hers. And anything he wrote beyond those last shared seconds, that final kiss, would be fiction. He tried, but this is real, though no one else will ever know it. He does not know what happened to Addie, where she went, how she is, but he can hope. He hopes she is happy. He hopes she is still brimming with defiant joy and stubborn hope. He hopes she did not do it just for him. He hopes somehow, one day, he'll see her again. You're really going to method actor this shit, aren't you? Says B. Henry looks up. He wants to tell her it's all true, that she met Addie, just like he wrote, that she said the same thing every time. He wants to tell her that they would have been friends, that they were in that first night of Terest of our lives kind of way, which was, of course, as much as Addie ever got. But she wouldn't believe him. So he lets it live for her as fiction. "Did you like it?" he asks. B breaks into a grin. There is no fog in her eyes now, no shine, and he has never been more grateful to have the truth. "It's good, Henry," she says. "It's really, really good." She taps the title page. "Just make sure you thank me in the acknowledgments." "What?" "My thesis. Remember, I wanted to do it on the girl in those pieces. The ghost in the frame. That's her, isn't it?" And of course it is. Henry runs his hand over the manuscript, relieved and sad that it is done. He wishes he could have lived with it a little longer. Wishes he could have lived with her. But now he's glad to have it, because the truth is, he is already beginning to forget. It's not that he's fallen victim to her curse. She has not been erased in any way. The details are simply fading, as all things do, glossing over by degrees, the mind loosening its hold on the past to make way for the future. But he doesn't want to let go. He is trying not to let go. He lies in bed at night and closes his eyes and tries to conjure her face, the exact curve of her mouth, the specific shade of her hair, the way the bedside lamp lit against her left cheekbone, her temple, her chin, the sound of her laughter late at night, her voice when she was on the edge of sleep. He knows these details are not as important as the ones in the book, but he still can't bear to lose them yet. Belief is a bit like gravity. Enough people believe a thing, and it becomes as solid and real as the ground beneath your feet. But when you're the only one holding on to an idea, a memory, a girl, it's hard to keep it from floating away. "I knew you were going to be a writer," B is saying. "All the trappings, you've just been living in denial." "I'm not a writer," he says absently. "Tell that to the book. You're going to sell it, right? You have to. It's too good." "Oh, yeah?" he says thoughtfully. "I think I'd like to, and he will get an agent, and the book will go to auction. And in the end, he'll sell the work on one condition, that there is only one name on the cover, and it is not his. And in the end, they will agree. They'll think it's some clever marketing trick, no doubt. But his heart will thrill at the thought of other people reading these words, not his, but hers, of her name carried from lips to lips, from mind to memory. Addie, Addie, Addie. The advance will be enough to pay off his student loans, enough to let him breathe a little while. He figures out what he's going to do next. He doesn't know yet what that is, but for the first time, it doesn't scare him. The world is wide, and he's seen so little of it with his own eyes. He wants to travel, to take photos, listen to other people's stories, maybe make some of his own. After all, life seems very long sometimes. But he knows it will go so fast, and he doesn't want to miss a moment. London, England, February 3rd, 2016. Third, the bookstore is about to close. It gets dark early this time of year, and there's snow in the forecast, which is rare for London. The various clerks bustle about, dismantling old displays and putting up new ones, trying to finish their work before the mist outside turns to frost. She lingers nearby, thumb skating along the ring at her throat as a pair of teenage girls restock a wall in new fiction. "Have you read it yet?" asks one. "Yeah, this weekend," says the other. "I can't believe the author didn't put their name on it," says the first. "Must be some kind of PR stunt." "I don't know," says the second. "I think it's charming. Makes the whole thing feel real. Like it's really Henry telling her story." The first girl laughs. "You're such a romantic." "Excuse me," cuts in an older man. "Could I grab a copy of Addie LaRue?" Her skin prickles. He says the name with so much ease. Sounds tripping off a foreign tongue. She waits until the three of them have moved off to the till, and then, at last, she approaches the display. It is not just a table, but a full shelf. 30 copies of the book, faced. "Ow," the pattern repeating down the wall. The covers are simple, most of the space given over to the title, which is long and large enough to fill the jacket. It's written in cursive, just like the notes in the journals by the bed, a more legible version of her words in Henry's hand. "The Invisible Life of Addie LaRue." She runs her fingers over the name, feels the embossed letters arc and curve beneath her touch, as though she had written them herself. The shop girls are right. There is no author's name, no photo on the back, no sign of Henry Strauss beyond the simple, beautiful fact that the book is in her hands, the story real. She peels back the cover, turns past the title to the dedication. 3 small words rest in the center of the page. "I remember you." She closes her eyes and sees him as he was that first day in the store. Elbows leaning on the counter as he looked up and frowned at her behind his glasses. "I remember you." Sees him at Artifact, in the mirrors, and then in the field of stars. Sees his fingers tracing her name on the glass wall and peering over a Polaroid, whispering across Grand Central and head bowed over the journal. Black curls falling into his face. Sees him lying next to her in bed, in the grass upstate, on the beach, their fingers hooked like links in a chain. Feels the warm circle of his arms as he pulled her back beneath the covers. The clean scent of him, the ease in his voice when she said, "Don't forget," and he said, "Never." She smiles, brushing away tears, as she sees him on the roof that final night. Addie has said so many hellos, but that was the first and only time she got to say goodbye. That kiss, like a piece of long-awaited punctuation, not the em dash of an interrupted line, or the ellipsis of a quiet escape, but a period, a closed parenthesis, an end. An end, that is the thing about living in the present, and only the present. It is a run-on sentence. And Henry was a perfect pause in the story. Oh, a chance to catch her breath. She does not know if it was love or simply a reprieve. If contentment can compete with passion, if warmth will ever be as strong as heat. But it was a gift, not a game or a war, not a battle of wills. Just a gift. Time and memory, like lovers in a fable. She thumbs through the chapters of the book, her book, and marvels at the sight of her name on every page. Her life, waiting to be read. It is bigger than her now, bigger than either of them. Humans, or gods, or things without names. A story is an idea, wild as a weed, springing up wherever it is planted. She begins to read, makes it as far her first winter in Paris, when she feels the air change at her back. Hears the name, like a kiss, at the nape of her neck. Adeline, and then Luke is there. His arms fold around her shoulders, and she leans back against his chest. They do fit together. They always have, though she wonders, even now, if it's simply the nature of what he is, smoke expanding, to fill whatever space it is given. His eyes drop to the book in her hands. Her name splashed across the cover. "How clever you are," he says, murmuring the words into her skin. But he does not seem angry. "They can have the story," he says, "so long as I have you." She twists in his arms to look at him. Luke is beautiful when he is gloating. He shouldn't be, of course. Arrogance is an unattractive trait, but Luke wears it with all the comfort of a tailored suit. He glows with the light of his own work. He is so used to being right, to being in control. His eyes are a bright, triumphant green. 300 years. She's had to learn the color of his moods. She knows them all by now, the meaning of every shade, knows his temper, wants, and thoughts, just by studying those eyes. She marvels that in the same amount of time, he never learned to read her own. Or perhaps he saw only what he expected, a woman's anger, and her need, her fear and hope and lust. All the simpler, more transparent things. But he never learned to read her cunning or her cleverness. Never learned to read the nuances of her actions, the subtle rhythms of her speech. And as she looks at him, she thinks of all the things her eyes would say, that he has made a mistake, that the devil is in the details, and he has overlooked a crucial one. That semantics may seem small, but he taught her once that words were everything. And when she carved the terms of her New Deal, when she traded her soul, herself, she did not say forever, but as long as you want me by your side. Those are not the same at all. If her eyes could speak, they would laugh. They would say that he is a fickle god, and long before he loved her, he hated her. He drove her mad, and with her flawless memory, she became a student of his machinations, a scholar of his cruelty. She has had 300 years to study, and she will make a masterpiece of his regret. Perhaps it will take 20 years. Perhaps it'll take 100, but he is not capable of love, and she will prove it. She will ruin him, ruin his idea of them. She will break his heart, and he will come to hate her once again. She will drive him mad, drive him away, and then he will cast her off, and she will finally be free. Addie dreams of telling Luke these things, just to see the shade it turns his eyes, the green of being bested, the green of forfeit, and of losing. But if he's taught her anything, it's patience. So Addie says nothing of the new game, the new rules, the new battle that's begun. She only smiles and sets the book back on its shelf and follows him out into the dark. Acknowledgments? Anyone who follows me online knows I have a rather fraught relationship with stories, or rather, with bringing them to life, with holding up the whole messy beast until my arms shake and my head hurts, and I know if I drop it now, before it is ready, it will shatter, and I'll have to sweep it up, and I'll lose at least a few of the pieces along the way. And so, while I held up Addie's story, so many people held up me. Without them, there would be no book. This is where I'm supposed to acknowledge them all. I hate acknowledgments. Or rather, I hate acknowledgments. I have a terrible memory. My mind, I think, has been burrowed full of holes by all these books, so when it comes to thanking the people who helped this book come into being, I freeze up, certain that I'll forget. I know I'll forget. I am always forgetting. I think that's why I write, to try and catch the ideas before they slip away and leave me staring off into space, wondering why I walked into this room, or why I opened that browser tab, or what I was looking for in the fridge. It's ironic, of course, given the theme of this book. This book, which lived in my head for so long and took up so much space, it's responsible for at least some of the forgetting. So this will serve as an incomplete list. This book is for my dad, who walked the streets of our East Nashville neighborhood and listened while I first spelled out the idea growing in my head. For my mum, who followed me down every winding road and never let me get lost. For my sister Jenna, who knew exactly when I needed to write, when I needed to stop writing and go get a fancy cocktail instead. For my agent, Holly, who has dragged me through so many fire swamps and never once let me get singed or drowned or eaten by Rousses. For my editor, Miriam, who was with me every step of the long and winding way. For my publicist, Kristen, who's become my knight, my champion, and my friend. For Lucille, Sarah, Eileen, and the rest of my incredible team at Tor, who believed in this story when it was an idea, cheered me on, it was a draft, championed it when it was a finished book, and made me feel at every step like I could let go and you would catch me. For my friends, you know who you are, who dragged me through the dark and ran away with me in search of words and roast chicken. For Al Mayer and Red Kite, for giving me a place to think and write, and supplying me with ample pots of tea, for Danielle, Ilda, Britt, and Dan, for your passion, and for sliding pizza under the door, for every bookseller who has kept me on shelves this long, for every reader who told me they couldn't wait, while promising they would. Tor Books by V. E. Schwab. Vicious, vengeful, a darker shade of magic, a gathering of shadows, a conjuring of light. About the author, Jenna Maurice. Victoria V. Schwab is the one New York Times best-selling author of more than a dozen books, including the acclaimed Shades of Magic series, the Villains series, and the Monsters of Verity duology. Her work has received critical acclaim, been featured in the New York Times, Entertainment Weekly, The Washington Post, and more, been translated into more than a dozen languages, and been optioned for television and film. When she's not haunting Paris streets or trudging up English hillsides, she lives in Edinburgh, Scotland, and is usually tucked in the corner of a coffee shop, dreaming up monsters. Twitter, Veshwab. Instagram, Veshwab. Website, veshwab.com. Or sign up for email updates here. Thank you for buying this Tom Doherty Associates ebook. To receive special offers, bonus content, and info on new releases and other great reads, sign up for our newsletters or visit us online at usmacmillan.com newsletter sign up. For email updates on the author, click here. Tor.com. Science fiction, fantasy, the universe, and related subjects. More than just a publisher's website, Tor.com is a venue for original fiction, comics, and discussion of the entire field of SF and fantasy in all media and from all sources. Visit our site today and join the conversation yourself. This is a work of fiction. All of the characters, organizations, and events portrayed in this novel are either products of the author's imagination or are used fictitiously. The Invisible Life of Addie LaRue, copyright 2020 by Victoria Schwab. All rights reserved. Cover art by Will Stale, edited by Miriam Weinberg. Interior illustrations by Jennifer Hanover. A Tor book published by Tom Doherty Associates. 120 Broadway, New York, NY 10271, www.tor-forge.com. Tor is a registered trademark of Macmillan Publishing Group, LLC. The Library of Congress cataloging and publication data is available upon request. ISBN 978 to 07650 3 to 8756-1. Hardcover. ISBN 978 to 1250 to 70 9399-7. Signed edition. ISBN 978 to 1250 to 78004-153-7. International. Sold outside the U.S. Subject to rights. Availability. ISBN 978 to 07650 3 to 8758-5. Ebook. ISBN 9 780 billion, 765 million, 387,585. Our ebooks may be purchased in bulk for promotional, educational, or business use. Please contact the Macmillan Corporate and Premium Sales Department at 1-8002-217-945, extension 5442, or by email at macmillan-special-markets@macmillan.com. First U.S. edition, 2020. First International edition, 2020. Contents: title page, copyright, notice. Dedication, epigraph. Part 1. The Gods That Answer After Dark. Chapter 1, Chapter 2, Chapter 3, Chapter 4, Chapter 5, Chapter 6, Chapter 7, Chapter 8, Chapter 9, Chapter X, Chapter 11, Chapter 12, Chapter 13, Chapter 14, Chapter 15, Chapter 16, Chapter 13. Part 2. The Darkest Part of the Night. Chapter 1, Chapter 2, Chapter 3, Chapter 4, Chapter 5, Chapter 6, Chapter 7, Chapter 8, Chapter 9, Chapter X, Chapter 11, Chapter 12, Chapter 13, Chapter 14th, Part 3, 300 Years, and 3 Words. Chapter 1, Chapter 2, Chapter 3, Chapter 4, Chapter 5, Chapter 6, Chapter 7, Chapter 8, Chapter 9, Chapter X, Chapter 11, Chapter 12, Chapter 13th. Part 4. The Man Who Stayed Dry in the Rain. Chapter 1, Chapter 2, Chapter 3, Chapter 4, Chapter 5, Chapter 6, Chapter 7, Chapter 8, Chapter 9, Chapter X, Chapter 11, Chapter 12, Chapter 13, Chapter 14, Chapter 15, Chapter 16, Chapter 16, Chapter 18th, Chapter 19th. Part 5. The Shadow Who Smiled and the Girl Who Smiled. Back. Chapter 1, Chapter 2, Chapter 3, Chapter 4, Chapter 5, Chapter 6, Chapter 7, Chapter 8, Chapter 9, Chapter X, Chapter 11, Chapter 12, Chapter 13, Chapter 14, Chapter 15th. Part 6. Do not pretend that this is love. Chapter 1, Chapter 2, Chapter 3, Chapter 4, Chapter 5, Chapter 6, Chapter 7, Chapter 8, Chapter 9, Chapter X, Chapter 11, Chapter 12, Chapter 13, Chapter 14, Chapter 15, Chapter 16, Chapter 16, Chapter 18th, Chapter 19th, Chapter XX. Part 7. I Remember You. Chapter 1, Chapter 2, Chapter 3. Acknowledgements. Tor Books by V. Schwab. About the author. Copyright